go. I was having some technical difficulties. Don't worry about it. I'm sure nobody will even notice what I'm talking about. What the difficulty was. I'm sure it's fine. Do you guys like my costume? Happy Halloween! It's really big, but I really like it. I mean, it fits. I can show off fully before we play some spooky Yuri. Look at me! It's a full costume! It's a perfect fit. It's a little silly. That's a little silly. I'm both a ghost and a cat and a devil? I'm not sure, but I'm spooky. I'm very spooky. And what's better than to play some spooky Yuri today? Maybe I can move it a little to the side? Hey! Perfect thing to have on my other screen while I drink? Oh my god, you won't believe what I'm doing. I'm also drinking. I'm taking just one Smirnoff Ice today. But hey. I don't want to get too... I don't really want to get drunk. I guess I can move this a little to the side. Had you on Val in 2 hours, but... I mean, this is gonna take me like 4. Visual novels take a long time. This one is made by Ebihime. We've already played a novel by Ebihime. The other spooky novel, it's actually, I think they kind of have a similar art style in this one. By 4 I'll be blackout. That's not good. Let me take a sip of my drink. Ah, it actually tastes like vodka. Ugh. Tears. I was promised some toxic Yuri. What's the cooldown on hydrate? It's still the same. It's still the same for now. Don't abuse it too much. I only have so much to drink. You think I remember? I set it up and I barely remember to stream. But I was promised some poisonous Yuri, and I'm getting a lot of mushroom spore vibes, as you can already see from all the setup. You are drinking 10k points worth of hydrate? That's awful. I gotta get you something else to redeem. Anybody going out today for Halloween? Well, I guess you would be out right now. Anyone giving out candy at home? I have candy to give out, but I doubt the kids in my neighborhood will stop by because Toby barks at them. When they're playing outside, Toby barks at them and scares them. So they know to watch out for our house. You did candy last weekend? What? You did it a week ahead of Halloween? How does that work? Lucky I'm not barking. That would be pretty scary to have a whole man barking at them. But they drive on scooters and bikes, and Toby doesn't fuck with those. Toby says, none of that on my watch, please. Neighborhood thing due to school and stuff? What? So they like organized a week ahead? But it falls on a Friday. I'd bark at them too. Down with Gen Z. I'm Gen Z. You're technically kind of Gen Z, are you not? You're not that old. Some still do it today, some do it before. Interesting. Wrong? I'm never wrong. I'm either correct or lying, so you decide. I don't know. We didn't put up any decorations because we don't have any. I was thinking about it, but honestly, Halloween completely slipped my mind. I low-key almost forgot that was coming up, but like other people reminded me. All girls do is eat hot chips and lie, so and be beautiful. Don't forget that part. I'll simp for women till the day I die. Anyways, if I don't start on this, it's gonna take me even longer than 4 hours. Abihime, thank you for creating so much yuri for us to enjoy. Wasn't there a way to see the remaining cooldown on a redeem? There should be. Like, after you redeem it. Oh, you just redeemed it again, and you redeemed it a minute ago. All Hydra be telling me is that it's out of stock. Well, cheers. Maybe I should check what that is before I begin. Manage power-ups. Hydrate. It says redemption cooldown is 4 minutes. Let's make that 5. Let's make that 5. Maybe 10. Fake? What do you mean fake? Make it 1? I'm not making it 1. I have a weak bladder. I'm gonna be running into the bathroom. 30 seconds, you drink, I drink. I don't have the stomach like you. No. 5 minutes is plenty. I already drank your hydrates. We must get this streamer drunk. I only have 1 bottle. After that, it's water. I'm not getting drunk. Well, there is 2 more bottles, but they're not even like in the fridge. What am I gonna drink? Warm vodka? Anyways, Ethel Briggs was trying to play the second movement of Mostard's Violin Sonata number 21, but she wasn't having much luck. Oh, I got an achievement. It had been months since she'd last picked up her violin, and the lack of practice had made her rusty. I can play the piano. It stands in my room. Dusty, because I haven't played it in a while, but... Fun fact, that'll be on the quiz. Pay attention. She had played this particular piece numerous times, not for any competitions. She had always been too shy to enter any, despite Miss Manderley's gentle coaxing, but for her own satisfaction. Mostard's Violin Sonata 21 was one of her favorites. Ethel wasn't a huge Mozart aficionado. She didn't like how upbeat most of his pieces were, how frothy, flippant, and inoffensive. Hold on, I want to bump up the music a little. It was really loud in the lobby, so I really turned it down. On the whole, she thought that Mozart was far too cheerful. Ethel much preferred the quiet, understated melancholy of Beethoven, or Chopin's clean, precise composition. Okay, before I butcher all these musicians' names, you have to understand that when I first learned them, I learned them in Russian. And then in English, you pronounce them like a little bit different. Which I'm pretty sure are both wrong to how like their names are in their original language. I don't know. Beethoven. I don't know. But there was something special about the Violin Sonata 21. This was one of Mozart's few sonatas in E minor, composed in Paris shortly after his mother's death. The first part was allegro, and it contained some of the familiar energy which was so distinctly Mozart, but the second was far more moving. The second movement of Mozart's Violin Sonata 21 had a special place in Ethel's heart, maybe because this was one of the first violin pieces she had heard. It was this piece which had inspired her to take up the violin in the first place. Violin is way too hard, man. At least they made it out to be. My cat's trying to get your cat's ghost that keeps bobbing. Aww. Sent cat pics or it didn't happen. Ethel had wanted to be able to play this melancholy piece with her own two hands, to bring this ethereal, haunting music into the world of her own volition. For many years, Ethel had attended her violin lessons dutifully, and for a while, she had accomplished her goal. She had performed this piece often enough that her muscle memory could make up for her lack of practice. But though Ethel knew she had the notes mostly correct wasn't good enough. Check Discord. Oh my god, guys. We're getting cat pics. Can I show this? Can I show this off? It's beautiful. Okay, hold on. I am a pro streamer and I can do this. This was Tifa? Where the hell did I save it? I found it. Guys, look, it's a cat. It's a cat watching my stream. So cute. There's actually a second ghost cat on the right. But that I take up way too much space. I gotta hide it. Give the cat alcohol. Cats don't drink. Silly. Catnip's better. Alright. Ethel's right hand slipped, the bow scraping unpleasantly against the strings, and she winced? My cat drunk would only go badly. He'd just demand more of your attention than usual. She had been at it for some 5 minutes, trying to create her past successes, but this was the final straw. What was the point in pursuing this any further? It wasn't as though she was performing this for an audience. She was at home on her own, and this was a blessing. If her parents and her younger brothers had been there, that's a big family. You guys know I'm the only child. Ethel wouldn't have been able to play her once beloved violin at all. They all would have told her to knock it off, apart from Rowan, maybe. Rowan had always been kind. Or maybe he, unlike the other members of Ethel's family, was simply too self-conscious to say what he actually thought. Maybe Rowan looked down on Ethel too for her strange, lonely, old-fashioned hobbies. What kind of family would look down on their daughter pursuing violin? That's like a parent's dream hobby for you to have. Because they'll be like, oh my god, you're gonna be so smart. I'm drinking, by the way. Ethel's family didn't really care for classical music. Her father, Jude, liked Iron Maiden, Dio, and Judas Priest, while her mother, Lauren, listened to anything that was trending on TikTok. That's how you know this is a recent one. I think this one was released earlier this summer. Nanny, meanwhile, listened to loud, shouting music, and Ethel didn't know what Rowan liked because he never told anybody. Rowan was very secretive about his interests, almost furtive. If her family had listened to classical music, however, Ethel knew that they would have preferred Mozart, Beethoven, and Chopin. How do you write upside down? Mozart seemed like exactly the sort of person Lauren would have enjoyed chatting with over a pint. Come to think of it, if the Mozart in Adamos was at all like the real man. Ethel sighed. She was disappointed in herself. She hadn't been playing violin for very long, but her jaw was aching and her fingers were already beginning to hurt. Oh, she's so cute! Little braids. Well, I guess those aren't little. How to write upside down. Write upside down. Wow, thank you so much for that insightful tutorial. I'll make sure to like and subscribe. Gloomily, she sets her violin down. Glumly, she looked at it, lying on her bed. Oh my gosh, she's got a whole gaming PC. Look at that. Football club. Oh. Or I guess soccer. American. Champion. Look, she's got like medals. Or is it her sister or brother? Her eyes softened in such a way that she looked rather like an abandoned puppy. She does look like an abandoned puppy. Then, feeling rather sad and sorry for herself, she sniffed. A very wise word, Yuri. I agree. It is actually kind of hard for me to read upside down, Loki. She had loved that violin once, but her love had long since dwindled. Everything which had once brought Ethel joy had become grey and faded since Clementine had left her. Aww. What did her love for music matter now? Had it ever mattered? Ethel was already 21. Me too! And simultaneously, she was only 21. She was in her final year of university. The adult world loomed before her. Rather than welcoming it, however, Ethel found herself shrinking away from her future responsibilities. Is Ethel me for real? That was probably why she had dug out her old violin, to play for her favorite piece from her childhood. She had been trying to cling to the past. She simply didn't want to grow up. Ethel sat down on her bed, defeated, though she supposed it wasn't her bed anymore. It hadn't been for almost 3 years. Where are the Yuri jump scare at? There's no jump scares, as far as I know. But it'll be further down the line. We just started. When Ethel was at university in Durham, Manny slept in what had once been her room. When Ethel came back for the holidays, Manny and Roman were forced to share a room, something they both resented. I know it's a tight squeeze, Jude always said, but try to bear with it. Ethel can't be expected to share with either of you. She's the oldest and she's a young lady. She needs her space. Don't be so surly. Rowan was good-natured enough that he didn't complain about the sleeping arrangement too much, not to Ethel's face at least, but Manny was less so. Manny was only 13 and he hadn't learned how to be tactful yet. 13 is enough to learn to be tactful. Oh my god, hi Pocket! Trick or treats! I'd like a treat, please. I don't have any treats to give. I'm sorry. We're playing some Spooky Yuri by Ebihime, which we've already enjoyed enjoyed one of their novels before. The treat is your presents, which I think is very swag and cool. It is very swag and cool. Thank you so much. Ethel's youngest brother had been in an awful mood all Christmas, in a mood which Ethel knew was largely because of her unwanted presence. Yuri is a good treat. Yuri is the best treat. And this has toxic Yuri. That's the best kind of treat. Yuri is supreme. I love my Yuri appreciating community. It had been a relief when her family had left the day prior for Luton Airport for the holiday they'd been looking forward to so much. When did Helldiver move to Australia? Now that Manny was no longer sulking around, shooting her nasty glares whenever their paths crossed, Ethel felt like she could finally breathe. Wait, so they just left her at home? They didn't take her on the family vacation? Some small part of Ethel wished that she'd accompanied her family. She'd never been to Australia before. Speaking of Australia... I guess local helldiver is part of Ethel's family. Wait, what happened? We're in the very beginning still. Ethel is our main protagonist and she's just been playing violin and reminiscing about life. Talking about right now how her family just left on vacation. But another part of her thought that she made the right move. She didn't want to keep subjecting Manny to her company. Manny is her older sister? Oh no, she's the oldest, as a sibling. She also enjoyed having the house to herself. That meant she could play the violin without having to worry about the sound carrying. And it did carry in her parents' home, since the walls were so thin. She's got a gaming setup. Ethel had been looking forward to being on her own, but now that she was on her own, she couldn't even enjoy her newfound freedom. What was wrong with her? Ethel bit the inside of her cheek, weighing up her options. If she couldn't play her violin, she should at least give her thesis a go. Imagine having to write a thesis. Oh yeah, Pocket. Crisis has... alcohol... I can't read that. So we must get the streamer drunk. Shaking my head. The due date to hand these damn things in was approaching. She only had 2 months left to work on it. But she'd not written a single line of it yet. She's just like me for real, putting it up for last minute. She couldn't bring herself to. Like the violin, Ethel had lost all interest in her thesis, and in her degree, she's just like me for real! Ethel had used her thesis as an excuse to get her up going on holiday with her parents. She told them she needed to focus on her work, but she'd been doing precious little work all day and wasting an awful lot of time. Isn't alcohol toxic to small rodents? Do I look like a rodent to you right now? Do I look like a rodent? I'm a ghost. I'm a cat, ghost, demon thing. Ethel glanced at her violin, which lay discarded on the bed. You should have dressed up as a rat? In what world would should I have done that? I would have never heard the end of it. I can't read it anymore. My brain's dying. Then she sighed for the umpteenth time that night. Umpteenth? How had things come to this? What had happened to make her lose interest in everything which had once delighted her, especially her beloved violin? Requires too much processing power? Yeah, I only have like 2 brain cells, man. Unwilling girls might have been coerced into playing instruments by their parents, but this hadn't been the case with Ethel. Ethel had been introduced to the world of classical music quite by chance after discovering an old CD full of the stuff in the jumble sale for 50 pence. Bro, why is this music so chill? I have to turn my playlist off so I could probably ascend. It's pretty nice, right? Crisis, new name... Ratsis? What? You think I could... That's just a meme. That's just mean. I'm not a rat. I'm dressed up as a ghost cat demon thing. Shaking my head. Like the opposite of a rat. She had been drawn to the old, cracked CD because of the smiley lady on the cover, and she hadn't been too interested in the music itself. She only went for the CDs because of a pretty lady on the cover. When she had listened to that CD, however, she had experienced a revelation. The songs had spoken to her. She had been instantly drawn into the world of classical music, and it had been all thanks to Mozart's Violin Sonata No. 21. Ethel had known, after listening to that CD, aw, she looked so happy, that her life would never be the same again. Shortly after, she had pleaded with her parents to take her to violin lessons so she could play just as well as the smiley lady with the pixie cut on the cover of that CD. That's the gayest thing ever. Ethel had since lost that life-altering CD, She'd lost many things which were important to her over the years. Me too! Me too, dude. Things just disappear. Have you guys noticed that the cursor is a little mushroom? It's cute. But she could remember the cover clearly. The woman had been pretty, despite her unconventional haircut. Decidedly feminine in her blue wrap dress and her dangly earrings. She had held her violin against the nook of her neck, and in her other hand she had wielded a bow. There had been something commanding about the nameless woman in blue, despite how skinny she had been, how slender her arms and legs. To the young Ethel, she had seemed less like a person and more a queen from a fairy tale, the garland of flowers on her head only adding to this illusion. It was her first crush. Her first girl crush was a nameless lady on a CD cover. That's kind of sweet. Thank you for the hydrate. Apple hadn't necessarily wanted to play the violin for the sake of it. She had just wanted to look like the nameless lady on the album's cover. A lady who, Ethel now realized, probably hadn't played any of the songs arranged on that CD. Well, you don't know that for sure. If your first crush wasn't Alex from Minecraft, I don't want to hear it. Well, they only added Alex later on. She wasn't always available. Come on. You Gen Alphas. The woman on that cover had probably been a model brought into a studio to pose with a violin she couldn't play. That, or she had been a stock image lifted from the internet. Oh my bad, I'm like 5 years old or something. This was like yesterday. Okay. You're the youngest person ever. When Ethel had grown up enough to realize this, it had sullied the mystique of that seminal CD. A little like how other children felt betrayed after learning Santa wasn't real. It had been an eye-opening moment, but maybe it had been for the best. This revelation had lessened Ethel's pain, at least, when the CD had gone missing a few years ago. In any case, Ethel's violin lessons had never quite lived up to her expectations. Ethel had kept at the violin, carried by her initial childish enthusiasm, but her enthusiasm had faded when she started secondary school, and she realized that she would never be as smiley or as happy as the elfin woman on that CD cover. Aww. Did she get depression while entering secondary school? Cause that's a mood. She would never be that pretty either. Oh, she's super pretty. No amount of playing the violin could bring Ethel closer to her idealized image of perfection. Something which became all more apparent when Shania and her gang had started to bully her. Aww. Ethel grew so disenchanted with the violin, she gave up on her lessons at the start of year 11. Oh, that's so sad. Never give up on your dreams. She had needed to focus on her GCSEs, anyway? I don't know what that is. And it hadn't helped that she had jammed her fingers during a NAPO game in PE, and it had hurt for a whole month to hold her bow. How does that happen? You try to hit the ball with, like, your nails? I don't understand. Jude had never liked it when she played in the house anyway, especially when there was a big game on. Manny, meanwhile, had always said her scraping sounded unbearable. What the heck? Her family are the real bullies. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Can't you pack it in? Manny used to say, and in the end, Ethel did just that. Being the oldest too, she should have smacked him. I don't condone violence on children. For the record. She packed the violin in, but not for good. She continued to play here and there when her parents and her brothers were out of the house and there was nobody to hear her. You do. It's different when it's siblings. Siblings fight, you know? Sometimes Ethel even took joy in her playing, but these moments had been few and far between. Once, Ethel had played the violin delicately, once a week at her teacher's, Miss Manderley. Now, she played once a month, if that, and she did so furtively, as if it were a shameful secret. Very true, survival of the fittest, one last mouth to feed. Exactly! That's why I enjoyed being an only child, you know? I didn't have to fight to survive. My resources were secured. Ethel couldn't help but feel embarrassed as she played, as though she were performing an obscene act even more intimate than masturbation. Girl, you're just playing the violin. Relax. It's alright. Maybe playing the violin was... was masturbation in a sense. Because it had only ever brought her pleasure. Oh, I get that. I get that. Nobody else in her life had cared to listen to her. Nobody said dear old Miss Manderley. She had been encouraging, but what had this brought Ethel? Ethel left her violin on the bed and approached the window, her footsteps muffled like a cat's quiet patting. Once there, she stood at the sill and glanced out at the garden beyond. It was late at night. The digital clock on her bedside table said it was already 20:30, and the sky was navy blue, the moon ringed by wisps of cloud. It's only 20:30. There was a bit of a breeze outside, and the darkened silhouette of the hedgerows were shaking. Ethel's fingers curled around the windowsill. All of a sudden, being inside felt stifling. Ah yes, let's go out for a walk in the middle of the... into the woods in the middle of the night. Great idea. Ethel had been so caught up in her memories, she worried they would overwhelm her. Newly uneasy, Ethel took an anxious step away from the window. She wasn't sure why, but she had an intense desire to escape. Feeling an intense desire to escape after looking into the dark woods? I would say stay in. I would say sleep on it. You know, I would say don't do it. Maybe do it in the morning. She had to clear the cobwebs from her mind in some way, and what better way to do that than go for a walk? She craves the woods. Perhaps there is a Wendigo baddie out there. Never know. You bring up a fair point. It might have been late at night. It was too late to go for a wander, really. But she did live in Oxbury. Oxbury was a tiny village. Almost minuscule, really. Thank you for the hydrate. With a night-on, non-existent crime rate. Hey, you don't want to be the new statistic. Nothing bad ever happened there. No stabbings ever took place in Oxbury, contrary to the wild claims Americans on the internet like to make about the UK's crime statistics, or any muggings. So we're in UK, that makes sense. Because I didn't recognize the test. Ethel would be just fine. Why wouldn't she be? UK propaganda is crazy work. My bad, y'all. I didn't know they were British. Oxbury was so safe and sterile, it bordered on the boring. Hadn't she always wanted to go on fun adventures when she was a little girl? I don't know if this is the kind of fun adventure. Adventure was hardly going to come and find her if she remained indoors, steeped in her reminiscence as if it were a tea bag. As if she were a tea bag. Ethel didn't imagine that anything exciting would happen on her walk, but it would be better than sitting inside and stewing. totally not a menacing bee. Oh, the cup says best dad. Ethel padded downstairs, her feet sinking against the cushioned landing. Then the cushioned steps of the staircase and paused by the front door. Take a flashlight? She eyed her old coat, but ultimately left it be. Oh, now we're gonna freeze to death too. It was a brown duffel coat, which Ethel had owned since sixth form. The coat had been in active service for 4 long winters, and the passage of time had taken its toll. Oh, I accidentally pressed right click. But maybe it's for the best. I tend to forget to save. One of the toggles of the coat was missing. It had snapped clean off, and the brown, furry fabric was worn and threadbare in places, like a beloved teddy which had been cuddled one too many times. Lauren had tutted when Ethel had come home from university, clad in that natty coat, and shaken her head. "You're still wearing that old thing?" she'd asked, her voice incredulous. "I thought you would have bought a new coat by now. You look like you've come straight out of a jumble sale." My mom's words would always be like, "You look like a hobo," is my best way of translating it. And I'd be like, man, what the heck? Ethel knew that her mother hadn't meant this as a compliment. Ethel's mother rarely complimented her appearance. Same girl! But she had liked it nonetheless. Lauren had often taken Ethel to jumble sales when she was a girl. What are jumble sales? Ostensibly to find some cheap bits and pieces for their newly renowned kitchen. Is it like thrift stores? They don't understand the Miku Stompers or the Ventipers. Exactly! She always says those are so childish. Because like, oh, you're buying these childish things again? If it's so childish, why did it come in adult sizes? When I dye my hair bright colors, she'll say it's childish too. And I'm like, how many kids do you see going around with bright hair? Like, whatever, mom. But actually, so she could have a natter with her friends. Miku? Yeah, I have Miku shoes. And I have a bunch of Miku t-shirts too. I think jumble sales is just like Goodwill. That's what I'm thinking. Lauren would stand by Auntie Janny and Auntie Morella's stalls. They weren't real aunties, of course. Oh, is it like I think it's a flea market. They were just her mother's friends, while Ethel would wander around by herself, transfixed by all the wares on display. If they have different stalls, I think flea market is better. The jumble sale her mother had frequented every weekend had taken place in the car park of the big Sainsbury's in Wrexham, and all sorts of people were in attendance. It hadn't been Auntie Jeannie who sold all paperbacks which had once belonged to her mother, and Auntie Morella, who sold soap and candles. There had been other, more interesting vendors with piercings and tattoos. Some of these vendors sold bits of wood whittled into fantastical creatures. Self-painted dioramas of forests and fairy tale castles. Handmade jewelry set with stones which couldn't have been precious, but which shone regardless. And beaded dream catchers which swayed in the breeze. Their wares made Auntie Jenny's old paperbacks and Auntie Morella's soaps and candles look very pedestrian indeed. Ethel had always loved jumble sales, in part because there had been so much stuff to gawp at. So it's it's a market. It's a market. You know, where they come with different stalls and different like vendors. And, you know, indie. So. Why am I drinking without a redeem? Shaking my head. They'd been so busy, Ethel had been able to mount into the crowds, completely anonymous. Ethel had quite liked being told she looked like she had come straight from one of those sales, though her mother had been less than impressed. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the check-in. Don't forget your check-in. Shaking my head. Where's your card? Soon. Yes, soon. It shall appear. It shall come. Listen, it broke and I tried to reach out to the guy who like made the tutorial on how to make it and he didn't respond. So, yikes. Now it's just very awkward. Check-in rewards when you can get a super cool roll. Maybe. Anyways, guys, we have a story to read. If you have any ideas, though, you could leave them in the Discord. Lauren had told her that her coat made her look mousy, but that was what Ethel preferred. Let me modify one redeem for a check-in reward. You just want to modify hydrate to be without cooldown or what? She had never liked standing out. Maybe that was why she'd chosen to venture outdoors at such a late hour. There wouldn't be anybody on the street to spot her. I wouldn't have time to even play the game if you redeemed it every 30 seconds. I'd just be chugging it. The coat really was too ratty to keep wearing, however. Ethel left it be, reasoning her jacket would be enough. Ethel did grab her father's old torch from his toolbox. We're bringing a flashlight! Yes! Good, rational decisions are being made. However, just in case she needed it, she stuffed it inside a canvas bag, which she slung over her shoulder. What's a canvas bag? Is it like a tote bag? Then she stepped out onto the street. She shut the front door behind her, and soon she was enveloped by the shadows. For a second I forgot we were making a really bad decision. She hoped she would be able to wander the streets uninterrupted. Huh? Well now, this is a coincidence. It's been a while. Ethel, isn't it? But her hopes were soon scuppered. Oh, why is the man here? Huh? There was a man on the other side of the road, a man who looked almost as washed out as Ethel. It was hard to see in the dark, even with the street lamps illuminating the gray, gloomy pavement, but Ethel recognized the man well enough. He must have been in his 50s now, but he'd been younger when Ethel had first met him. 31, 32, she wasn't sure. He had a lined face which spoke of his encroaching age, though it was lined in such a way that traces of the young man he'd once been could still be seen. His jaw was still firm, his nose aquiline, and his eyes were striking. The man had a full head of hair despite his age. Good for you, man. And it was more sandy brown than gray. I accidentally pressed right click again. Shot through with only a few lighter strands. He wasn't a bad looking man. He was definitely no monster, but Ethel still shrunk away from him, as she should. Stranger danger. She knew him, but that did little to endear her to him. This was Mr. Brown, one of Ethel's teachers back in primary school. Oh, he's a teacher. That's kind of sweet. Mr. Brown had been one of the few male teachers at Oxbury Primary. In fact, he might have been the only male teacher. Kind of a red flag. Why? And he had stood out from the rest, not just because of his gender, but because of his sheer size. Girl, turn back. Turn back. Go back into the house. Lock the door. Lock the door. I've been a mountain of a man. So much so, he didn't have to stoop to enter and exit the classroom. Yeah, why? We need more male teachers. Yeah, it was just like, why is he the only one? Like, was there no other male teachers in the area? Like, did it just so happen? Or more like, did like... I don't know. So, I guess I don't have context to judge on it. I guess I don't have context. But still, grown man, very tall, talking to us outside our house in the middle of the night. Get back inside. Get back inside. And our family isn't home. We're alone. Go back. He had been head and shoulders above Miss Pierce, Miss Priggett, and Mrs. Moyles, quite literally. Ethel had always found Mr. Brown intimidating, what with his sheer vastness, not to mention his voice, which had been deep and booming. Ethel, granted, had been a good deal shorter herself back when she had been in primary school, but Mr. Brown didn't look any less intimidating over a decade later. Ethel had grown while Mr. Brown had not, but he still eclipsed her. Mr. Brown was taller than Rowan, who had shot up when he started secondary school, taller too than her father, who had played basketball when he was younger. He was easily taller than 6 feet. He could even have been pushing 7. That's an unfamiliar height for many of you, huh? Short kings. I'm sorry. Anyway. Mr. Brown was a vast mountain of a man with large hands and large feet, whose coat seemed too small to contain him. 6, 7, even. Time out, Pocket. Mods, time out. Time out, Pocket. Shaking my head. Thank you for the hydrate. I need a drink after that. Can't believe you just did a 6-7 joke in my chat. Ethel had been afraid of Mr. Brown as a young girl, and little had changed. And we're afraid of him. Turn around. She was still afraid of him. Turn around. Book it. You need a good few mods. I have one. Maybe even 60. Do you feel proud? Do you feel proud of that one? Do you feel proud of that? Shaking my head. I hope you guys get no candy. Ow. Ethel shrunk back, shaking. What was Mr. Brown doing outside so very late? It was strange, but... Yep. Ah, he's walking his dog? Okay. Green flag. Ah, that explained it. He must have been walking his dog. Mr. Brown's dog was a curious sight. It was the polar opposite of its owner. Small and runty, where Mr. Brown was tall and wide. Oh, I love the premise of like a big strong man owning a little tiny itty bitty dog. Yeah. The dog and the owner were so mismatched and was almost comical. The diminutive dog, was he a spaniel? Ethel wasn't sure. Was so tiny, Ethel worried Mr. Brown might step on it by accident. Ethel hadn't known that Mr. Brown had a dog. She didn't know much about Mr. Brown at all. She hadn't thought about him in years. Was the spaniel? Yes, Ethel was sure that it was a spaniel. A new addition to his family? The character art is cute, right? It looks very similar to, oh my god. What was the name of the previous one we played? Also by Ebihime. Oh, It Gets Lonely Here? That's the one we played? It looks kind of similar. I wonder if it's the same artist. Oh my god, hi Tengu! Happy Halloween! I hope you're having a great Halloween. Thank you for stopping by. We're playing a Toxic Yuri visual novel. As always, a little treat for Ethel? Ethel's shocked silence must have perturbed Mr. Brown, because he sounded concerned when he said, "You are Ethel, aren't you? Ethel Briggs? It's been a while since I saw you, but I remember you. I don't forget any of my students." Oh, yes, I'm Ethel. Sorry? I thought as much. It's nice to know I'm not going completely senile. I take it you're back home from university then? Oh, yes. You're going to Durham? Yes, did my parents tell you that? Aye, they did. Jude told me. Oh, do you see my parents very much then? Oh, aye, we go to the pub quiz together sometimes, in Wrexham. Your father can be very competitive. I would die if my parents were hanging out with my teacher. But I guess this is her teacher from primary school, so it's whatever. But still. Oh my god, my teacher from primary school moved into the same apartment building we were living in. So I would go out sometimes and I would just like run into her, you know, while going to the store, going back to school. And it was embarrassing a little. She'd always, you know, like, she was a sweet teacher. Like, she was nice and caring. You know, I was just a kid who's embarrassed of living. And, you know, she'd stop me and my parents and, like, ask how I'm doing. I think they've gone back, like, my parents have visited back, and she still lives in that building. And she met them. And my grandma, who still lives there, and, like, asks about me. Which is sweet if you think about it. She was my teacher from grade 2 to grade 5. I did grade 1 at a different school. Ethel didn't disbelieve that. Jude had always been a bit of a know-it-all. He was the sort of man who liked to watch quiz shows solely so he could yell at the contestants for getting things wrong. And woe betide they loosed up any questions on classic rock. I hate when they get the question wrong and you know the right answer. It really is painful. You want to scream it at them, but they can't hear you. That was Jude's specialty. Ethel couldn't imagine her mother joining in a pub quiz all that enthusiastically, but she probably went along for the drinks and the peanuts. Ethel had been to the pub in Wrexham with her parents a couple of times, and Lauren got on rather well with the proprieties. Old Jed, proprietor. Old Jerry. He always made a show of IDing Lauren whenever she ordered a pint, though it wasn't really necessary. Hey, give your mom some credit. Lauren might have been young for a mother of 3, and she took great pains to ensure her makeup was just so, but she was in her early 32. 42 only! I want to see her mom. Is your mom single, Ethel? I know you mentioned dad, but that doesn't mean anything if you think about it. It was impossible that anybody might mistake her for a teenager, but Lauren still liked the attention. She thrived on it. Let Lauren have her thing! Let Lauren have her fun! Gee. Can her dad fight asking for a friend? I've been seeing quite a bit of your parents, actually, after Evie's funeral. Your mom helped me with the arrangements and with all of the refreshments. Who's Evie? Her help was invaluable. Ah, now that sounded familiar. Ethel thought her mother might have mentioned at some point or another that her old primary school teacher's wife had died recently. This man is single for anyone interested. She hadn't given it much thought, but she supposed her mother must have been talking about Mr. Brown. It was the only male teacher she'd had, and Ethel didn't think that Miss Pierce, Mrs. Spriggan, or Miss Moyles had been having any clandestine lesbian affairs on the sly. They were all too old-fashioned. Hey, you never know how some old-fashioned ladies used to have fun. Ethel wondered briefly if Mr. Brown expected her to comment on his wife's passing, but she had spared the need when he continued once more, readjusting his grip on his dog's lead. I've been curious about you too. You were one of my better students, even among all the year 5 kiddos. They were year 5. It's whatever, you know? So I ask about you sometimes. I hope you don't mind. Ethel did mind, as it happened. She didn't like being spoken about behind her back, even if the talk was all positive. I felt that. When I hear my parents talking about me to other people, you know, like without me, like on a phone call, I'm like, why are you talking about me? Don't do that. Don't talk about me. She didn't know how to articulate this, however, without sounding rude. Stuck for words, Ethel looked at her feet and said, "Oh, no, it's fine. Your parents are quite proud of you, you know. They can't stop boasting about you." Ethel thought that this was highly unlikely. She might have gone into a good university, and maybe she was doing well academically. Okay, she's not just like me for real. Never mind. Our relatables, relate. I don't relate. But her parents had never placed much stock into high flaunting things like degrees. Neither of her parents had been to university. Jude had joined the workforce as soon as she'd been able. He'd apprenticed as a plumber, and Lauren hadn't even finished secondary school. She had packed in school altogether when she'd been 15 so she could pursue her dream of superstardom. Unfortunately for Lauren, however, these dreams hadn't come into fruition. She had done some modeling for trashy tabloids for a few years. Before debuting as an actress in a few sleazy low-budget flicks, Ethel had never wanted to see. Oh, come on, watch your mom's movies, man. I'd watch your mom's movies. Lauren had wound up settling down and starting a family with Jude when she was only 21. Her age, Ethel thought with a shiver. Yeah, she started a family at 21? Though she never seemed particularly bitter about her lot in life. Some people like that. You know, everyone has their own path. Lauren had never taken much of an interest in her daughter's creative or academic pursuits, though she'd not been dismissive of them either. 21, right? Like, I am 21. When I hear of somebody my age having a family, I'm like, damn. I feel like I put on that silly little hat, you know, with rainbow colors and a little wind turbine. And hold a big lollipop. Lauren had driven Ethel all the way to Rexquem once a week for her violin lessons with Miss Manderley, lessons she had paid for without complaining. She had seemed pleased, too, when Ethel had been accepted into her university of choice. Though her pleasure hadn't been much more effusive than a benign, "Oh, that's nice, dear. I suppose we'll have to get your student grant sorted out then, eh?" Yeah, everyone's on their own path. Ethel found it hard to believe that her mother had been boasting about her academically talented daughter. Lauren would have been more inclined to boast if Ethel had started to dress more fashionably. Ugh, same. Or if she'd learned how to apply eyeliner without making her eyes water. Or if she'd started her own successful TikTok channel. Lauren had a TikTok account of her own where she filmed herself putting on makeup, taking off makeup, showing off her nails, and singing along to her favorite pop songs. A parent having a TikTok account, let alone a TikTok account they post on, is a kid's fucking nightmare. My dad has a TikTok account. He thankfully only watches, but... Excuse me, what? Lauren was actually fairly successful on the platform, and she had managed to rack up over 300,000 followers in the span of 2 years. Lauren is more successful than me. God damn. That is really good. She sometimes did sponsorships with makeup brands. What? I want to see Lauren. Lauren sounds amazing. And it was her newfound fame which had paid for Manny's fancy gaming PC, Jude's new guitar, the family's holiday in Australia. If Ethel had been like Lauren, bouncy and cheerful, Ethel imagined her mother might have been more inclined to boast about her. But as it was, Ethel thought it was doubtful. It wasn't hard to imagine that Mr. Brown cared about Ethel's academic achievements more than her own parents did. So, it was kind of him, Ethel supposed, to bother spinning her a white lie like that. It must have been trying to cheer her up. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? You'll be on your Christmas holidays now, won't you? I doubt you want to talk about university much right now. Oh, not really. I thought as much. I'm sorry for bringing it up. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. The thought was appreciated, but Ethel thought it was rather too late for that. She already felt uncomfortable. That wasn't necessarily Mr. Brown's fault, however. She felt uncomfortable about most things in life. That was just how she was. That's a mood. I'd leave you on your merry way, but I am curious. What are you doing, going for a walk at this hour? It's very dark outside, and I think it might start raining soon. Are you sure you'll be alright? What if she was just getting the mail? Thank you, but I'll be fine. Are you sure? Ethel nodded. He's officially the last person to have seen us before we die. He'll be the main suspect. I have my phone with me, and I even brought my dad's old torch if it gets too dark. Should be able to light the way, but I won't be gone for long. I just wanted to go looking for bats. Bats? Yes, and nightjars. My dad took me out to look for them sometimes. When I was little, I know my way around the forest, so it should be fine. If you say so. Mr. Brown didn't look wholly reassured, but he didn't try to question Ethel further. Hi, thank you. I low-key got it last minute. Because I low-key was forgetting that Halloween is coming up. I did have a little commission prepared, but look, it's so cute. It fits me perfectly. Just playing a little spooky Yuri now. To fit with the Halloween vibes. It's not as much spooky as toxic, I guess. But hey, a toxic Yuri is always a treat. Maybe he didn't have the time for it. His dog was beginning to tug on his lead, yipping fiercely as he did. Mr. Brown's dog might have been very small, but he had quite the set of lungs on him, and he clearly wasn't afraid of using them. He got a small yapper. I can fix her? What are you talking about? It looks like his lordship here is getting hungry. Oh, for toxic Yuri? I think that's a little different. I think we're gonna take her as she is. I can't keep him waiting. Not if I don't want him to wake up half the blasted village. I should be off now. But do take care of yourself. I know you're a great grown lass by now. The British talk is killing me. Hatsune Miku does not talk to British people. The only pounds I need are me pounding your mom. The woods can be perilous at night, even if you have a torch and know your way. The woods are a lot bigger than they look. You wouldn't want you getting lost, and you do know what happened to the Delaney girl, don't you? Well, of course Ethel knew what happened to that Delaney girl. Everybody in Augsbury did. It had been quite the topic of conversation when it happened. Like and subscribe if you agree. Ethel hadn't been living in Augsbury then. She just started university in Durham, and she'd been trying desperately to keep her head above the water, but Lauren had told her all about it. Her mother had called, breathless, to tell her that a girl had gone missing. And it wouldn't be the first time either. Don't you remember that Chloe girl? You were still in primary school at the time, but that caused such a stir too. I wonder if the cases are related. British Hatsune Miku is not real. She can't pound your mom. Hatsune Miku does not talk to British people. It's like I saw that on TikTok. It's like one of my favorite TikToks ever. So there's been 2 girls going missing in this village, and we decided to go out at night alone. Okay. I don't know if I still have it. I think they took it down. But I don't know. I had it saved on my phone. Ethel hadn't liked the way her mother had talked about the girl's disappearance, as though it was some amusing piece of gossip, no different from who was dating who on Love Island. She had found it rather tasteless. Ethel hadn't known the missing girl. She had not been a local of Uxbury, according to the local paper. She'd been staying there for a few days with a couple of relatives, and she didn't remember her first name. She thought it had been something unusual, though, something exotic. India, maybe? Indigo? Well, in any case, the girl had last been sighted near the edge of the woods by a dog walker. Like us? We had been seen outside the woods by a dog walker just now? What a prophecy. The police had combed every inch of the forest, but her body had never been discovered, if there was a body to uncover at all. It was possible she had grown bored of being stuck in Oxbury and she had run away. There was no guarantee she had come to a sticky end, and neither was there any evidence, but Ethel still wondered. And so it seemed did Mr. Brown. It had been almost 3 years since the young Miss Delaney's disappearance, but it had cast something of a pall over Oxbury. As a teacher, Mr. Brown must have been more concerned than most. He had spent the better part of his life looking after small children, cleaning skinned knees and breaking up arguments over who stole whose favorite toy. Ethel could hardly fault Mr. Brown for worrying, but his concerns still rankled. There was something uncomfortably cloying about it. Did Mr. Brown still regard her as a child? No, Mr. Brown regards you as a young lady going alone for a walk in the woods where other young ladies disappeared. Get it together! Was that why he was lecturing her? Ethel was 21 now, so grown. But she knew Mr. Brown would never regard her as an adult in her own right. How could he, when he'd known her as a 9-year-old? This realization was an uncomfortable one. It made Ethel cringe. I still call myself a kid at 21. When I talk about other grown-ups and they're significantly older than me, I understand they're like, oh yeah, they don't want to listen to a kid like me. I'll be fine, really. I know my way around and I have my phone. If I do get lost, I can call for help. Who Ethel would call if she got lost exactly was a mystery even to her. She could hardly call her parents, given they were in Australia, and she knew she wouldn't have the courage to call the police. So she knows she's cooked. Ethel would have hesitated to dial 999 even if her home had been broken into by a couple of machete-wielding muggers. She wouldn't have wanted to be a burden. A burden? You're being murdered. Maybe Mr. Brown realized this. He had known Ethel for several years, but he chose, rather tactfully, not to comment upon it. Instead, he nodded and said, "Very good. Take care then, and make sure you come back before it rains, aye?" "Thank you. I'll, see you later?" "I'm sure you will. If you need anything while your parents are away, remember, Sparky and I are just a few doors down." Sparky? Was that the name of Mr. Brown's dog? Ethel supposed it must have been, though what a small dog like Sparky could possibly do to help, hey, or anybody for that matter, was a mystery. Small dogs can still help, especially when it's a yapper like that. They'll scare other animals away with their yapping. And with their fierce, posture. Ethel doubted she would have cause to call on Mr. Brown, or on Sparky during the ensuing days, but she didn't say this. Instead, she nodded and thanked Mr. Brown, who smiled in return. "Good night then, Ethel. I hope you have luck finding your bats." "I hope so too." Ethel hadn't had much luck during the last few months, not since the start of her third and final year at university. She could have used a bit of good fortune. Mr. Brown gave Ethel a brief wave with the hand which wasn't occupied with Sparky's leash and turned. Mr. Brown's footsteps faded away, as did the sounds of Sparky's indignant yapping, though this took far longer to fade. For such a small dog, Sparky was awfully loud. Ethel watched for a few moments, motionless. Then she spun on her heels. It was time to go to the forest. Time to make a decision we won't regret. Hi, Chronic. Thank you. How's the love interest? We haven't met her yet. I know, we're like an hour in. We haven't met her yet. The game is good so far. Thank you for stopping by. We're about to head into the woods in the middle of the night, alone, with nobody to call for help. It's gonna go great. You've been streaming so long. Well, I do also yap in between readings, so it does take me longer to get through it. Hot vampire girlfriend? I don't know. More like a hot mushroom girlfriend. That works in 2 ways. Guess what? What? Okay. Ethel began to walk through the village once more. My Halloween outfit today was a little mushroom maiden. Oh my god, are you this game's love interest? That's crazy. I didn't know they put you in the game. Why didn't you tell me? Shaking my head. Ethel began to walk through the village once more, picking her way through the latticework of shadows which were slowly lengthening on the ground. Her footfalls were dull on the pavement, a series of muddled sounds which offered little competition when contrasted with the mournful moaning of the wind. It had been breezy when Ethel first stepped outdoors, but the wind was beginning to pick up now. It tugged at her braided hair, and she shivered. She should have expected the poor weather, given it was very early in January, but she was still surprised by just how frigid it was. I knew we should have grabbed that jacket. Is this what people call a parasocial relationship? Not sure if being in a visual novel counts. What was the temperature? It must have been in the single digits. Ethel looked up at the sky which hung above her, dark and mysterious. The clouds were grim, foreboding even. But they didn't look numerous enough to promise rain. Maybe Mr. Brown had been wrong about the weather. But Mr. Brown was a sensible man, and it seemed unlikely he would make a mistake. Even, or perhaps especially, about something as mundane as the weather. She would have to be quick about her walk if she didn't want to get drenched. She would step into the woods and make a neat circuit about the trees. Then, after 15 minutes, she would head back. Yes, that should be fine. She wouldn't wander far. What was the point? Yeah, sure. I believe this. Thank you for the bits, Chronic. You didn't have to. Happy Halloween. It wasn't like Oxbury's forest was all that exciting either. It was in a dreamlike manner that Ethel navigated the streets. When she did, the wind blew. It sounded sad, like a wounded animal. Maybe coming out here was a mistake after all, you think? What's the point in coming all the way out here anyway? There was nothing that Ethel really wanted to do in the woods. She was just trying to run away from the responsibilities. Like she had after Clementine. Clementine is her ex. But Ethel didn't want to think about that. It was with uncertain eyes that Ethel glanced about the dense woodland which surrounded her. In the distance, somewhere far above her head, an owl hooted. The sound split the air quite suddenly, and Ethel jumped. She hadn't expected it. The spooky music. She could feel the pulse hammering uncomfortably in the base of her neck. Ethel had been into the forest many, many times before. Sometimes with her parents, and sometimes with her brothers, though more often than not on her own, but it felt different tonight. Maybe it was because of Mr. Brown's warning. That Delaney girl was in Ethel's mind. It felt almost as if she were watching her from the shadows, giggling at Ethel's unease. There was something disconcerting about the woods tonight. Something devouring. It seemed almost to be inviting her in, but beneath its cordiality, there lurked something uncompromising. When Ethel closed her eyes, she thought she could even hear strange whispers upon the breeze. But surely that was silly. Nothing lived in the forest apart from rabbits, mice, and the odd badger. The bee is speaking up. There was nothing waiting in the woods for her. She was being stupid. Ethel took a deep breath. Then she stepped forwards. The loose leaves strewn on the cold, hard ground crunched beneath her soles, and she once again an owl hooted. This time, however, it didn't startle her. She was prepared for it. Ethel continued to tramp through the woods, her father's chunky torch in hand. It wasn't a very reliable source of light. It kept cutting in and out, but at least it had a dual purpose. If push came to shove, and she was set upon some miscreants, it was heavy enough that she could use it as a weapon. Ethel doubted anybody would attack her, however, despite Mr. Brown's warnings. She was in Hawkesbury, for goodness sake. It wasn't the sort of place where people were attacked. Hell, not even the missing Delaney girl had been attacked. She had simply disappeared. Besides, it wasn't like Ethel had anything on her that was worth stealing. Except that pretty face of yours. Her phone was an old Samsung, at least 6 generations out of date. So delightfully archaic in the current year that Clementine had laughed at her. Why would your ex laugh at you, man? I guess that's why she's your ex, but still. She had always joked that Ethel's phone belonged in a museum. Hey, if a phone still works, it works. You know, they have to mine a bunch of metals to make your phone using cheap labor, so it's best to use up your phone until it breaks before you get a new one. If anything, Ethel is just mindful. Yes. Ethel hadn't bothered to bring her wallet with her either. There weren't any shops open this late. There were scarcely any shops in Hawkesbury at all, save for the corner shop owned by the Lilly family, and that closed at 6 o'clock. Yeah, what about bringing your ID in case your body goes poof? So they could identify you? 6 had already come, then passed, a long time ago. Now, it was almost 9 o'clock, and Ethel could feel it. The wind blew, uncomfortably cold, trailing its invisible fingers against Ethel's cheeks. Mr. Brown had warned that it might rain, but it felt so cold, snow was beginning to seem more likely. Ow. The Shanks, good luck. Though it had been cold for the last month, it hadn't snowed yet. It had been a predictably British sort of Christmas. Not white, but brown and grey and squatty. There had been no pure white sheets of the incorruptible snow, nor even a few token powdery flakes falling from the sky. Is snow rare? For the British? That's sad. Ow. I'll drink for that. There had, however, been rain, and plenty of it. Rain which had tipped it down in Sarah rods on Christmas Eve and Boxing Day. Huh? It hadn't rained on Christmas itself, which had been something of a small mercy, but it had been continuously cloudy and overcast throughout the holy day. Yes, it doesn't snow very often there. When it snows, a lot of their infrastructure shuts down. Really? Huh. I guess it's weird for me have only lived in Russia and Florida. Haven't lived in this kind of like middle weather. They'd ask if she'd like to take a turn in the woods herself, to get some color into her cheeks, but Ethel had declined these generous invitations. Ethel had thought it would be too muddy, and she hadn't wanted to twist her ankle. Fortunately, it hadn't rained at all in the ensuing week. The forest floor might once have been squelching mud and mire, but now the dirt was reassuringly cold and compact. Ethel wasn't sure whether that would last for very long, however, not that it really did begin to rain. The moon overhead was round and full that night, just like a perfect pearl. An earring nestled in the ear of a beautiful woman. Ethel's always thinking of beautiful women, man. That's gay as hell. Lauren had nagged Ethel to get her own ears pierced, but Ethel had never wanted to go along with it. She worried that it would hurt, and anyway, she hadn't really seen the point in it. We're yet to see the woman! She didn't understand the appeal of poking holes in herself. Not so she could gussy herself up with studs and hoops and glinting bits of gold. She had no interest in making herself a target for any thieving magpies. Well, are thieves that common in England? Lauren had always laughed at Ethel's unease. Don't be so dopey. Heaps of girls even younger than you get their ears pierced. I was only 7 when I had mine done, and it didn't hurt at all. But Ethel had remained firm. I was also like around 7. I demanded my ears get pierced because some other girls around got their ears pierced. So, you know, of course, as a kid, if somebody got something done, you must get it too. You know, if someone got the new toy, now you need the new toy. Now I hate wearing them. She could be stubborn about the strangest things. Lauren had been bemused by her daughter's indifference, but she hadn't pushed the issue, not too much at least. Instead, Lauren had shrugged and said, "Oh well, suit yourself. You are being daft though, Effie." That was how most of Ethel's conversations with her mother went. She was always calling her daft. Guys, what does daft mean? Daft mean. I really need to read more. Sometimes Ethel took offense, even though it was a very mild insult. Better even than the things kids said on the playground. Sometimes, however, I skipped. Can I go back? Oh my god, I didn't save since forever. We've only been for 22 minutes of the game. Oh wait, or is that time? Or is that the time right now? Oh yeah, that's the time right now. Never mind. Not knowledgeable? Ah, thank you. Try scrolling back on pressing B. It's not working. I can do it forward and back, but maybe since I was clicking, I can't. It's okay. It's just one line. I hope it's nothing important. I doubt it. She was being daft right now, wandering through the woods so very late at night. I agree. But still, she didn't stop. She kept on walking, the foliage crunching underfoot. Sometimes Ethel liked to imagine that she was a heroine from a romantic poem when she wandered through the woods. A nameless beauty Lord Byron might have committed to the paper, who walked with all the grace of the night itself. But Ethel knew that this was nothing more than a fantasy. She was, in all aspects, hopelessly plain. Oh, don't say that! You look lovely! Maybe that was why Clementine had... No, Ethel wasn't going to think about that. She did have to think about her thesis, however. It was weighing on her. Why, she wondered, had she been silly enough to write her thesis on romantic poets when they focused so intensely, obsessively even, on things which were beautiful? If they weren't waxing poetics on beautiful women, then they were writing of the beauties of nature, of lakes and forests and hills and death-defying high cliffs capped with snow, I too would write my thesis on beautiful women. Sometimes Ethel liked to read about the beauties of nature. It was rarer than she liked to read about beautiful women. The former was uplifting, but the latter was just depressing. Was that why she was struggling with her thesis so much? Was it the subject matter? Ethel didn't think that she had lost interest in her poetry, but her enthusiasm had definitely dwindled. Maybe it was inevitable, when Clementine had been the one to pique her interest in the subject. Clementine had always been very passionate about poetry, romantic poetry in particular. Stop thinking about your ex! Through reading these old poems with Clementine, Ethel had found something in them to appreciate herself. Something she had never noticed before. And maybe it wasn't the words of the poems she had appreciated, but the way they sounded in Clementine's mouth when she spoke them. That's gay. Pack it up. Had Ethel only pretended to be interested in poetry because she had wanted to have more in common with Clementine? In retrospect, that seemed depressingly likely. Ethel had wanted Clementine to like her. She had been almost slavish in the way she had followed her about, laughing at all of her jokes a little too loudly, affirming that yes, of course all of her essays were wonderfully original. She had even offered to be Clementine's caddy when they had been on campus. Ethel had been only too happy to buy Clementine drinks from the vending machine or snacks from the student shop whenever she so desired. Oh, Ethel, you gotta put yourself first. You can't always be the giver. Shaking my head. And Clementine was only a taker, huh? Ethel had wanted Clementine to like her so badly for such a long time. Then Clementine had liked her, and it had been wonderful. For over a year, Ethel had been suspended upon the clouds. Nothing could have hurt her, until it all came crashing down. Do you know who else is a taker? Your mama? Shaking my head. First 6-7 jokes in my chat, now your mama? You guys are the reason I drink. Had that been inevitable? Maybe she should have expected it. What's the drink? Citrus and vodka. A Smirnoff Ice. You know what I drink. Ethel shuddered. She felt very, very cold and uncomfortable alongside it. This coldness did not abate the further Ethel walked into the woods. An icy chill coiled inside her guts, clenched about her heart like a vice. Just strawberry milk? No, it's not. It's just a lemonade, right? Thank you for the hydrate pocket. Cheers. You know, talking about walking in the woods. I walk my dog into the woods sometimes, except they're the Florida woods, so they're kind of like jungly almost. But you know, swampy. And it's so cold in them. You know, in the Florida heat, as we get closer to the woods, I can like feel the breeze coming from them. And I'm like, oh my god, that's why they hang out in there. That's why all the animals are in there. It's cooler. Because of the shadow. It's like significantly cooler. Like you feel it. I'm like, man, maybe I should go in there. So I kind of get this girl getting the urge to go into the woods. Because I too got the urge to go into the woods. Except those woods are so thick you can't walk through. And there's probably snakes and whatnot. She could feel it too, upon the crown of her head, trickling down her neck. VTuber discovers the concept of shade. It's bigger than just a shade. It's a massive shade of the whole woods. She could feel... Oh. Was that rain? It looked like Mr. Brown had been right. The rain came slowly at first and irregularly, But it didn't take long before spears of the stuff started pelting down. The rain made everything look faint and blurry, as if it was being viewed through a filter. Something in the undergrowth rustled, and Ethel glanced in its direction, the wind whipping her hair about her face. What was that? Ethel knew the answer to that was probably nothing, or if it wasn't nothing, then it was a small, insignificant sort of something. It must have been a rabbit seeking shelter from the rain, that, or a vole, or maybe a sodden squirrel. What's a vole? Is that a bird? There was nothing for Ethel to worry about, apart from the miserable weather, of course. She's coping so hard. Ethel shouldn't have ventured so far into the woods, but it was too late to worry about that now. She couldn't double back on herself in hopes of avoiding the rain. Her home was a good half-hour walk away. Girl, you said... We literally... You spoke to yourself. Hey, me. We're gonna go to the woods for 10, 15 minutes, and then we're gonna go back. What do you mean we're a good half-hour walk away? Everything's gone wrong. Everything has gone wrong. Ethel had come further than she had meant to, and had fallen quite literally off the beaten path. And we are not on the path. It's like she did everything wrong. The trees now rose up about her, dark and ominous, like mute watchmen standing sentinel. Ethel looked about worriedly. She had no idea when the rain was going to stop, but she doubted it would be any time soon. She had to take shelter somewhere, but where? What about the church? The church? St. Catherine's was an old, crooked building which bordered the forest. It was located on the fringe of Oxbury, away from the rest of her house. You know, it's so funny she brings that up because I believe Abihime is making another Yuri. Like she always is. And it actually has a nun. It has a nun, I think. So, I'm looking forward to that one. Ethel's parents weren't religious, but her grandmother was, and she'd taken Ethel to St. Catherine's a few times in the past, mostly for Easter and Christmas services, where they sang hymns praising a god none of them put all that much stock in. Ethel wasn't very religious either. She must have inherited from her father, just like his freckles. But she did wonder on occasion if the world was governed by some greater power nobody could see. Ethel had even tried praying a few times, as it happened, to see if some mysterious greater being would answer. But she had felt silly and self-conscious, even though she had been on her own, and she'd soon stopped. She hadn't been able to rid herself of the mental image of her father, scoffing, as he said, "God? What a lot of bollocks. The only God I believe in is Jimi Hendrix. The only God I believe in is Hatsune Miku. Praise our Lord and Savior, Hatsune Miku." Ethel hadn't been about to pray to Jimi Hendrix, of course, and the mere idea had been so silly, it had dampened her momentary religious musings. Ethel still wasn't sure if she believed in God, but if he did exist, she was sure he wouldn't mind if she took shelter in one of his churches for a while. Or she. Technically, God doesn't have gender, according to the Bible, so it wouldn't be exactly wrong. Play God as a woman. If she could avoid the worst of the rain, then she would have nothing negative to say on the subject of organized religion in the foreseeable future. It wasn't like Ethel had any particular vendetta against Christianity anyways, not like her father, who railed against it as being illogical and impractical. Jude found a lot of things illogical and impractical. Ethel knew that her love for English literature ranked quite highly on his list. Ethel bit her lip. Are we gonna find the church? Then she began to pick her way through the forest. The rain was coming down even harder now, thick and fast and unforgiving, and it obscured her vision. It didn't help that it was so dark either. The light from Jude's old torch wasn't doing much to help. It was hard for Ethel to keep her footing. The floor was mulchy, and it was festooned with the roots. Arched, raised things which threatened to trip Ethel at every step. Ethel sidestepped a thorn bush and very nearly walked smack dab into a tree, though she was able to circumnavigate it just in time. That had been a close call. As little as Ethel enjoyed being rained on, she enjoyed the thought of breaking a limb even less. Ethel continued to walk, picking up speed as she did. The church wasn't so far away now. She would be able to duck inside and dry herself off, provided, of course, that the door was unlocked. Churches usually leave the door unlocked. Well, no, you know what? Not these days. I've gone up to a church just because it was pretty, and the door was freaking locked. She broke through the last line of trees, her clothes sticking to her skin like tarpaulin, and looked up at St. Catherine's. The church was small and squat, but it did look oddly imposing in the dark, its tiled roof superimposed against the wicked thin crescent moon. It does look almost abandoned. Why is there all sorts of vines on it? St. Catherine's arched wooden door loomed over Ethel as she approached it, almost consuming in the darkness. Ethel had been sure she would be able to take shelter here, like the persecuted Esmeralda in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, but maybe not. It wouldn't have been too surprising if the warden had locked the church come sunset. It wouldn't do to have vandals lying waste to its interior, making off with the burnished bronze candlesticks and the prayer mats. But come on, didn't you say that nothing bad ever happens? So how come there's vandals? Ethel didn't think there was anything worth nicking in St. Catherine's, but some people would take anything if it wasn't nailed down. It wasn't like there was much else to do in Oxbury, other than look for the potentially decomposing corpse of the presumably dead Delaney girl. Vandal, like the guy in the gun in the Hit Riot games. Valorant. Shaking my head. Don't you bring up those cursed games in my chat. That's the real horror. But now she had come this far, she felt compelled to try. It would have been foolish to back down now. Ethel paused to wipe her brow free of rainwater. Not that it much mattered, really, given how fiercely the rain was still pouring down. Then she reached for the wooden door of St. Catherine's. She pressed her palm against the door and pushed inwards. She didn't expect the door to give way beneath her touch. She was starting to feel decidedly pessimistic, but... Ethel gasped, surprised, as the door cleaved beneath her touch. So it was open after all. That was reassuring. Ethel pushed against the door with more strength than before, and the door swung inwards. The door was heavy, but it offered little resistance, creaking loudly like some subterranean monster. Ethel could see a sliver of the church through the gap which emerged, and she could see it was dark. This, however, was to be expected. It was very late at night. The mushrooms are scary. Wait till you see the real mushroom. I think unlikely that there would be anybody else there at such hour. She would have been alarmed, in fact, if there was. It came as a great surprise, therefore, when Ethel finally slipped inside the building and she saw her. Ave Maria had a mysterious encounter at the church. The figure. Who is she? I was trying to take a screenshot. Shoot. There was a girl standing in the chancel, hanging by the stained glass window. Ethel couldn't see the girl's face, but she could see how slender her waist was, how shapely her calves. Yeah. First thing you do is notice her waist and her calves. Alright. The girl wasn't dressed for a downpour. She wasn't dressed for a British winter in general. The rain notwithstanding. The girl's clothes were simple. A summer dress cinched in at the back with a ribbon. Her legs were bare. She wore no leggings nor any tights. It didn't even look like she was wearing socks. Instead, she wore a pair of sandals which had the slightest suggestion of a heel. The back of the girl's feet were exposed, feet which were arched and raised a couple of centimeters above the floor. Now be civil about feet. I don't want nothing in my chat. The girl was only standing, but there was a curious grace to her even as she remained motionless, which made Ethel's heart ache. Ethel had yet to see her face, but she didn't need to. She already knew that this girl would be heartbreakingly beautiful. The girl wasn't even a little bit damp, not like Ethel. She must have arrived at the church before the rain had started. That, or she had the foresight to bring an umbrella with her. Why, Ethel wondered, hadn't she bought an umbrella too? She could have ducked back inside after Mr. Brown had warned her about the rain to retrieve one. Wouldn't that have been the sensible thing to do? You haven't been doing a lot of sensible thing, Ethel. Let's be serious. Ethel hadn't wanted to do the sensible thing, however. She hadn't wanted to listen to Mr. Brown. I accidentally clicked it, so might as well. Mr. Brown had been her teacher once, as she had wanted to prove to herself she wasn't a child anymore, as she no longer had to take his advice. Yeah, sounds very childish to me. How very wrong she was. Once more, her mother's cheerful castigations returned to Ethel. Oh well, suit yourself. You are being daft though, Effie. Why was it that all of the adults in her life seemed to know better than she did? Lauren had never been to university, and neither had Jude, but they were far more sensible. 'Cause they'd live longer, girl? Maybe it was because no matter what Ethel liked to tell herself, she wasn't a real adult herself. She was still a child, a little girl playing pretend. What a mood. But there was little sense standing there, sadly, smelling of petrichor, slowly dribbling rainwater all over the uneven stone floor. The girl was not simply standing there, she was singing. Ethel recognized the song which tumbled from her lips, pure and clear as spring water. It was Ave Maria. Ethel stood there, stunned into silence. The more the girl sang, the less the rest of the world seemed to matter. The steady pitter-patter of the rain fell away. It simply ceased to exist. For several moments, it was just Ethel and the girl's lovely, lyrical voice. Ethel stood there dumbly, letting the girl's voice wash over her when... Oh my, the girl. My, what do we have here? Oh. Ethel jumped as the girl turned about, her bobbed hair fluttering. Oh, she has a little heart! A little heart highlight. Hold on. I need to make this full screen for me again. The girl was standing in such a way that the stained glass window at the back of the church framed her face perfectly. The position of it was so perfect, in fact, it looked like a shot from a movie. The girl, a trained actress, told precisely where to stand. It's such a cute dress! Oh my god, the separate sleeves? I love separate sleeves. The moonlight which shone through the window backlit the girl's short hair so it glowed, just like a dark, inverted halo. The girl didn't look like any of the angels Ethel had seen pictured before. However, not the romantic sort with golden locks and baby blues, nor the biblically accurate ones made of flickering flames with hundreds of vast, staring eyes. The girl only had 2 eyes, which were positioned where they should have been, and framed with a sweep of dark lashes. Those are sharp lashes. Her nose was snub and her lips curved upwards into a small smile. Her skin, meanwhile, was very white. She didn't have wings, and neither did she wear a robe, though her pale green dress looked almost angelic. There was too much mischief in her smile for her countenance to be truly seraphic, but she still took Ethel's breath away. "Hello, stranger. I've not seen you around before. Not that that's saying much, I guess. I don't know many people around here. Were you watching me?" Girl's starstruck. Me when I see a cute girl, too. Ethel's face, which had always had a pinkish undertone, now turned red. She dropped her gaze to her feet and mumbled, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "So you were watching me?" Ethel gnawed on the damp, fleshy inside of her cheek. A few moments of silence passed, silence which has filled with the steady pitter-patter of the rain outside, which fell on the grass and the dirt and all of the tombstones. Ethel could feel her palms beginning to sweat. Slowly, like a mechanical doll in need of recalibrating, she nodded. "I thought so. I'm glad you're not a liar. I like honest girls." She has me blushing, like... Look at that cute smile. She has a little fang! She has a little fang! Oh, that's so cute! Aw, like how some anime girls do? Aw. Girl. Very cute. Yeah, I love her. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Ethel frowned. He had taken great offense about being called a boy the moment he'd started secondary school. He was in year 9 now, but his voice had dropped and he already had facial hair, and everybody called him a young man. What's that meant to be? What's the mean? Are you mean to me? Leave me alone. I'm just saying she's a cute girl. Why then did Ethel have to be a girl when she was already 21? She was too old for it, wasn't she? Oh? Don't you like being called a girl? I didn't offend you, did I? Oh, no, it's fine. I don't mind. I mean... Yeah, unfortunately, I like cute girls, Crisis. What's the problem? There is no problem! We all like cute girls here! This is a cute girls appreciation community! This is girls appreciation community, because all girls are cute. I probably offended you more with my staring eye. Should have said something. I'm sorry? Aw, you don't need to apologize, silly. I don't mind. You don't? The girl shook her head. She looks like she could chew me and spit me out. And I'd love it. I was only teasing. It might be rude to eavesdrop, but I prefer singing when I have a captive audience. Otherwise, it feels a bit pointless. So, what did you think? About what? About my singing, obviously. Was it good? Great? The best thing you've ever heard? You were... enchanting. Enchanting, eh? That's a bit more flowery than I was expecting. Do you like reading by any chance? I study English literature at university, so I guess... I knew it! You did give me that impression, so... Want her to kill me? Don't get ahead of yourself. The girl took a seat upon the pew, then shot Ethel a look which could only be described as, "Come hither." With a thin, half-moon smile, she patted the pew, her pale hand cleaving through the darkness. "Why don't you come here and talk to me? It feels like it's been an age since I last had a chat with a girl my age, and I'm dying for it." Bro, I love girls with cool toned hair, blue-green hair, and death. Augsbury is so boring. Augsbury is so boring. Ethel hung back, abashed, almost afraid at the girl's insistence. Why was this girl so interested in her? Because you're both cute girls, alone, in a dark church. I don't know. Maybe she wants to, I don't know, kiss in the moonlight? Just a thought. That would be pretty cool. She wasn't anything special. Yeah, you only have the most majestic 2 braids and cutest freckles ever. It seemed ludicrous, unthinkable even, that she should care. The girl really must have been bored. Was Ethel her last resort? A last-ditch attempt to keep herself amused? She's talking herself down again. Hello? The girl cocked her head to one side, her smile an amused, impish one. Didn't you hear me? I would have thought the rain would have washed those ears of yours out. Won't you come and sit with me? I can hardly have a conversation with you from all the way across the church. Unless you're afraid that I might bite. Giggling, kicking my feet. Ethel allowed herself to think, briefly, of the girl's bite, of sharp incisors digging into her throat, like something from a Gothic novel, and she shivered. Why did you immediately think of that? She wasn't sure if she wholly disliked that, though. That thought. And this left her feeling unsettled. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm not afraid. I'll sit. Ethel crossed the church, her soul slapping against the flagstones. Thud, 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 then sat. She was still damp, and droplets of water slid from her clothes as she walked. Small puddles tracked her progress, from the entrance of the church with its domed door, all the way to the pew where she settled herself. Ethel's long skirt was clinging to her thighs, and her sweater was uncomfortably damp. Ethel tended to wear baggy, oversized clothes, but the rainwater had rendered them uncomfortably skin tight. So we're getting undressed is what I'm hearing? On the first date? Alright, who am I to judge? She would have felt self-conscious regardless, being seen in such a state by anybody, even Mr. Brown, but being perceived by a girl as pretty as whatever her name was, she looked like she could have been a Celeste, or even a Celine. Wasn't doing her self-esteem any favors. Wetly, Ethel looked down at her lap, and wanly, she threaded her fingers together. So, she had sat, just as the girl had asked. Now what? My, you're quite the awkward one, aren't you? You've barely said more than a word to me since seeing me. Please, don't tell me you're really afraid of me. What? Oh no. Just shy. I'm sorry. You've not done anything wrong. This is my fault. The girl frowned, one hand resting beneath her chin. You say it's your fault, but I don't think you've done anything wrong either. You don't? No, I don't. I don't see why you feel the need to apologize. I'm not upset. I was just stating a fact. You're so quiet. I was wondering whether I'd done something to upset you. But I guess this is just the way you are. The girl who apologizes too much, the overly confident girl. It's writing itself. I've never been very good at small talk. I never really know what to say, so I'm sorry. I must be so boring. I love my doomed yuri dynamics. Hell no, I'll be the judge of that. I've not known you long enough to find you boring, and I wouldn't started talking to you in the first place if you hadn't piqued my interest. You don't think I'm a poor judge of character, do you? In this case, maybe she was, but Ethel was so afraid of offending the girl, even inadvertently, she hastily said, I don't think so, but it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know you very well. You raised a good point. We are strangers, and this has been a pretty strange meeting. I wouldn't be surprised if you're wondering who this crazy girl is, who's been singing by herself in the church at night. I must seem like a total nutter. I don't know if I'd say that. You probably wouldn't. No, I think you're too considerate. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what you're thinking, though. Well, go on, you can be honest with me. You must think I'm barmy. What's barmy? I'm learning so many words. I don't know if I'd call you that, but this is a bit strange, I suppose. Oh, come on, you're being too generous. I know I'm more than a bit strange. Your hobbies might be a bit unusual, I guess. Again with the tact. You'd make a good politician. I mean, singing in the church is not that strange. People sing there all the time, right? For service. And she was singing Ave Maria of all songs. But who am I to judge? I went for a walk in the woods late at night when I knew it was going to rain. Not much better. I guess not. Maybe that's what brought us together then. What? The rain? Oh, silly. I think there's a deeper meaning behind our meeting than this. Deeper? Yeah, we must be like two alike souls, or maybe two birds of a feather, if that doesn't sound too out there. We're both weirdos, so we ought to stick together. The world isn't very accepting of people like us. Now, what's your name? Surely you must have one. You need her so bad. We just met her. Don't simp yet. Oh, I'm Ethel. Oh, not the voice. The soundtrack changing. Ethel's voice was quiet when she replied, as if she repeated a curse word, and to her ears, it might well have been one. I don't care. I need to look at her smile. As far as names went, Ethel wasn't very flattering. Oh, come on, Ethel is a perfectly fine name. It was so old-fashioned, it spoke more of elderly spinsters than it did 21-year-olds. Ginny had teased Ethel about her name incessantly, as though she hadn't been named after the country singer. Ethel would have preferred to be a Shania any day of the week over boring old Ethel, though. A Shania over Ethel? Ethel is like, you know, from storybooks. Yes, it's old, but it's like mysteriously so. You know, you think of like a fine lady in a way. And it will go really hard as you get older. I think. Auntie Ethel, Granny Ethel, like hell yeah. Ethel often resented her parents for landing her with that name, though it was mostly Lauren's fault. She supposed for naming her after her grandmother, Ethel's great-great-grandmother, especially when her brothers had suitably modern names. How is she the only one stuck with a name plugged straight from the dusty archives of a Victorian poorhouse? Everybody is always so critical on themselves. It was so unfair. The girl didn't seem to mind Ethel's name, however, because she laughed. Ethel! How pretty. No, it isn't. You're teasing me. No, I'm not. Honest to God. We're in a church, and I'd never dare to take the Lord's name in vain. I'm a good Christian like that, you know? You are? Pff, no. I really am pulling your leg. Right, well, I suspected as much. You shouldn't be so self-conscious, though. Ethel's a perfectly nice name. I've met girls who were saddled with much, much worse. Right, well, try telling that to Shania. Who's Shania? Nobody. She doesn't matter. Not anymore. You wouldn't know her. Ethel's voice chilled off, then she frowned. By the way, where are you from? You aren't a local, are you? Ask for her name! Oh no, and thank the god I don't believe in for it. What? And thank the god I don't believe in for it? Is that a phrase I'm unfamiliar with? This village is so small, I think I'd go mad. Madder than I am, I mean, if I had to live here. You know who else wasn't from around here? The girl that went missing. Are you visiting then? That's right, I'm here to stay with my grandparents over the holidays. My parents are pretty busy right now, so they dumped me here. I've only been here a couple of days, but I'm already bored out of my tree. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. Figured I might as well stretch my legs. I was afraid I'd go stir-crazy otherwise, but maybe it's too late for that. I see, will you be staying in Oxbury for long? Not too long. My parents will be picking me up in a few days. Alright, of course. Ethel tried to keep the disappointment from her voice when she spoke. Why should she care when the girl went home? She hardly knew her. She still didn't know her name, in fact. Maybe Ethel thought worriedly she should have asked the girl that first before inquiring if she was local to the area. Yeah, maybe. It would have been the polite thing to do, but Ethel spoke to others so rarely, she found it difficult to know what the polite thing to do was. She was so awkward. Well, there was time enough to write this oversight. I'm sorry, but it just occurred to me, what? Oh, interrupting us. I might not have been born here, but I am pretty familiar with this village. I know my way around rather well, which is how I wound up here. Yeah, that's not suspicious. Not that that's saying very much, since there isn't all that much to know, but you know what I mean. Right, Ethel blinked. Her plans to ask for the girl's name summarily scuppered. There was a small pause, then... Do you come to Uxbury very often? More often than I'd like. This place is pretty dead. Dead? But oh well. I wind up in Uxbury a lot during the holidays, since my parents are always palming me off on my grandparents. I've spent a lot of my summers here, and a lot of winters too. Ugh. The summers here are depressing enough, since there's nothing to do, but the winters are even worse. It's so cold and so dark, and it's so wet too. It rains so much, the ground gets all mulchy. It's pretty miserable. Just taking another sip. No offense. I don't want to insult this place too much. Not when you were born here. I hope you don't mind. It's fine. I'm not offended. Actually, I agree with you. Well, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's a different story with my grandparents, though. They love this place. They've been living here for... God, I don't know. Their whole long lives, more or less, so they're pretty settled. They won't hear a bad word against Oxbury, they're obsessed. I mean, a nice quiet town in your retirement does sound pretty nice. They were old, you know, when I was a kid, but they're even older now, if you can credit that. I think that's why they like Oxbury. It doesn't change, just like them. It's completely static. Ethel frowned, lost in contemplation. The girl's voice was light, but there was something sad about her words. Something which twisted Ethel's insides. When people reached their twilight years, typically when they passed into their 80s, it became almost impossible to discern their age from their appearance. There wasn't that much difference, or so Ethel had always thought, between an 80 and a 90-year-old. Well, there can be, depending on the person. Some of them rot like tomatoes, and some people age like fine wine. Women, mayhaps. Any older ladies in the chat? My fault, my fault. Old age had an anonymous factor. It stripped the individuality out of people, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. As far as Ethel was concerned, you are, oh my god, single older ladies? You should join my Discord. Need me a MILF, sorry y'all. As far as Ethel was concerned, old people were all white-haired and ruby-eyed. Their faces scored with wrinkles. Their fingers were choppy, their hands shook, and they complained of myriad problems. Bad backs, bad eyes, bad hearts. Ethel didn't like the body she inhabited at the present. Also available? My goodness. I need to watch how I'm acting around older ladies in the chat. My fault. Suddenly it's getting hot in here. She'd been teased over her appearance one too many times, but she liked the thought of getting older even less. She didn't think she ever wanted to be 50, much less 80 or 90. You do you, thank you. She liked life too little to try and cling to it all that long. What was the point? Hey, there's lots of things you can still do even at 50. Especially as you get more time with retirement, man. And you don't have to worry about so many silly things anymore, since you're already old. You can just be. My parents have been having my grandparents look after me since I was a kid, but I don't think they've ever been cut out for the job. They could never keep up with me. I was a wee little thing back then, about this tall. The girl gestured with her right hand for emphasis. But even then, I got this feeling I was no good for my poor old grandparents. I used to fret having to run around after me would drive them into their early graves. But it's been years since then, and they're both alive and kicking. But not literally. They're so old, I don't think they'd be capable of it. Are you afraid they might dislocate their hips if they did that? I've got to say, I didn't expect that from you. You're more fiery than you look. Oh, I hope you don't mind. One compliment, Ethel's already losing her marbles. Nah, I think it's funny. I like the contrast of your sweet exterior and your spicy interior. It was a surprise, but it was a pleasant one. I don't know if I'm particularly spicy, but thank you. You're welcome. I hope you're not getting the wrong idea, though. I know I'm being mean about my grandparents, but I do love them. They're the only grandparents I have, and I owe them a lot. They're dear to me. But I've had to spend a lot of time with them in this pokey little village, and it does get stifling. She's so flustered, right? She's hopeless. She's a useless lesbian. Someday, I'd like to take off, see a bit more of the world. It's all very constricting. What about your parents? Where did they live? Oh, some tiny town not too far away from here. And have they never taken you on holiday with them before? They've never bothered. Whenever they go anywhere, I've always been dumped here with my old folks. And let me tell you, they really are old. I'm not even sure if they're pushing 90, or maybe even 100. Damn! You're the one taking care of them by this point, then. 100? Ethel stared, all the while trying to solve some basic mental math. Yeah, Ethel's grandparents on her mother's side were relatively young as far as grandparents went, as they had her mother when they were in their very early 20s. Her maternal grandmother was only 62. That's young. My dad's older than that. I'm not sure about my mom. Thank you for the follow, Nathaniel. Her material grandfather is 66. Her paternal grandparents were a bit older. They were both in their mid-70s, but they weren't pushing into their 80s just yet, and they definitely weren't close to 100. My parents did have me late, to be fair. I'm a late kind of child. The girl's family must have skewed awfully old. Ethel was still trying to work this out. Something the girl seemed to notice because she smiled. I'm exaggerating, of course. Oh, right, of course. I can just imagine this girl looking down, just working this out in her brain. Yeah, it probably is. It's probably written all over her face. And I'm not joking when I say that they're old, though. I don't like being with them in their rank-smelling house, which is all brown and green and damp. The walls have rot, and it's moist all the year round, so the window panels are all waterlogged. It's awful. I wouldn't stay here if I had a choice, but I don't really have any friends, and my family's pretty small, so... Guys, guess who has an empty house? Ethel. Ethel has an empty house. They could go back home together. Hold hands, maybe? The girl shrugged. I guess it could be worse, but I don't like having to spend all of my holidays out in this dump. I wish my parents would think about me a little more, but that's never going to happen. They've always been so selfish. The girl sighed. She sounded bitter, unexpectedly so, given how lightly she'd spoken before. It was obvious that a degree of resentment shimmered beneath her seemingly irreverent surface. Resentment which didn't seem to be buried all that deeply. Well, if she had inner demons, she wouldn't be the only one. She was only human. Was she? Oh! The girl suddenly gasped, wide-eyed, as she stared at Ethel. Where are my manners? I spent all this time talking about myself, but I've not asked about you. You were born in Oxbury, weren't you? Yes, that's right. I don't like that she's only human line. That chick is not a human. That's exactly what I thought. But we'll see. You still live here, I'm guessing? With my parents and my two brothers, yeah. Rowan and Manny. Ah, I see. I don't have any siblings myself. No sisters or brothers. I've always wondered what it would be like, though. It's... alright, I guess. You don't sound too sure. Well, it's hard for me to say what it's like. I've had brothers for most of my life. Roman was born when I was 4, and Maddie when I was 7. So I can't really remember what life was like before they arrived. Any only kids in the chat except me? I'm an only kid. At least I grew up as one. I technically have half siblings, but we didn't grow up together, so YOLO. I'm the only kid. I see. That sounds kind of nice. If I had a sibling or two to keep me company, maybe spending all this time with my grandparents wouldn't have been so bad. Or you'd just fight the entire time. But who knows? Maybe they just annoy me. I don't know if I'd like to share my stuff with them either. It's a double-edged sword. I can be pretty selfish. She could be selfish with me. Who said that? The girl's eyes glinted when she said this, with a spark of mischief which made Ethel's skin prickle. There was something a little unsettling about the way she looked at Ethel. Her eyes were intense, as though she meant to devour Ethel from tip to toe. We get it, you're lucky you don't have to get the trauma of siblings. War? Who said it was war? Shaking my head. Get your head out of the gutter. But surely that was nothing more than a fancy. It could be cannibalism. It could be many things. Toxic Yuri. Stop calling it war! So where's your family right now, Ethel? Are they back at home, waiting for you? I hope that they're not worried about you. It is pretty late. I wouldn't want to make them anxious. Oh, no. Yeah, let's tell the stranger we just met that we're actually completely alone with no family to save us. It's fine. They won't be waiting. I mean, they're not even at home. They've gone to Australia. If a girl I just met said that to me, I'd get super anxious. Right? Australia? That's so far away. I've never been before, but is it true that their seasons are all mixed up compared to ours? They're reversed, yeah. Their winter is like our summer. It's something to do with the hemispheres. Crazy. I'm so used to wet, damp old Oxbury, I think that would take some getting used to. That's what I thought too. I was worried going there would throw me off, especially when it's been so cold here. Is that why you didn't want to go then? Did you turn down their invitation? Or did they not invite you? They did, yeah. My ticket was booked and everything. Wow, your ticket was booked and you didn't go? My mom had been planning it for a few months, ever since April this year, actually. If my shit was paid for, my mom would be like, you're going. I pay for it, you're going. You know? No matter what I said. She was pretty insistent that I accompany her. It was supposed to be a family holiday, but... Well... Ethel sighed. Now she wondered, was she supposed to explain her reasoning for staying behind to this girl? Toxic, did they not invite you? Toxic? What do you mean? No, it's a good question considering she just told us a story about her parents don't invite her. So it's like, it's reasonable that she'd think that. Kinda, you know? She'd find something. Oh, I missed the hydrate, but thank you so much. I've drank. She wasn't entirely sure if she understood her reasoning herself. She had overcomplicated things. Thank you for the hydrate crack. But with alcohol, it's only been alcohol. You think I'm drinking water over here? I'll drink water once this bottle is finished. She had overcomplicated things by being so moody. But wasn't that what she always did? She was forever making things more difficult. Not that she wanted to. It just seemed to happen. Hey, Ethel, you didn't have an argument with your family, did you? Hey, Steve, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the lurk. Happy Halloween. Oh no, it's not like that. We're fine, really. Everything's fine. Then why didn't you want to go? I'd leave England at the drop of a hat if I could. It's so wet and cold and... ugh. I can't stand it here. It's so gloomy. Australia sounds much nicer. It does sound nicer, but... The girl shifted a little closer to Ethel. So much so their thighs brushed. Ooh. Don't you like being with your family? Don't you get on with them? It's... that I don't want to get on with my parents. They're nice enough, I think. My mom nags me about my clothes and my hair sometimes, and my dad can be a bit... What the fuck is this girl's problem? She's so intense. She simply moved in closer. Contain yourself. Is that too much for you? Honestly, it would be too much for me. My dad can be a bit... insensitive, maybe. Ethel thought back on the numerous occasions she tried to practice her violin at home. Occasions which had been swiftly terminated by her dad telling her to put a cork in it. Because he was trying to watch this telly. I don't even mean it that way. She's just being very intense, like asking direct questions. To be fair, Ethel is so awkward and so quiet that she probably wouldn't say anything unless you asked a direct question. Some people are like that. They just won't speak unless they're like asked a question. So maybe in that sense, they're a good match. You are real. But they're not bad parents. They're not abusive. Other people have it much worse. And be unfair of me to complain. And yet, despite that, you still didn't want to go on a holiday with them. It's not like that. What is it like then? It's my fault, really. They've not done anything wrong, it's all me. What's all you? I don't understand. It's not that complicated, really. It's just, it's the way I think about things. My parents are fine. They're lovely, even. And my brothers, we argue sometimes, but I think that's normal. All siblings argue. Clementine always picked fights with her sisters, too. Clementine? My girlfriend. Ethel was about to say, but that would have been a lie. Clementine wasn't her girlfriend anymore. Ooh. They'd spoken so little after their breakup, Ethel wasn't certain whether she was even her friend. What was Clementine to her now? Was she anything to her now? She is just a person I know from university. We talked a bit. Way to downplay it! Ah, a friend then. We were friends. I don't know about now, not that it matters. None of it does, really. What doesn't matter? My feelings, maybe? I've been a bit down, I guess. I couldn't tell. But it's all very silly, and it's mostly self-inflicted anyway. I just get like this, in strange moods, I mean. That's what my mom says. She thinks I should bug my ideas up. Maybe she's right. It's not like I want to feel sad. Of course you don't. I don't think anybody does. But sometimes, no, most of the time, actually, I feel like a burden. I just bother my parents and my brothers. Girl, you just need a therapist. You're a psychiatrist. It's alright. You're not a burden. And Clementine, too. That's why I didn't want to go on a holiday with them. They insisted, but I don't know. They said the holiday wouldn't be the same without me. Which is probably right, but I think it'd be for the better. I've been so gloomy, I don't think they want to put up with me. Kidding her? That's a word I haven't heard in a while. My parents were planning this holiday for ages. They were looking forward to it. That's why I didn't want to come along. I know I'm not in the right mood to enjoy it. It'd make everybody unhappy, and then it'd spoil everything. I think. Oh, but now you made them sad by not coming. Ethel's fingers, lying on her lap, curled in on themselves. Her nails, which were short and serrated, she'd been biting them lately, though it was a habit she'd tried for years to kick, digging into her palms. Her shoulders shook. Then, very quietly, she said, I think they'd be happier without me. Oh, don't say that. That's baby girl. Oh. Clementine certainly had been. Who was to say that her family wouldn't share her opinion? Your family, probably? The one that loves you and invited you with them? Shaking my head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said all that. I was being silly, really. I know my family does care. Obviously they do. It's just sometimes... Shh. I'm sorry, but if a pretty girl shushed me, I'm sad. You know, I'm... Ethel startled. Surprised. I'm not the mommy. The girl was sitting even closer to her than before. Their fingers twined together and her eyes round, almost owl-like in their concern. Ethel stammered, stunned by the sudden, unexpected closeness. Stunned, too, by the sensation of the girl's skin upon her own. Her hand was icy cold. It's alright, you don't need to try and explain yourself. Not to me. I understand how you feel. Not human. She hasn't done anything non-human. I understand only too well. You do? A little. You aren't the only person who's been feeling lonely. But I wish you wouldn't be so very hard on yourself. Don't say that nobody cares. I know I shouldn't. It's childish to think that way. Of course my parents care, but but they don't make you feel like they do? Ethel looked into the girl's eyes, held captive by the intensity of her gaze. For a few moments, she could do nothing except sit there. She swallowed, tasting sawdust in her throat and dead, empty air. Then, like an aged automaton that was in dire need of oiling, she shook her head. Oh, you poor dear. It sounds like life has been very hard for you. But try not to worry, you aren't alone. I know how it feels, being unwanted. It's awful. And it feels so unjustified in your case, too. I know I'm reading it, but my face is red. She's everything you need. I need a drink. After all... The girl reached out. She cupped Ethel's cheeks with her fingers, her palms icy against Ethel's warm skin, and said, "You're so nice." Do you really think so? I think you must be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have listened to me so patiently when I was complaining about my grandparents. You're a sweetheart. And no matter how other people might have made you feel, I'm happy to be spending time with you. Meeting you has been really refreshing, actually. It's almost enough to make me think this was fated. Fated? That's right. I think you were sent here for a reason. You can laugh if you want, but I'm a pretty superstitious person. Maybe it comes from spending so much time with my grandmother. She's always put a lot of stock into that sort of thing. Tea leaves, and the alignment of the planets and star signs. And I don't think our meeting happened for no reason. It must have been ordained by... I don't know. Fate, destiny, karma, kismet... Call it what you will. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I've let one too many of my grandmother's silly stories get to me. The girl leaned in even more closely, if such a thing was possible. Then quietly, she said, "There must be a greater reason behind why our paths crossed tonight. I'm sure of it. I've been so lonely here these last few days, with nobody my age to talk to." The girl's eyes continued to bore into Ethel's, large, dark eyes lined with long, dark lashes, which seemed pregnant all of a sudden with meaning. Filled with meaning, I guess. That's a way to put it. That's a way to put it. And now I have you. You have me? Yes, I have you. You're mine now, just like I'm yours. I can be your strange singing girl who takes refuge in the church at night to recite hymns, and you can be my wet, wine-swept stranger coming from the cold. I'll wait for you tomorrow night too in this church, and we can have another wonderful tryst inside this crooked old building. How does that sound? Don't you think it's romantic? It's just like something from a fairy tale. Ethel thought of this. The girl's icy fingers, why were they so cold? Upon her own, and as she did, she felt herself blush. It wasn't a pretty blush, of course. Ethel wasn't pretty in general. Her blushes, when they came, were uncomfortably intense, red and blotchy, and not so very dissimilar from acne. Oh, come on, Ethel. She wasn't attractive. Ethel knew she wasn't attractive. But she wondered in that quiet, understated moment in the church whether she was pretty to the dark-haired girl who cupped her cheek. If this is a fairy tale, then would this have a happy ending? Well, now, that depends. Oh, Chronic, you gotta think better about yourself. Okay? On whether you come back, of course. I'll be waiting here, so don't be a stranger. Stop on by. If you don't, I think we'll both regret it. I mean... Impishly, the girl smiled. Then I won't be able to do this. Nothing else matters was the achievement. The girl tipped her head before Ethel could say anything. Before she knew what was happening, Ethel soon felt something soft against her lips, and she gasped. She could hardly believe it, but... The girl was kissing her! The kiss lasted but a few seconds. It was little more than a faint brushing of the lips, but it was enough to make Ethel's heart stammer. She knew, as the girl kissed her, her palms still pressed against the cheeks, that this signaled change, though what sort of change it was exactly remained a mystery. It was undeniable, however, that this would alter her holiday for the good. Things would never be the same again. The girl had branded her. Ooh. Her kiss corroded like acid, disintegrating all of Ethel's thoughts as if they were made of nothing more than the flimsiest, most insubstantial of crepe paper. There was the church. There was the girl. There was the kiss. And there was nothing else at all. Nothing in the whole world. We get a little intro. 2 hours in. Ethel Briggs has been feeling restless recently. Is this like a little trailer? There's something strange in the village of Oxbury. The girl. We don't get to find out her name? Something which wants to consume Ethel alive. Oh, consume. Oh, and as the days start to blur together, Ethel begins to wonder. Oh, wait, that's such a good shot. Would it be so bad to give in? Her love like poison. I think this is a good time to take a little pause so I can go pee. Okay. I've been holding it in, okay? My bladder isn't very strong, okay? I'm gonna play like a 1-minute ad, okay? And I'll be right back. The ads have ended before I even got back. What the heck? Did I really take that long? Okay. I'm back. I live. Let me remove the BRB because I always forget. Girl, you pissed that long? Shut. I'm pretty much out of vodka though. There we go. That was the last of it. I only have one bottle tonight. Now it's water for me, or I'll get a headache. Alright. At least we're finally getting to the juicy part. Go drink free again. I didn't put them in the fridge on purpose because I knew I'd be tempted, so they're warm. I only put one in the fridge earlier today. I'll be thinking ahead. 2 hours later, you're fucked. 2 hours later, I finished my one bottle of vodka, which is only 11 fluid ounces. How much did you drink? We just kissed the girl in the novel. I don't know if you've been lurking around to see that. Happy Halloween, I guess. I love women. I miss her. Stay strong. Stay strong. Gotta stay strong. The rain had let up somewhat when Ethel picked her way back home, but it hadn't abated yet. A fine smattering of raindrops continued to fall from the obsidian sky, drumming disaffectedly against the foliage above and about her as Ethel tramped through the forest. Gotta hydrate. It's water now. Since I'm out of vodka, it's just water. Which you should drink too. The ground was muddy and uneven, and Ethel had to take great care with every single step she took. Bro, go take shots of straight vodka. No, it tastes bad. I don't drink alcohol if it tastes like alcohol. Alcohol is bad. I can maybe do 1 or 2 shots, but like to consistently keep drinking it. Do you have orange juice? No. Do you think I'm an orange juice drinker? Guys, is this the impression I make? Do you people think I drink orange juice? This is important. I do not drink orange juice. I'm an apple juice enjoyer over here. Please. It's important to me that everybody knows that. Maybe I need to fix something. I don't think that's the vibe people give. Well, you asked. I had to make sure. Why is this so important? It is. My vibe is very important. What kind of people drink orange juice? I don't know, but not me. Not me. I know that much. I'll do a vodka cranberry. Vodka cranberry's okay. I wouldn't drink cranberry juice by itself though. It's kind of not that good. Oh, okay. Rusty, you redeemed a free doodle. Yippee! Congrats. We have kissed the main girl. I don't know if you've seen. I'm pretty excited. Actually laughing IRL. Thank you. I know I'm very funny. You're welcome. Recommend to all your friends. Like and subscribe. I want to put my name on a billboard. It'll be a birthday gift for myself? What? I would have probably drawn you a birthday gift. But I'll be happy to draw it. Okay, okay. Okay. You already gifted me something yesterday? That was nothing! It's fine. Oh my goodness. Alright. Everybody should come for Oresti's birthday stream. Well, I'm not sure we're gonna stream this. My bad. But if it does happen on the 18th, it'll be fun. Okay. One wrong move could easily spell a sprained ankle and muddy knees, bruised and bloody palms. No, you're shy, but I gotta show you. I gotta hype up my friends. Come on. The rain struck Ethel's scalp. It trickled down the nape of her neck. It stuck her close to her skin, and it chilled her to the bone. By the time Ethel finally managed to make her way back home, more than half an hour later, she was sniffling. Ethel shed her shoes at the front door and shed her coat not long after. Did she kiss the girl and just ran away home? That's such a mood. I would run away too. I've told this story many times, but I'd see like cute cosplayers at conventions that I really like the cosplay of. I'd literally just like peek from around the corner to look at them, and then I would run away because I was too shy to ask for pictures. I kind of regret it, but you know, I couldn't bring myself to it. I run strips and things. Yeah, that's about how I imagine it going. Her shirt, her skirt, and her socks all went the moment she made her way to the bathroom, where she ran herself a bath. Oh wait, why is this such a gorgeous actual shot though? This is so pretty, the way it's drawn. Okay, have fun, thank you. Then she sunk into the tub, sighing with relief as she submerged herself within the awaiting water. Right? If there was one positive to being caught in the rain, it was that taking a nice warm bath always felt better when chilled right down to the bone marrow. Ethel could feel the bathwater restoring life anew to her icy body. It was refreshing, rejuvenating even, and she sighed in dazzled relief from it. Ethel almost believed, as she cut herself up inside the tub, that she was being reborn. The water was restorative. It would help her shed her old skin, butterfly-like, so she could emerge from the bath as a brand new girl. A more confident, conventionally pretty girl, with smooth skin which had never known a spot and hair which wasn't quite so prone to tangling. Her old skin, her old shell, would lie like a deflated balloon in the bottom of the bathtub, gray and bloated and swollen from the soapy water. Ethel would deride it. Then she would discard it. God, Ethel wished she could step out of her own skin, if only for a few brief, glorious moments. But when she finally pulled the plug and stepped out of the tub, the rest of her body came with her, every last fold and every square centimeter of skin. Well, so much for that. Ethel toweled her hair dry, pointedly looking away from her reflection as she did, and pulled on her pajamas. Oh, that's so cute! Then she retreated to her bedroom, which wasn't really hers, not anymore. It was Manny's. He had remade this room in his image, and Ethel didn't much like what she saw. It was a room which was obviously meant for a teenager boy. So much she felt like an interloper. Manny might not have been there to chase her out of his room, but his disdain lingered. She didn't belong there. Feeling displaced and disoriented, she lay back on Manny's sheets and let her eyelids fall shut. Had the events of that night really happened? Had the girl truly kissed her? It was hard to say. Everything had unfolded with a subtle sense of surreality. The girl's voice light and irreverent enough to mirror the beating of a butterfly's wings. Now, Ethel had put some time and some distance between herself and the girl. She found it even harder to believe what had happened. What reason would the girl have had to loiter about at St. Catherine's so very late at night? It didn't make any sense. Well, what reason did you have? You know? And it made even less sense that the girl had kissed her. Ethel had found it hard to come to terms with Clementine's affections when her ex-girlfriend had confessed to her, but she found it harder still to accept this girl's feelings. Clementine's septum has been pierced. She had dyed her hair pink. She had kept a Tumblr blog long after Tumblr had stopped being cool. And in her childhood, she had written fanfiction about Sam and Dean Winchester from Supernatural kissing. I think I might know a girl like that. I think we all might know a Clementine. Clementine hadn't been perfect. Clementine had been more than willing to admit that she wasn't perfect, and she'd since disavowed the problematic fanfictions she had crafted in her heady, uncomplicated teenage years. Apparently, she'd been too young and stupid to know not to make the two brothers make out for several hundred words, though she had sounded rather proud when she told Ethel that the one of her immature incestuous efforts had gathered a whopping 207 kudos on AO3. I've written a fanfic once. It wasn't incest, but it was something. It was something. It shall not be said out loud. There had been something reassuringly human in Clementine's flaws. And her dark roots, which showed for her pale pink hair, the gap in her front teeth, and the way she'd snorted when she laughed. Clementine had been brash and loud and brassy, and she had intimidated Ethel when she had first met her at their university's writing club. Ethel hadn't ever imagined that a cheerful, outgoing, interesting girl like that would ever care about her. But she had been prepared to believe that Clementine was still an ordinary girl like she was. A girl who was made of flesh and blood. Who could laugh and who could cry, and who could laugh at herself when talking about her old embarrassing fanfiction. The girl at church, however, was different. She was so pretty she seemed almost otherworldly. Was she really human? Ethel couldn't imagine the girl at the church crying. She couldn't imagine her blushing, and she definitely couldn't imagine her shipping Sam and Dean Winchester. That's one thing to say. The girl seemed removed from petty concerns like fandom drama. What interest did she even have, anyway? How did she fill her free time beyond kissing complete strangers in churches late at night? Why don't you go back and ask? Ethel tried to furnish a past for the girl, some sort of backstory, but kept coming up blank. Like the awkward pieces of an old jigsaw puzzle, nothing quite seemed to fit. The girl was an enigma, just like the woman from the famous Byron poem that literature professors still talked of 2 centuries later. She walks in beauty like the night. Who was she, though? Where was she going? And what was she thinking? Perhaps she wasn't going anywhere or thinking anything. The woman who walked in beauty never managed to arrive at her destination. How could she when she didn't have one? Beautiful people didn't need to do. They only needed to be. Ethel wasn't sure, however, if the girl really was. So poetic. You can tell she's an English major. She didn't feel real. None of that night had felt real. Ethel, meanwhile, felt far too real for comfort. Her hair was still wet from her bath. She hadn't dried it thoroughly enough, and it was soaking the sheets. Aw, your hair is gonna be all frizzy. Guys, don't sleep with your hair wet, okay? It's bad. It's bad for your hair. That's how you get split ends and frizzy hair. It felt like there was a damp towel pressed against the nape of her neck, and it made her squirm. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but she was too tired to get up and dry her hair again. Much too lazy to hunt for her mother's hair dryer. She would simply leave it be. Slowly, as she lay there, sleep began to creep up on her. It clouded her senses, dueling them until her thoughts felt oddly hazy. Ethel could still hear the rain as it fell outdoors, but it was very faint and indistinct, hardly audible. soft pitter-patter of these scattered raindrops mingled with the sighing of the breeze, Ethel's own exhalations. Once again, Ethel thought of the strange girl and of her strange kiss. It must have been over an hour since the girl had brought their lips together, but Ethel's body was still burning. She can't get her out of her mind. Her thoughts, meanwhile, continued to run into one another, all of them blurring together into an incoherent, indistinct mess. Ethel saw Clementine in her mind's eye, with her sweet smile and her fluffy pink hair, but she was beginning to skew, to twist, to split apart. Like a reflection viewed in a film of water's undulating surface, Ethel couldn't pin it down. One of Clementine's eyeballs fell out of its socket. She's having a bad dream. Her mouth began to melt. She was starting to shift. Ethel wasn't picturing Clementine, not anymore. It was the girl from the church instead. Ethel saw her vivid eyes. She saw her pale skin. She saw her legs, so slender, like a ballet dancer's. She thought of how those legs had swished back and forth, like metronomes. The girl smiled at her. Then, Ethel's consciousness failed her, and she fell asleep. Ethel's sleep was anything but restive, however. In her dreams, which were faint and half-formed, she was in the forest again, flanked out on all sides by walls of dark, damp vegetation. The forest was pulsing about her, just like a living creature. It throbbed, and Ethel felt her own heart throbbing in tandem with it. She was running, her bare soul sinking into the dirt, though she had no idea what she was running from, didn't know what was pursuing her. You ever had those dreams where you're running away from something? I only had it like once. I was running away from a big, animal or something. All the time? Damn, that's creepy. I'm sorry. What was it that chased her in the dark, lurking amongst the trees? Ethel thought to turn her head, if only to discover the identity of her shadowy assailant, but she couldn't afford to let her attention wander. Tripping and falling would spell disaster. Ethel continued to run, on and on and on, her heart hammering in her chest all the while. Her hair fluttered as she skirted the trees, and her long shirt billowed about her. She turned this way and that, searching desperately for an escape. But parts of her already knew that it was too late. Her shadowy pursuer was fast approaching. It was much quicker than she was, and she could never hope to outrun it. She could never outpace it. It would find her, and when it did, its lips would curl upwards in the corner, its teeth, sharp as knife points, glinting in the moonlight. It would sink its fangs into her neck. Like a vampire? Oh. Then it would tear out her throat. She would scream, of course, as she oozed red blood. And then, suddenly, Ethel stumbled. Her right leg had snagged in the root of a tree and she fell. She tumbled forwards, her arms flapping, her eyes wide and afraid. But she didn't hit the ground. She woke up. Instead, she woke up, tangled amongst her sheets like a fish in a net, gasping for air. Ugh, waking up from fear like that is the worst. But also the best because you get the relief, but still. Her face was uncomfortably flushed, despite it being another cold morning, and her palms were slick with sweat. There was an unpleasant taste in the back of her mouth, like mold or decay. Oh? Mold or decay? And her tongue felt oddly furry. Furry? Had she forgotten to brush her teeth last night? Ethel tried to cast her mind back, but she couldn't. Her mind felt like it had been scrubbed clean, her thoughts a vague, hazy blur. The back of her head hurt. Her limbs were aching as though she really had been dashing through the woods in a desperate bid for her life. But the remnants of her dream were fast beginning to fade, exposed to the daytime light which was... bleh, I'm stumbling. Was filtering in through the windows. Drink some water. Ethel stood up, then pressed her palms against her forehead. It felt clammy. Was she getting sick? After being in the rain for so long, probably. She hoped she hadn't caught a fever after wandering about in all that rain. She didn't want to prove Mr. Brown right. Not, she supposed, that it mattered all that much. She doubted that she'd be seeing him again. Ethel blinked, her eyelids heavy, and stared at the wall of the bedroom. A bedroom which had once been hers, but was no longer. Most of Ethel's old furniture remained. The bed was still her old one, and so was the wardrobe beside it, but Manny had transformed it in her absence. Ethel's old books and her journals, and her little collection of ceramic fairies had all been thrown out. What? They just threw it out? Replaced with trophies from Manny's various football matches and his favorite sports manga. At least Ethel's old swivel chair, salvaged from a friend of Jude's who'd meant to throw it out, was still there. Ethel's ancient PC, however, had been chucked, replaced with a brand new model with a translucent case which lit up like a display of pyrotechnics. I'll never get RGB again, man. That shit was so distracting at night. I still have the same clear case, but it doesn't light up anymore. Ethel could see traces of her old life in this room. They were few and far between. The times had changed, and they moved right past her. Aww. She didn't belong here. She was no longer wanted. You like your LGBT computer? I can't say I share your sentiment. Had she ever been? Ethel sniffed. The wall blurred, and she had to wipe her eyes fiercely with the back of her arm. Stop being homophobic towards your computer. Your computer is a gamer, and that's all it is. And you know it. What is wrong with you? Sharply, she scolded herself. Gamer? Shaking my head. Stop thinking too much. You'll never get anything done like that. Ethel pressed the heels of her palm against her eyes so hard her vision blurred. Then she forced herself to stand. She threw aside the covers of her bed and set about her day. Not that there was much of the day left. It was already 13 o'clock. That's 1 p.m. in American. Yes, I know my clocks. How could she have slept for such a long time? At university, she got into the habit of waking up early in the morning, at 8, if not sooner, for her lectures. If you're signing up for 8 o'clock lectures, you're insane. I was signing up for that shit in the evening. Man, I've been going a little too hard at it. My throat's hurting. People are usually up by 8, Mr. Streamer. Nuh-uh. My evening classes were full, mind you. She'd been letting things slide at her parents, maybe because she got into the holiday spirit. She didn't have any lectures to attend, so there was no real reason for her to get up with the rising of the sun. Because people work 9 to 5. She's a university student. She's a full-time student. She doesn't work, okay? I'm talking in the context. In the context. Stop calling me unemployed. This thought was depressing, though. As was the realization that she had only about 3 hours of sunlight left to her. The days were so short lately. The nights so long. It was cold, too. Ethel shivered as she changed out of her pajamas and into her casual clothes. The same sweater she'd worn last night and the same shapeless skirt, which she had left to dry on the radiator. You should probably have washed them. She didn't care enough about her appearance to rule about in her suitcase for any other clothes, and everything hung up inside the wardrobe now belonged to Manny. You're lucky to have a job where you can work anywhere from anywhere at any time. That is very lucky. I work at a restaurant part-time, and my hours are mostly evenings till like 11 p.m.-ish. Depends on the day, you know. It's a pain, because our busiest days is when everybody gets online, and then I'm like, I'm at work. I work a stupid 8 to 5. I hate my job, but it's easy and I'm good at it. Didn't you used to say you love your job? I remember you saying that, Chronic. Interesting how the tables have turned. I'm never going to fucking live this down. No, you will not. Once she tied back her hair into plaits... Plaits? Is that another word for braids? She's unset about her day. I love the process of my job, like the content, hate the people that call. Yeah, anything that has to do with working with like customers or clients is a lot. She meant to work on her thesis. She would work on her thesis, but first she had to have breakfast. Or lunch, given how late it was. It's breakfast if I'm just eating it. Somebody who often wakes up past noon, eat my breakfast past noon, and it's still breakfast. Yes, plaits is the correct term for white people braids. Braids are typically the way black people lock their hair that aren't dreadlocks. Really? I never knew there was a separation. Braids is the English word I learned for, like, braids in general. You know, I knew there's different types of braids, but I just call them all braids. Interesting. I'm getting a lot of new vocabulary. Ethel made herself a cheese toasty. A cheese toasty? Is it like a grilled cheese? In the kitchen, using the toasty press that, maybe not, a toasty press that her father always forgot to clean. So crumbs kept getting stuck on it. People don't really use the correct term, but fishtail braids, that's what it's called, a blade. I see. Thank you. Ethel made sure to check the press for moldy crumbs very, very carefully before she stuck her cheese sandwich between it. Ethel ate her toasty and sipped at a cup of peppermint tea. I'm sorry. Peppermint tea is awful. Peppermint tea is like my least favorite kind of tea. I don't like peppermint in general, so I think that's where that comes from, but still. Wow, I really don't want to be your friend anymore? What, you're a peppermint lover? I'm sorry. How dare? What? I'm sorry. I'm more of like plain black, or maybe like a little fruit, or maybe like a green tea at best. One time my dad bought this tea and it was blue. It was like blue in color when you brewed it. It was alright. It was alright. I think I said that I liked it once, so he'd make it for me, but I didn't like it that much. And if you add lemon, it turns purple? You know what I'm talking about? I've never added lemon to it. Interesting. All of a sudden, she felt ravenous. She made another toasty, with ham this time, bright pink like sunburnt skin, and she ate that in silence too, with a second cup of peppermint tea. Ethel even thought, after that ham and cheese toasty, she could go for a third, but it was here that she stopped herself. There wasn't much bread left, or much cheese, and she didn't fancy trekking to the corner shop. Damn, this girl was ravenous. Yeah, that's what they said. That's what she said. Sorry. She wasn't in the mood for human interactions. Is that the second comparison between meat and flesh thus far? Ah! I think so. Human interaction. Go see your mysterious golf girl. They're meeting at night. Are you not paying attention? Shaking my head. They said to meet at night. Ethel washed the toasty press in the sink, if only to stop herself from daydreaming about a third toasty, and set it on the rack to dry, alongside the butter knife and her plate. Oh, look what a cute room! Oh my god, the fly trap. These awful fly traps, they're so ugly. I was gone for a little bit. I had to do my enrichment activity. I had to watch car crashes for 15 minutes. And what an enrichment activity. Shaking my head. Oh, they have like fancy china here. What do Americans call? Why don't they call it china? A little boat. Oh my god, a boat in a bottle. You know, I've always seen like little boat models in like bottles, right? It's always like a movie thing for me. You see it in a movie or in a cartoon, but I don't think I've seen one in real life. Are those real? People make boats inside little bottles? That's pretty cool. Hey, booze. Boats and bottles are very expensive. You won't see them IRL unless you go to a rich person's house. Ah, I went in a cafe once. What? Everyone's seen them? I gotta see one. I gotta find one day. Hey, Ratio. Is it time to drink alcohol? I already drank my alcohol. I'm surprised you haven't been drinking. If you haven't, Mason's been by. Mason's drink a lot. You have been? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's Yuri time. It's Yuri time. You have to build the boat inside the bottles. It's very expensive. Well, I figured as much. I've seen them kind of build it inside in movies. Spooky Yuri time, yum. Yes. Ratty is a cute way to put it. The task accomplished, she brewed for a cup of tea. There were still plenty of tea bags at least, then took her mug to the living room. She would work on her thesis later. She still had time. Me with my homework. Yeah, I'm gonna do it later. I still have time. The sun's still out. First, she wanted to see what was on the TV. There was nothing wrong with that, was there? Yeah, let me just scroll TikTok for a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. Let me just check out YouTube. Any new uploads? She needed to relax. Ethel flipped through the channels, but nothing caught her fancy. They were mostly showing old Christmas movies, the Santa Claus and the like. It was appropriate, Ethel supposed, given the season, but she wasn't in the mood to watch any Hollywood actors wearing fat suits ho-ho-hoing. You're about gonna grab vodka? Shaking my head. I didn't mean to encourage everybody drinking. Now I feel left out because I don't have any more. But weren't there anything else to do? Ethel wound up rifling through the DVD shelf. Santa's going to go ho-ho-hoing. It's weird. She said it was in January and they're still showing Christmas movies. Manny might have thrown away her old wind chimes and her fairy figures, but her DVDs were still there. The box set of Buffy and the Vampire Diaries and Doctor Who. After some deliberation, Ethel settled on Supernatural. She's seen the series for multiple times, but the adventures of the Winchester brothers always cheered her up. Do I go to party tomorrow and drink more? If you're not completely dead after today, maybe. A party sounds nice. The series was old, and it was definitely corny, but that was where all of the appeal was. It was fun, and was something Ethel's life severely lacked. Oh my god, they drew them. Ethel watched 5 episodes of the first season of Supernatural, then made a start on the 6th. She paused at intervals to make herself fresh cups of tea, or to snaffle snacks from the kitchen, then before she knew it, the day disappeared. When Ethel checked her phone, she saw it was almost 21 o'clock. Guys, what's 21? Okay, there's 24 hours, right? 24 hours. So 24 being like what? 12? So we go back 23. That's 11. 10. 22? Is 9:21? I don't know. I don't know. I was never good at military time. Ethel gnawed worriedly on the end of her plate as she weighed up her options. It wasn't too late to make a start on her thesis, she supposed. Did you forget about somebody you're supposed to meet? She wasn't tired despite it being pitch black outside, largely because she'd woken up so late herself. She could still make progress if she applied herself. She just had to focus. She could... Oh! Ethel's thoughts were soon interrupted, however, by ringing in the kitchen. It was the rarely used landline. Somebody was calling her, but who and why? Wasn't it a bit too late to receive any calls? Part of Ethel hoped, stupidly, that it was Clementine, calling at long last to check up on her. She soon dismissed this thought, however, as a fleeting fancy. Clementine hadn't spoken to her in over a fortnight. How long's a fortnight again? You got yourself vodka. Second update, I accidentally poured myself would be equivalent to 4 shots because the handle was too heavy. Damn. Don't drink too much. 2 weeks. That's not that long. Ethel couldn't see any reason why she would do so now, not if she hadn't bothered to call during Christmas or New Year's. There was nothing special about the date. It wasn't anybody's birthday. Besides, if Clementine had wanted to call her, she would have called Ethel's ancient Samsung. Ethel's mobile had been silent all day, however, and the day before that, and the day before that. It wasn't as though Ethel had no friends, even if her social pool had dwindled significantly after she'd broken up with Clementine. None of them had wanted to check up on her, however. That tastes awful. There's too much vodka. Get yourself a taller glass. It wouldn't be a friend then who was calling. Is it our teacher? It was far more likely to be her parents. The phone kept ringing, the sound shrill and unpleasant as it echoed inside Ethel's skull, and she went, "Stop thinking and pick it up!" Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm coming. Ethel got to her feet and shuffled her unenthusiastic way into the kitchen. Then she removed the phone, a bulky, boxy thing, from its cradle and held it to her ear. "Hello, this is... Lauren." "Oh, hello there, honey. Oh, that's Mom! Mom! Honey, I'm glad I finally got through to you. It took a minute. I was worried I was having trouble with the connection. I texted you a couple of times, but you didn't reply. I was starting to wonder about you, all alone in the house. How have you been? Are you hanging in there? Everything okay, isn't it?" Ethel took a step back, unnerved by the sudden tillage of words from the other end of the line. Ethel. Did I just call her Ethel? My fault. She wasn't sure how to answer this. How had she been hanging in there, metaphorically speaking? She was still alive at least, but she didn't necessarily feel it. Her sleep schedule had been so short, she still felt half awake. Or maybe that should have been half asleep. There was a pause and then... fine, I guess. That's great, Effie. I'm glad things are going well. And what time is it over there? It's 8 here and we've only just woken up. We'll be on our way down to Brekkie soon. Brekkie? The British are funny. I was very like Lauren. She had a way of infantizing her own speech, breaking down words like one might when talking to a baby, regardless of whom she was interacting with. Ethel did wonder sometimes when she was feeling especially cynical if this was a habit Lauren had picked up from TikTok, in her attempts to make her videos suitably inoffensive and toothless. But Lauren had always been like this, long before becoming a micro-influencer. She had embarrassed Ethel plenty during her school's parents' evenings when Lauren would, without any trace of irony, ask whether her then teenage daughter had been a good girlie who'd not been up to any mischief. But I'm waiting for Manny. You know what he's like in the morning. He's awful for it. Ah, yes, I know. Ethel knew this only too well. She'd been on the receiving end of Manny's sour stares more than she could count over the last couple of years, when she'd come back to her parents from university. I have to say, I'm often not very nice when I just wake up. Especially if I'm awoken. I can be I give sour stares to my mom. And I go get breakfast and I look mean. I just want to be asleep, man. Waking up is awful. Manny had been sweet enough when he'd been a child. Ethel could still remember the way he'd clung to her, begging her to play with him, but he'd undergone a drastic transformation once puberty had hit him. His skin hadn't turned green and had not sprouted any antennas, but he had become surly, so much so Ethel sometimes wondered whether her parents should have called him Moody instead. I'm an early-to-rise person, easy to like. I admire you, but I could never be you. I'm stay up till 5 a.m. person. My job doesn't help. It wasn't uncommon for him to stay up until the early hours, gaming. Oh, am I her brother? He would come into your woman's old laptop when Ethel was at home. I think could no longer access a fancy PC, but he said it was too old to run his favorite games properly, and it stuttered and lagged. Being parted from his gaming PC always put Manny in a bad mood, and when he lost a match at Rowan's laptop, his cries of disappointment would filter through the thin walls of the house. If you wake me up, I'll just be like, yep, I'm awake, and go to sleep, and go right back. It looked like Manny was up to his old tricks, even in Australia, but maybe the jet lag could be a contributing factor to his inability to wake up. Well, whatever the case, Ethel didn't begrudge her mother for having to wake him. Although, now that she thought about it, the task of waking Manny up had probably fallen upon Jude's capable shoulders instead. They were a lot bigger than Lauren's. It's almost 9 here, Ethel said in response to her It's 9! I got it right! Oh my goodness, I'm so good. I know military time. A reply which thought Ethel could not see it, she was sure made her mother blink. In the morning, dear? No, in the evening. It's pitch black outside. Australia's 11 hours ahead of the UK, remember? Oh yes, 11 hours. You're always on top of these things, Effie. You're such a smarty pants. I don't think so. Oh, but you are. Don't be so hard on yourself. You need to learn how to take a compliment. Now, how's that thing that you've been working on? Thing? Yes, you know, the thing for your uni, what's it called again? You're referring to my thesis? Yeah, that's right, your thesis. Right. How's it going, baby girl? Aw, that's sweet. Well, I would hope. You did miss out on coming to lovely Australia after all for it. Everything's alright, I guess? That's great, honey. I'm glad to hear. Your mother's rooting for you. You've got this. That's so sweet. Her mom sounds sweet. Lauren might not have understood what Ethel was studying, but at least the support was genuine. Be patient. Ethel knew that her mother really was rooting for her, regardless of what happened. They were about as different as it was possible for a mother and daughter to be, but Lauren's love for her daughter was sincere. Ethel was quite fortunate, really, to have a pair of parents who did care about her so much, even if they didn't understand her. She appreciated everything her parents had done for her. But that only made her feel worse for fudging the truth. Why couldn't she be more honest? Well, I leave you to it then, my little genius. Study hard, but not too hard. You know what they say, all work and no play makes Effie a dull girl. Go and have fun if you can. Not that there's much to do around Oxbury, I'll admit. Still, you could always get the car. Maybe go for a drive to Marston? I can't drive, Mom. I didn't pass my test. Gay people and driving is always shaking my head. They always can't drive. I'm kidding. Yes, my mistake. Still, you're almost there. Even I can drive, and I was hopeless at school. Miss Pike always said I was thicker than a brick wall, and she was probably right. Hell, we got a first bot snipe of the night. That took a while. Surprising, even. You should be able to manage your driving test easy peasy. A clever clogs like you. There's nothing to it. Just don't kill anybody and you'll be golden. You're a great driver. I like to think I'm a great driver too, but we'll see. My best friend seems really afraid whenever I drive us places. She won't admit it. But I can tell. You know? If there's an opportunity to be driven by somebody else, she'll prefer it. And my dad still clutches the door handle. Like, when I drive. Even though my mom says I drive just like him. He was the one to teach me. Not a girl. No, I must be off. It looks like Jude's finally managed to get Maddie out of bed. And about time too. He was sleeping like the dead. The dead? I'll speak to you later, Effie. Have a nice rest of your night. Not that there's much of the night left. I don't know. Yes, goodbye. There was a click on the other end of the line. Then there was nothing. Lauren had gone. She had left her sad, serious daughter, who was sequestered away in their too small home in the grey and desolated Oxbury, and returned to the sea and the surf of exotic Australia. Well, the sea and the surf would come later, probably. First, Lauren and the others would be going down to the dining room where they could eat their fill of fried sausage and fried mushrooms and baked beans. Baked beans? You're not in England anymore, it's in Australia. I'd hope they have better food. Ethel frowned. Her mother ate just as much as she did, if not even more, but she was as skinny as a post. Ethel, meanwhile, couldn't look at a full English fry-up without gaining weight. And meanwhile, Ethel was very much thin. Life could be so unfair. Speaking of food, Ethel could hear her stomach rumbling. Maybe it was time to root through the fridge again. With some luck, she should be able to find something worth eating. Ethel commenced her search and was soon rewarded with some spoils which looked promising. At the back of the fridge, covered with a taut layer of cling film, was a shallow baking tray full of her mother's cherry pie. Oh, yummy! I'm more a fan of an apple pie myself, but as long as it's not pumpkin. Not pumpkin pie. I know it's Halloween and all, but Lauren wasn't the best cook. She tended to wing things, and her culinary creations always ended up overcooked or underdone as a result, but she was a surprisingly decent baker. What's your favorite pie? I want to know. Lauren's grandmother, Ethel. Ethel's great-grandmother. Oh, meat pie. You ever had meat pie? Meat pie's pretty good. Ethel's great-grandmother, whose name she had inherited, had taught Lauren the arcane art when she was younger, and Lauren had always been very close to her granny. Oh, the granny she was named after. Lauren had taken her granny's recipes to heart. She had practiced and perfected them for birthday parties, village fetes, and charity sales, until her brownies and blondies and chocolate chip cookies became the talk of the mothers at Oxbury Primary. Lauren had stopped baking quite so much once Manny had grown up, but she still liked to dabble from time to time. That was where this cherry pie, sitting on the bottom shelf of the fridge, had come from. Lauren had been anxious the night before her flight. She was afraid of heights and terrified of planes, and hadn't been able to sleep. Not knowing what else to do with herself, she'd gone downstairs at 2 in the morning, weared her favorite pink nightgown. Her mother sounds more appealing by the minute, you know, of them describing her. Like, ma'am, give me her number. Which made her look a bit like the stuck-up poodle from Oliver and Company. It should begun to bake. When Ethel herself had awoken later, much later, at 1 in the afternoon, her parents and her brothers had already left for Luton Airport. They hadn't awoken her to wish her goodbye, though perhaps they hadn't needed to. They had said their goodbyes the night before, and in any case, Lauren had left her daughter a note. "We've already left for the airport, love," she'd written. The loopy cursive, Lauren's spelling wasn't the best, but her handwriting was a work of art. Picked out in the patchy blue biro. "So don't worry about us. Wonder where we are. I'm sure we'll be fine. I couldn't sleep last night, so I made some cherry pie. It's cooling in the fridge right now. Have as much as you want. If you don't, it'll go to waste." Love you, Effie. See you later. Stay safe. You're already in my Discord. Yippee! We love more Yuri links in the Discord. And that was one of the things Ethel liked about her mother. He might not have seen eye to eye on a lot of things, but Lauren wasn't exactly stingy with her affection. Ethel allowed herself a small smile as she took the cherry pie from the fridge. It had been a few days since her parents had left for Australia, and she had been crazing on the pie in their absence. It wasn't as good as it had been. The crust had lost some of its crunch, the cherries inside, their contrary sweet sharpness, but it was more than edible. There was only one slice left, and Ethel meant to make short work of it. "Give me some! I'm getting hungry from this long description!" She slid the remaining slice of cherry pie on an old IKEA plate. I'm glad IKEA is universal. When she then shoved inside the microwave. She let the pie rotate in the microwave for a couple of minutes. Minutes? Well, that thing is hot, before drawing it out. The center of the pie had cratered, and the bright red cherry filling looked almost garish. It was streaked across the plate, bright enough to be obscene. Right? I'm sure a minute was enough. The darker pieces of cherry mixed among the lighter, more inoffensive sauce looked unnervingly like blood clots. Ethel was reminded rather forcefully of the toilet bowl during her and her stomach turned. Maybe she wasn't as hungry as she had thought. Yeah, that would make me not hungry. For a few moments, she considered scraping the cherry pie into the bin, but she discounted the idea. Stop calling it war! Cannibalism and war are very different things, shaking my head. She didn't want to throw away her mother's hard work. Ethel took the cherry pie to the kitchen table, then sat down. She began to eat, trying to force all unfortunate associations with a lopsided pie on her plate and the toilet bowl to one side. No, it's not. I'm not gonna dive into this kind of topic right now. But this soon proved to be a difficult endeavor. You can Google it. It's a difficult endeavor, especially when the strange musky taste spread across your tongue. Ethel's nose wrinkled. Well, then I guess you'll never know. What was that? It tasted like juiced compost heap in the garden smell of dirt and decay. Oh! Another smell of dirt and decay. Ethel had sampled her mother's cherry pie numerous times in the past, even the less than perfect pies which had burned on the bottom, but it had never tasted quite like this. Ethel swallowed her mouthful of pie as best as she could, then she examined it. It looked normal at a cursory glance, but but a quick excavation of its underside with the tiniest of her fork revealed something rather alarming. The crust, which encased the pie, once a uniform gold, had endured a troubling transformation process. The pie crust was fleckered with discolored patches, ghostly white, and more worryingly, a sickly, lichen-like green. Was that molds? Ugh. Ethel's stomach, which had felt uneasy ever since awaking, lurched. She felt like she was going to be sick, but she didn't want to be. Just like some lichen. It's like lichen. Lichen. I still don't know how it is pronounced. Is it lichen or lichen? I'm sorry, I didn't know what it was. I assumed it's a type of mold? Or something. Just like some people felt faint at the sight of blood, Ethel couldn't stand the sight of vomit. A fact which hadn't made her very popular at Madeline Dave's 6th birthday party. I agree with Ethel. I also can't stand it. I was wrong after hearing you said it. It's a plant. That's okay. I can imagine it, kinda. Madeline had forced them all to play a game, overseen by her mother, where the participants had to stuff as many marshmallows into their mouths without gagging. One girl, Naomi, had managed a whopping 21 marshmallows. I think I've played that. I think it was popular at one point. I think it went viral or something. Before her gag reflexes had kicked in, she had thrown up a horrible pastel pink semi-thick sludge which had oozed, not trickled, down her chin and onto her frock. Ugh. It's more like moss. I see. Drink some water. Naomi's vomit had smelled awfully acidic, but had been sickeningly, cloyingly sweet at the same token. Her vomit semi-solid and full of pillowy pastel chunks of marshmallow. It had been the smell of it, more than the sight of it, which had turned Ethel's stomach. Her innards had twisted like kneaded dough. Then, in sympathy for Naomi, she had also vomited. This had triggered a chain reaction. I hate that. By the end of Madeline's party, 4 children had emptied the contents of their stomachs all over Mrs. Dell's newly installed Siberian white carpet. Oh my god. Ethel hadn't been invited to Madeline's house again, though Naomi had. Wait, what? Then that's not fair. Naomi was the one who threw up first. Ethel had always found that unfair. Yeah. Naomi had been the one who had thrown up first. Then maybe it didn't matter who done it first. White carpet, first mistake, right? Wait, my mom actually got me like a small white carpet to put right below my bed, so like my feet don't hit the cold ground in the morning. But my dog very much decided that the carpet was placed for him. Like any carpet on the ground is for him, he thinks. It's his new bed. So he would promptly lay on it anytime he was in my room. He would go specifically to lay down on that carpet. Yeah, but he's not exactly the cleanest boy. He gets stinky. He digs in the backyard. So the carpet slowly started turning more gray, you know? I think we ended up throwing it away. Is your room a tile? Butterfly? Yeah, it's tile. It used to be carpet, but we ripped it all out and put tile. Easier to maintain. Then, you know, if you spill something on a carpet and then you have a built-in American carpet, they're kind of fucked. You have to, like, cut it out at most. What, you know? We were never really fans of the American carpet tradition. It mattered that Ethel had, because she had only ever been there under duress. Pity invitation said by Madeline's mother, because she knew Ethel didn't have any real friends at Uxbury Primary. Aww. Madeline's mother had soon stopped pitying her after that great vomiting incident, however. This memory brought a fresh flush of shame to Ethel's face. You were just a kid. Don't be ashamed. She swallowed the bile which was rising in her throat, thick and fast, and pushed the moldy cherry pie to one side. Then she leant back in her chair, pressing her hands to her cheeks, trying to force herself to breathe. What was she supposed to do with the rest of her time? She supposed she could always play the violin, but the thought didn't fill her with much excitement. She couldn't see the point in playing if it did not make her happy, but that was where the problem lay. Nothing had been making Ethel happy as of late. When she thought about what she wanted to do, all she could see was a void, blank and empty. Ethel continued to sit there, the nape of her neck pressed up uncomfortably against the back of the chair, her cheeks sticky from her cherry pie. She was sure, though she couldn't see herself, she must have looked like an awful mess. But the girl yesterday in the church had been nice to her, nicer than she probably deserved. She called her pretty. Then she kissed her. The thought of this kiss surfaced to the forefront of Ethel's mind. Then she flushed. Maybe she would go and see the girl. It wasn't as though she had anything else to do. What about write your thesis? But whatever. Ethel rose from the dining room table, then padded over to the front door. Once there, she put on her shoes, which were old and worn like all of her clothes. The insides worn away from rubbing against Ethel's soles. They felt a little too snug around her feet. Perhaps she had to buy a new pair, but Ethel endured it. The physical discomfort was a worthwhile trade-off for the reassuringly familiar fit of them. Dressed and ready to weather the great outdoors, Ethel retrieved her father's torch from his toolbox once more, where it slumbered in the dark alongside his other tools. His screwdrivers, Allen keys, and other bits and pieces Ethel couldn't name. Now armed, the feeling a little like a discounted knight from an old fairy tale, Ethel then left the house. Is she gonna meet the teacher again? Ethel closed the door behind her with a thud and fumbled with the keys for a few moments. She tried to jam them rather futilely into the lock before she realized she was trying to use the back door key instead. Why did the music get menacing again? Ethel's face flushed at this folly, though there was nobody around to tease her for it. She didn't come back home very often, as she got simple things like this mixed up sometimes. After locking the door, she then set off into the night, the rickety gate fencing the family's house creaking beneath her fingertips as she pushed it open. Of course. She hoped that she'd be able to make it into the woods uninterrupted, but... woof. The distinctive, high-pitched sound of a dog's barking made her pause. The barking sounded awfully familiar. Was that? Yes, it was. It was Sparky! Ethel could see a small, fluffy dog rounding the corner. One of such diminutive stature and with such floppy ears, it looked like a toy brought to life. There was a red collar around its neck, bright and glossy like the glazed exterior of a candy apple, and the leash attached to the collar. The leash extended upwards into the gloom and was wound about the fingers of a man whose height eclipsed the dog to a comic eclipse. The dog could only have been Sparky, while its owner was Mr. Brown. Ethel hung back, feeling shy and stupid, half hoping that Mr. Brown hadn't seen her. She didn't want to get involved in any conversation. I felt that so hard. Part of her hoped that, by sliding into the shadows, he might walk past her, but to her disappointment... Well, now this is a coincidence. I didn't expect to be seeing you twice, not 2 days running. Ethel wasn't slender or insubstantial enough to slink into the shadows, not as she fancied the girl from the church could. Ugh, I gotta drink again. I'm starting to stumble. Not slender, okay, girl. Maybe she's referring to her bosom. where she is quite gifted. Not to. I mean, who's looking? Not me. But you know. All she could do was stand there, feeling foolish, as Mr. Brown approached her. He blinked, then said, "Ethel, are you alright?" Ethel knew Mr. Brown was being nice, at least that he was attempting, but his niceness rankled. Why did people keep asking her that? Did she really look that miserable? "I'm fine. I just thought I'd go for a walk." "Another walk?" Mr. Brown raised his eyebrows, which were full and bushy. "Didn't you get your fill of exercise last night?" "No, well, I just wanted some fresh air." "Ah, yeah, the air is very fresh around here, if nothing else. It makes a nice change from the city. Or so I say, like I've not lived here for almost 30 years. "You used to live in the city?" Ethel didn't mean to take an interest. She didn't want to carry this conversation out longer than it had to, but she couldn't help herself. She'd only ever seen Mr. Brown as her teacher, an authority figure who existed solely to tell her what to do, and more often than not, what not to do. "Yeah, you live in the school, teach." Yeah, I remember. Like, you guys ever think that? I never thought that, like, the teacher lived at the school or something. Maybe because my teacher was living in the same neighborhood, unfortunately. But it was weird seeing them out. I get that. But I hear later, or in, like, movies that, like, or people comparing it to, saying that they thought the teachers just stayed at the school. What do you mean? You never heard your teachers talk about, like, their family? She never thought about this place past before. Why would she? It hadn't been all that long that Ethel had been a child. She hadn't realized that other people actually had lives of their own. That the world didn't revolve solely around her, and her aching desire to be accepted by the cool girls in her class who went horse riding and had sleepovers and braided one another's hair. "Oh, aye." Mr. Brown answered casually, with a small smile. "I lived in Glasgow. I was born there. Born and bred." Born and bred. You can hear it in my accent. It comes out from time to time, but that's not here nor there. "You do look very pale, Ethel. You aren't coming down with something, are you?" Ethel thought back of the cherry pie she had eaten, which had been fleckled with mold, and her stomach churned. She didn't think that could have done her health many favors, but surely that hadn't been enough to make her seriously sick. She should put it from her mind. I wish she would have thrown up. If I found out I ate moldy food, I would have preferred I thrown up, I think. As unpleasant as it is, I would be happier to know that it's out of me, you know? Like, throwing up there is a good reflex. "I'm fine. I just wanted to stretch my legs, like I said." "So you did." "My wife was like that. She was a very outdoorsy person. She was always going off on little jaunts, out into the countryside and on hikes." Mr. Brown's voice trailed away, and he shook his head. "I hope you didn't get caught up in all that awful rain yesterday, at least." "I got a bit damp, but I was fine." "Were you able to get back home in time?" "Not quite. I had to take shelter in the church. It let up after that." "That's just as well. I'm glad you didn't get too drenched, or worse, that you fell and broke something. I was worrying about that, actually." "You were worrying about me?" If I had come across a young girl I kinda knew, and she told me she's going out into the woods for a walk at night, I would be pretty worried. I would be pretty worried even if I didn't know her too well. I think this is a normal thing to be worried about. Of course it was. I thought it was an awful late to go on a walk, and it started coming down so hard too. I was afraid you might have gotten yourself hurt. A wee lass like yourself. Ethel knew Mr. Brown meant well, but she had to stifle a snort in the face of his last remark. She was a lass, yes, but there was nothing particularly wee about her. She was a lot older than she had been. Barely. And she'd gotten taller. though Mr. Brown was still taller than she was. Thank you, but I'm not hurt. You don't need to worry. Yes, I can see that. I'm glad of it. It's clear you know how to look after yourself. Yes, well, Ethel thought, I am 21. I'm not a child. As a 21-year-old, I'm kind of still a child. Not a kid, obviously, but you know, still a very young adult, still learning life. I'll try to stop hectoring. I'm not your father, and I'm not your teacher anymore either. It's not my place to fuss, it's just... force of habit, I guess. The brain isn't fully developed. Exactly! I keep living in hopes. They always say that your brain develops at around 25. I'm hoping that around 25, I'll get that eureka moment. All the fog clears up and suddenly I'm so smart and so wise and so adult. I know it probably won't be like that, but you know. You said you went to the church last night though? What? Oh yeah, I did. Is there a problem with it? That doesn't happen? No way! I've heard about it online. Can't believe people would lie to me online. Not really, no, it's just... Mr. Brown shifted, adjusting his grip on Sparky's leash as he did. His dog yipped in response and nuzzled his nose against Mr. Brown's trouser leg. Mr. Brown smiled at this, his expression tender as he said, Yes, Sparky, we'll be on our way in a minute, it's just... Mr. Brown frowned. Then he sighed. It might be nothing, but I've heard some strange things about the church at night, is all. And the forest too, come to think of it. Strange things? That's right. I've never seen anything myself. I don't go into the woods after dark. But some of my friends from the running club, they've said... Well, it sounds like a lot of silly superstition, really. I don't know if I put too much stock into it. Is this a British saying? They keep saying, put stock into it. Do they mean trust into it? Is what I'm interpreting it. That's a funny saying. Put much stock into it. But they said there have been some odd goings on by the church in the early hours. Such as... Oh, you know, it's all in the unusual south. They said they heard noises, I suppose. Strange whispers and the like. I was skeptical myself. I thought it must have been down to some small animals, rabbits or the like, but they were rather insistent that something's going on in the forest. I can't say I've heard anything out of the ordinary myself. And like I said, I don't go there at night. It seems like a trip to the emergency room waiting to happen. But with how uneven the ground is, especially during the winter. It's not safe, but not because of any bugbears or ghouls and goblins and what have you. And there is that Delaney girl. The Delaney girl! Well, of course, how could Ethel forget about her? She never met the girl, or has she? And yet she hung around Oxbury like a ghost. It was impossible to ignore her. It had been much the same when Chloe, what's-her-name, had gone missing more than a decade prior, but Ethel had been in primary school then. She hadn't really understood the significance of a teenage girl, only 14 or 15, sneaking out of her parents' home late at night and disappearing without a trace within the woods. Interesting. Well, Ethel said without a trace, but more of Chloe had been found than the nameless Miss Delaney. Huh? They actually found something of Chloe. They had found one of her shoes, almost 6 months after her disappearance. Deep in the woods, half buried beneath the leaves. If you keep a good head on your shoulders, I'm sure you'll be fine. You're too old for me to tell you what to do, but do be careful. I'd hate to have to explain to your parents when they get back what you're doing in the hospital with a broken leg, or worse. Mr. Brown's words were light, but Ethel rather got the feeling that there was more to his warning than he was letting on. His tone seemed a bit too irreverent, in a manner which wasn't at all like his usual state. Serious type of speech. Then Mr. Brown said more store in ghoul and goblins than he wanted Ethel to think. A cold wind blew, disturbing Ethel's braids. The temperature was low enough that it made Ethel's fingers tense like claws, buried fruit that were in her pockets. Her teeth, meanwhile, were chattering, but this wasn't necessarily from the cold. Wait, she went out again and she didn't take another jacket again. Maybe there was something ominous about the woods. Ethel thought she had felt it herself, an uneasy feeling of invisible eyes trained upon her. That was all her imagination. There wasn't anything dangerous lurking in the woods, no leery. No bleh. Really. I think another sip of water is needed. Or was there? Ethel made slow progress as she walked through the woods, her passage impeded by how muddy and uneven the terrain was. It had rained too much the night prior, and the forest had suffered from it. The earth, a cacophony of dun-brown mud, loose leaves, and fallen foliage. The heavy rainfall had transformed the path through the forest into a veritable quagmire. Like, quagmire is a real word? It's not just like the guy from Family Guy. I feel so silly. Ethel didn't have any hiking boots. She didn't go outside often enough to justify it, and she had been forced to settle for her trainers. The trainers were relatively sturdy, but the heels weren't particularly thick, and they sunk into the mud with every single step she took. It's been a while since I saved. Ethel tried to go as carefully as she could. She knew that she was clumsy, and she didn't want to take a spill when the ground was so muddy. She still stumbled on several occasions. During one particular anxiety-inducing moment, her right foot caught in a tree root, and she was nearly toppled into the dirt. Fortunately, the tree trunk which the aforementioned root had been attached to was in the immediate vicinity, and Ethel had been able to use it in order to steady herself. That really had been a close call. Ethel delved even deeper into the woods, the trees sprouting up around her like pagan monuments. Typically, when Ethel went walking in the woods, she would hear the wind through the boughs of the trees, and the nocturnal animals, moles and rabbits, snuffling about in the undergrowth. Uxbury's forest never really slept, no matter how late the hour. There was always something to see, and if it was too dark to see, there was always something to hear. Ethel couldn't hear much of anything, however, as she traversed the forest, beyond the squelching sounds of her own footsteps and her nervy inhalations. It was quiet, perhaps too quiet. There was something eerie about it. Then maybe this too could be attributed to the rainfall. Okay, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good night, Rally. It is getting pretty late. I'm not sure how much I have left, but I was hoping I could finish it in one night. We'll see ya. I don't know how much longer I can keep going. Ow. But maybe this too could be attributed to the rainfall. It had poured down rather a lot the night prior, so much so the leaves still looked damp from it. The late-night animals with their inquisitive snouts and their scrabbling claws must have been taking refuge, still, in case another storm was brewing. Mr. Brown had said the weather looked clear enough tonight, but how were the animals to know that? It would make sense if they were being skittish. The trees eventually began to thin out, and soon Ethel emerged into the moonlit clearing where St. Catherine sat. The church didn't exactly loom out of the darkness. It wasn't grand enough for that, but it had a somber, reassuring, solid presence regardless. Ethel didn't know quite how old the church was, but Rowan was something of a history buff, and he had told her about it once before. Rowan was a hands-on kind of person, unlike Manny, and he spent a lot of his free time going on rambles around Oxbury and the fields which surrounded it. Rowan did etchings of the graves, and he liked to take photos of them. That's a little creepy. All little gray lozenges which were stained with lichen and crumbling ever so gently around the edges. The parish council might have dissuaded teenagers from hanging out in the parish, in the churchyard. These are hard words. For fear they would desecrate the graves and leave cigarette butts cruise in their wake, but Rowan wasn't like that. At 17 years of age, he was one of the kindest, most conscious teenage boys Ethel knew. Which wasn't saying much, given Rowan was one of the only teenage boys she knew, but still. If Rowan had been there, he could have told her when the church had been constructed down to the exact year. He could have told her about the history of the stained glass window, which Ethel had always thought a curious addition for such a small, humble church. He probably knew when the window had been installed and who it depicted, and he probably could have told her the name of the glazier who'd made the damn thing. But Rowan wasn't there. He was in Australia, with Lauren and Jude and Manny. It's weird that she calls her parents by their first names. And though he'd shared these nuggets of information with Ethel once, she had already forgotten all of it. Ethel felt a brief flickering of guilt over her awful memory. What a call big sister she was. But all thoughts of Rowan soon dissipated as she took a step towards the church. Its wooden door was ajar. It was only ajar by a small crack, a hair's breadth in fact, but it was enough to instill in Ethel's hope anew. Maybe the girl really was there. Was she waiting for her? Well, she promised. Ethel pushed the door open just a notch, then slipped inside the church. The sound of the old door opening seemed uncomfortably loud in the near total silence, and it rent the air quite clumsily. Ethel winced as she heard its low, obnoxious creaking, which sounded like the malcontent rumblings of a mighty whale's stomach. She hadn't wanted to spoil the magic of the girl's singing, but it was too late. The silence had been broken. Ethel knew that the girl would soon turn her head, and she did. The girl turned, her dark hair fluttering, half melted into the darkness as though her head was made of shadows. She took a step forward, her skirt swishing, and said, "Ethel, I was wondering if I would see you again. I was getting so bored and lonely waiting for you." "You were?" "Of course I was. I asked if you would see me again, didn't I?" Yes, so you did." It was true enough that the girl had asked this during their last meeting, but Ethel hadn't really believed in it. She hadn't thought that the girl cared. Why would she? She was beautiful while Ethel was... With you here, this old church feels a lot more homey. Now then... The girl took a seat on one of the pews, then patted the empty space beside her. "Won't you sit down? There's an awful lot I'd like to ask you. I only managed to scrape the surface last time. You're still such an enigma to me. I could call you Miss Mystery." "I think I could same to say about you. I still don't know your name." "All in good time. First, I want to ask about you. What's your story?" "Story? A story before your name?" Ethel frowned. "I don't think I really have one." "Oh, don't be silly. Everybody has a story. You hardly grew out of the ground, did you? Like a turnip?" No. "Then you must have a story to share. Parents, grandparents, maybe some siblings. Hey. Didn't you say you had a couple of brothers?" "I do, yeah. Manny and Rowan. They're both younger than me." "And what are they like?" "Manny is... well..." Ethel paused. How could she put this tactfully? It was hard to talk about her feelings about Manny while trying to maintain a veneer of politeness, but Manny himself wasn't a very polite person. "She just returned and you're already something." Manny was practically glued to his PC, He was a gamer. He was a rage gamer. He had been banned from numerous lobbies for... I literally called it for using words he really shouldn't have. And he swore and swaggered around the house as though he owned the place. I like a direct woman, what can I say? Shaking my head. He paddled about the kitchen barefoot, sometimes shirtless. He talked with his mouth full at the breakfast table, and the only person he ever listened to was Jude. Manny thought everybody else was uncool. Ethel in particular, because she was shy and awkward, and she'd had awful acne in her last year of secondary school, and because she played the violin. He sounds young, gross. Fuck Manny, I agree. He's a typical teenager. Does that mean he's a pain in the neck? He can be. And what about your other brother? Run slowly. He's not like Manny at all. He's very quiet, actually, and mostly keeps to himself. Mom's been a bit worried about him as it happens. Yeah? Yeah, she thinks he's being bullied at school. Maybe, but if he is, he'd never tell. He doesn't like to talk about it. Maybe he's afraid Manny will make fun of him. I thought he was more worried that Mom would make a fuss. But maybe. Teenage boys can be like that. They have a lot of pride, even. No, especially the quiet ones. Some of the boys I had to deal with at school were such wankers. The British slang still gets me. They're such wankers. The girls coughed dismissively, then said, "Maybe I should have been giving them a British accent this whole time. Maybe I missed an opportunity." So what about your parents? Didn't you say yesterday you weren't all that close? It's complicated. My mom means well. I know she wants me to be happy, but I don't think she understands what would really make me happy. And I don't think she understands me either. Doesn't she try? She does. She paid for my violin lessons. Though she doesn't see the point in classical music, she says it's boring. And she was supportive when I said I wanted to study English literature. She didn't try to make me change my mind, not like some people's parents would have. She didn't tell me I should study something useful instead, like mathematics or medicine or, I don't know, physics. But she didn't seem to really get it either. I take it your mother doesn't read a lot then. She doesn't read at all unless you can count women's magazines. You know, technically I don't read unless you count visual novels. Or yuri manga. I thought I was just constipated, but then I gave birth in the toilet bowl. Those sorts of magazines? Ethel nodded. My mother and I aren't very alike. I gathered she doesn't sound like the sensitive sort. Not like you. Do you think I'm sensitive? It's the impression I'm getting, yeah. I mean, you stuck around to listen to me singing. Ugh. It sounds like your mother would have told me to shut up, that I was giving her a headache. I don't think she would have said that. My mother isn't cruel. Though Lauren could be blunt. Lauren had made many careless remarks about Ethel's appearance before. Clips to the tune of, "God, you aren't going to go out dressed like that, are you?" But isn't that such a mother's thing to say? Or maybe my mom is just a lot like hers. Ethel knew that Lauren didn't mean any ill by it. She was probably trying to show an interest in her only daughter. But sometimes, the way her mother looked at her hurt. Lauren was nice to Ethel because Ethel was her daughter. But Ethel knew that if her mother had been one of her peers, a Shania or an Imogen or a Morgan Back, in school, she would have teased her relentlessly. A lot of parents will say it in a different way that's a bit softer, but yeah. But I kind of get Ethel here. Like, I too don't think me and my mom would have been friends, really. Lauren, with her peroxide blonde hair and her French manicured nails, It probably made any number of frumpy, unfashionable girls cry when she'd been a sin. Okay, well, don't assume that about your mom. She could have been a sweet girl. Could have still been nice. Lauren might have never had made a conscious effort to upset her only daughter, but she definitely made Ethel cry on more than one occasion. True or not, it doesn't sound like she takes much of an interest in you. We just like different things. It happens. We might be related, but that doesn't mean we'll have similar interests. And what is she into then? Love Island and TikTok mostly. Love Island? It's a reality TV show. It's awful. The contestants are all horrid, but I think that's why my mother likes it so much. I tried watching it with her, but it felt like copying at animals in a zoo. Or gladiators in an Olympic Coliseum, out for one another's blood. Right, so your mom's hopeless. And your dad? He's your typical dad, I guess. Meaning, he likes football and Formula 1, and his favorite band is Iron Maiden. That sounds like a British dad. He does woodworking and DIY, and he can play the guitar too. Oh, so he's the creative then. In a way, he was in a couple of local bands when he was younger, but they never went anywhere. I don't think he resents it though. He was just having fun. Dad asked me once before why I bothered practicing the violin so much when it was obvious I'd never get anywhere with it. What? That's so mean! He didn't. He did. He said if he'd not been able to get anywhere with his band, there's no way I'd be able to make it. Projecting much? I mean, he was playing punk and I'm doing classical, so... He shouldn't have said that, whether he was right or not. It wasn't called for. Some people like to perform for their own sake. You don't need to be popular to make your pursuits worthwhile. Period! That's what I said, and that said it was a good thing I got something out of the hideous screeching my violin made. Because he sure as hell didn't. Wow, he sounds like an asshole. Right? He's just insensitive. He isn't that bad, really. He was rude about your hobbies. No, your passions. I think that's plenty bad. Especially coming from your father. I thought parents were supposed to support their children. There are a lot of different parents in this world, and a lot of different children. I don't think I'm quite what either my mother or my father wanted. Yeah? Well, parents can't choose their kids, but kids can't choose their parents either. I doubt you would have stuck with him if you could decide, would you? Well, Ethel thought of her real parents. The neatly groomed Lauren and the wannabe rocker Jude. Then, she thought of the parents she had imagined for herself while growing up. A sweet, sensitive couple who appreciated the arts, and who encouraged Ethel in her musical pursuits. She thought of the upbringing she could have had. A Parisian apartment which overlooked Avenue Montaigne, and sighed wistfully. Guess not. I thought as much. Your folks sound rotten. They're not so bad. But it is nice being able to talk about my interest with somebody who seems to care. Well, of course I care. Why wouldn't I? The girl pouted, adopting the tempest tone of a Celtic warrior queen of centuries past. You're interesting. Not so sure about that. You might not be, but I am. I wouldn't bother talking to you otherwise. I don't suffer fools gladly, you know? I don't like spending time with people who tire me. And you most definitely don't do that. Tucking my hair behind my ear. I don't suffer fools gladly. What is that saying? I haven't heard that before. It's a weird saying she said. Or at least it's weird to me because I've never heard it. Is it a British saying? I enjoy listening to your stories. I enjoy listening to you. Goodness, I think I'd enjoy simply sitting with you, even without talking. Your company's very soothing. Oh, I doubt that. You get bored of me eventually. When I'm with you? The girl grinned, a cheeky grin which was less Celtic warrior queen and more Cockney Victoria chimney sweep. Never. I'm certain of that, and I'm sticking to it. Why do you look so unsure though? Haven't people ever told you that you're interesting before? Not really. Well, people are stupid. You shouldn't pay attention to what they think, or don't think in this case, because it doesn't sound like they have any sensible thoughts rattling around in their thick skulls. They're too empty-headed to realize something truly special when they see it. Ethel didn't reply. She was starting to feel too overwhelmed. Too much gay panic. The girl's words were so forceful, Ethel felt oddly breathless in their wake, stunned into silence. And it's been a while. Ethel had never before given any cause to think she was anything special. In fact, it was quite the opposite, but... You're too nice. That's your problem. You have a hard time standing up to people. When they ignore you or overlook you or underestimate you, you roll over and accept it. I've known a girl like that or two. You don't want to cause a fuss, so you agree with all of the negative things people say about you, even things that are blatantly false. You're so afraid of causing any offense, you don't know how to properly live your own life. But I think that makes you special too, in a sense. It means that you're very kind. You're a lot kinder than I am, at least. I'd never let anybody insult me like that. Head and hands. Let yourself be calmed. The girl leant in as she spoke, cupping both of Ethel's cheeks with her hands. The girl's skin might have been cold, almost inhumanly so, but the words which poured from her lips were so warm they made Ethel's body tingle. It was a dark, cold night, but she was beginning to blush. Ethel couldn't help but be self-conscious about this. If Shania were there, she would have pounced on even the smallest sign of weakness. But the girl didn't use it against Ethel. She wasn't trying to hurt her. Her voice was even sweeter than honey as she said, "But maybe that's why we get along so well. You can make up for what I lack. And maybe I can make up for what you lack too." What I lack? The girl nodded. If you can't tell people what you want, then I'll have to do it for you. And what makes you think that you know what I want? Oh, I think I have a pretty good idea. You might be bad at being honest with your true feelings, verbally at least. But they show up regardless, all over your pretty little face. Pretty? Yes, that's right. I think you're very pretty. And you're really easy to read, too. It's so obvious what's going on inside that dome of yours. The girl leant in even closer, the tip of her nose brushing against Ethel's. She inhaled. Then she said, her voice newly playful, "And I think that's very cute. If you're going to act like this, then you don't leave me with much choice. I'll simply have to kiss you." The girl shifted closer to Ethel as she spoke, her fingers still splayed against Ethel's cheeks, effectively affixing her head in place. The girl might have been skinny, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Ethel could feel her fingertips digging into her skull with such intensity it hurt. Oh. We're getting painful in here. Ethel trembled, her eyes a little too large as the girl brought their lips closer. She exhaled, and when she did, Ethel felt the girl's breath coast against her cheeks. Maybe it was just Ethel's imagination, but for a few moments, Ethel thought she could smell something subtly off about the girl's breath. There was something almost old about the air which brushed against Ethel's cheeks, if age indeed had a smell. It put Ethel in mind of an old person's home, same one her great-uncle had been sequestered away in when his health had begun to deteriorate, and he could no longer shuffle around his bungalow without stumbling over his own slippered feet. Ethel had only visited her great-uncle a handful of times in the old person's home, despite her mother's frequent invitations that she tagged along. She hadn't liked it. All of those old men and women had upset Ethel, their faces wrinkled and their wizened fingers gripping the armrests of the chairs. Their skin shrunk down to the bone. Everything in the old person's home had been brown. The floors, the walls, and the chairs. And though it had been scrubbed clean from top to bottom with Lysol, there had been a persuasive stench which cut beneath all the clinical cleanliness. The air had smelled unpleasantly rank, just like mildew. It had reeked of rapidly impending death, impossible to staunch. And the girl's breath was just like that. There was a perplexing wrongness to it which made Ethel's skin prinkle. All of a sudden, Ethel wanted to pull away. But then the girl's mouth was upon her, her lips wet and warm and yielding, and this didn't smell wrong. Yeah, I bet it didn't. The girl's tongue was inoffensive as it slid between Ethel's parted lips, as was the saliva which coated it. Ethel couldn't find any reason to squirm away from her. If anything, she would far rather squirm against her. So she did. Ethel felt the girl's tongue exploring her mouth. Dully at first, but she moved more vigorously as seconds lapsed. And Ethel made no attempt to push her away. Ethel felt as if her skin was prickling with static electricity. Ethel had kissed the girl before, this was nothing new, but she had never kissed her quite like this before. It was intense enough to leave her head reeling, intense enough to render it breathless. Speaking of her breath, Ethel soon realized that she had been holding it. Her lungs were burning. Was kissing supposed to hurt quite this much? I don't think it's supposed to hurt, girl. I think something's amiss, but oh well. Hold on, I just gotta grab something. Ethel had never been kissed quite this intensely before, not by Clementine. Their makeout sessions were now beginning to seem almost demure. Demure. Even when they had escalated to rolling hands beneath shirts, rolling hands between thighs. The girl had yet to take her hands from Ethel's face, but her kisses were unlike anything Ethel had ever known before. They were intense and driving, so much so it was scary. But it was exciting too. Ethel's blood was beginning to fizz inside her veins like cream soda. Her head, meanwhile, felt light. I'm not gonna mock. But her lungs were still burning. This was no good. She had to get some air in her, otherwise Ethel was afraid she would asphyxiate, drowning in her own pleasure like a rat in a vat of soup. Ethel drew back from the kiss. Her face dabbled bright red with an intense, almost angry blush which looked like a sunburn. Her chest was rising and falling from the effort of trying to inhale enough air. Air which felt strangely light and sparse as it might at the heady peak of a towering mountain. Ethel's lips were dim from the girl's kisses, and her heart was hammering from the intensity of them. My heart would too be hammering after a pretty girl kissed me. It was a cool night, but her palms felt uncomfortably sweaty. Surreptitiously, Ethel tried to wipe her palms on her skirt. All the while, she felt like a fool. How was she so worked up about a kiss, of all things? Because you said it physically hurt? It was hardly her first. but she never felt anything like this before. It felt just like a dream. Do you like that then? Did you like that then? The girl addressed Ethel directly, her eyes boring into Ethel's as if Ethel were her prey, the girl the predator. It wasn't too much for you, was it? Ethel didn't know. Everything seemed like too much in that moment. Even existing seemed a difficult art, especially when her breathing was so very labored. She felt that she had back in her secondary school, lagging behind her classmates in the middle of cross-country. Her heart wouldn't stop hammering. The girl's affection had been far too glowing as she poured it into Ethel's mouth. Her kisses sweet like molasses, like candy floss, like cherry pie. Cherry pie that was rotten? It was all too much. It was overwhelming. But by the same token, it wasn't enough. Ethel wanted more of the girl, more of her fingers in her hair and her mouth against her own. And maybe the girl could see this, though Ethel was too ashamed to say it because she giggled. No way. Good girl. I can't say it. I can't say it with a straight face. I can't. I'm glad you warmed up to me so much. I do wish you'd say a little more, though, to put me at my ease. But that's alright. The girl spoke softly, caressing Ethel's damp lower lip with her index finger as she did. You don't need to talk. Not when we're together. I'm not interested in hearing more about your awful parents and your obnoxious brothers. There's plenty I can learn about you just from kissing you. The whimpers that you make are rather informative. And so is the way you shudder against me. It's utterly adorable. I have no idea about your girlfriend, don't you? She must have had awful taste. Huh? Groggily, Ethel blinked, as though awakening from a dream. Her eyelids felt awfully heavy, as though she had been weighted down with lead. But she was still able to pick out the girl's features in the dark, her face looming centimeters away from her own. Was it about her girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend rather? Had Ethel told the girl about Clementine? She couldn't remember doing that. You mentioned her as a friend. She couldn't remember much of anything other than hands and teeth and lips and tongues and grasping fingers and soft, breathy sighs. Her thoughts were all a jumble. Shh, it's alright. I know she hurt you, but you don't need to think about her now. You don't need to think about anything. All you need to do is focus on me. I'm not cruel, not like her. I won't abandon you. I like you. The girl leant in, her lips parted. Red lips like cherries, which were a little sick from Ethel's saliva. She was so close, Ethel could feel herself inhaling the air that the girl exhaled, taking in her breath and stripping it of oxygen. Ethel was reminded, as the girl caressed her, of the cynical shake which ate its own tail. What's it called? Ethel had known once, but she couldn't remember. And I'm going to keep on liking you. Had the girl's eyes always been so dark? No matter what, that's just the sort of person I am. It was with a light giggle, one which sounded oddly eerie, that the girl leant in anew to reclaim Ethel's lips with her own. Ethel gasped at the kiss, though it wasn't at this point a surprise. She had expected it. The girl had kissed her innumerable times already after all that night, so much so Ethel couldn't keep count of it. Ethel still found herself squirming, however, at this new volley of intense kisses. Ethel felt the girl's teeth nip at her lower lip, too insistent to be truly teasing, while the fingers of her right hand cupped her cheek. The fingers of the girl's left hand, meanwhile, seemed imbued with a newfound restlessness. They began to roam, sleeping beneath the hem of Ethel's sensible sweater, and then... I didn't know it was gonna get like this! Ethel shredded, her nerve endings aflame, as the girl's palm pressed against her newly bared skin. Me and who? Damn. The girl's touch was cold enough to be glacial. It felt like icy needles were being inserted beneath the skin. Sharp, pointed needles which drove the air clean from Ethel's body. The further the kiss progressed, the greater Ethel's deterioration became. Her eyelids flickered, though she had her eyes open. The girl was so close, Ethel couldn't see very much of her. In the dark of the night, the girl seemed an amorphous being, made of teeming shadows. Something which wasn't wholly human. Keep mentioning that she doesn't seem wholly human. Ethel whimpered helplessly against the girl's mouth, her whole body aflame. An uncomfortable sort of dread had begun to crawl up Ethel's spine. It was cold and creeping, and it left her paralyzed, completely incapable of moving. For a few moments, Ethel could only sit there, accepting the girl's kisses, but no longer reciprocating them. The girl's tongue felt a thick, heavy sort of thing in her mouth, like a slab of leather, and Ethel was filled with a sudden desire to bite down upon it. Don't bite her tongue. Her shoulders shook. She didn't want this. It was all happening too quickly. The girl's fingers roamed higher, still beneath Ethel's shirt, and Ethel jolted. Her eyes widened. Then she shifted back, breaking the kiss with such suddenness it seemed almost akin to violence. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, it's just, this is all so sudden. Oh? The girl examined Ethel, her head cocked to one side like a curious robin. Her lips curved into a smirk, and her voice slightly amused, she said, "What's this? Don't tell me you're coming over all shy. She doesn't even know your name yet." No, it's just... Ethel looked away from the girl, newly incapable of meeting her gaze. Who was she, anyway? Right? Ethel still didn't know her name. She could have been a serial killer for all Ethel knew, a shadowy stranger who seduced helpless young girls. Not that Ethel herself was so young, not anymore, then led them to their deaths. This seemed to be a bit of a far-fetched assumption, but the girl had been singing when Ethel had first seen her. Let me take a sip of water. Wasn't that something the sirens did in Greek myths of old? Sirens were beautiful women with long curling hair and glittering tails who had perched prettily upon their rocks, calling out to passing sailors. They had drowned more than a few helpless men that way, reducing their boats to pull driftwood on the pointed, impersonal rocks. Ethel herself was no sailor, but she felt as though she was drowning. Her lungs might very well have been full with floated, muddied water, and the longer she sat with the girl, the more intense this feeling became. Ethel pressed her fingers against her lips. They were tingling, her fingers and her lips both. Her brow, meanwhile, felt cold and clammy. I'm learning so many new words for this. Me too. My vocabulary is expanding. Oh. The girl, evidently taking Ethel's silence as a tacit confession that yes, she was feeling shy, giggled. That's very cute. You keep saying that, but am I really, cute? Of course, you've got to be a little bit cute, else I wouldn't like kissing you so much. In fact, I've become quite taken with you. It's a bit of a shame you decided to cut our little rendezvous short. Rendezvous? Was that how the girl wanted to term it? how delightfully European. It almost made what they had done before, the girl's tongue shoved inside Ethel's mouth, seem cultured. But it's alright, I wouldn't want to push you. Not too much, at least. So play nice for now, kicking my feet. I won't demand too much from you, although... The girl's smile widened until, modulated by the shadows, it looked uncanny. If you care for me at least... let's say 1/5 as much as I care for you. You shouldn't play games with my poor heart. Blowing hot and cold will only keep my interest for so long, and we won't have much time together. Not after today. I wouldn't want you to wind up missing me too much. It'd be a shame if you never got to say everything you want to say, or do everything you want to do. Here, the girl raised her eyebrows suggestively. Kicking my feet right now. In a manner which didn't seem quite in keeping with her heart-shaped face. So you might as well make the most of things, or at least try to. Don't they say it's better to regret the things you've done than the things you've not done? It was a saying Ethel was familiar with, but she didn't hold much stock in it. There was a lot of things she'd done during her short life that she wished, in retrospect, she hadn't. She wished she hadn't plucked up the courage to hold Clementine's hand for the very first time when they both gone to the cinema to watch some mindless superhero movie. She wished that she hadn't had the wild idea of asking Clementine out on a date once the film had ended and the credits had started rolling. And she wished that Clementine, giggling, hadn't said, "What's this? I thought we were already on a date." If a relationship had never begun between the pair of them, then Ethel never would have known how much it hurt when her relationship fell apart, one that you cared about. Girl is so hung up over her ex. Stop, you have a pretty girl in front of you. That's what I'm saying. Let it go. Let Clementine go. She regretted that rather a lot. Sometimes Ethel wished she could scrub her mind clean of their entire relationship. All the late night texting, the trips to the movies, the sleepovers in Clementine's dorm room, which had been bigger than Ethel's. But maybe some good had come out of their short-lived relationship after all. For a few months at least, Ethel had been really, truly happy. When she'd been Clementine's girlfriend, she hadn't felt at all lonely. This loneliness had returned full force, however, once everything had come to an end. But what was done, there was no sense dwelling on it. For the present, she existed in here and the now, on a pew in Oxbury's church with the girl, and that was good enough for her. In any case, hadn't the girl said something rather strange? What do you mean we don't have much time left to spend together? Exactly what I said. My parents will be coming to pick me up soon. Tomorrow's my last full day here. I'll be gone on Monday morning. Oh. Ethel hadn't expected that. Though why she hadn't expected it, she was unsure. The girl had told her earlier, hadn't she, that she wasn't staying in Oxbury indefinitely, she was just visiting. She had made it quite apparent that she couldn't wait to be rid of the place, a sentiment Ethel shared. If she could have escaped Oxbury, she would have. It felt oppressive. It did seem awfully sudden, though, that the girl had announced her departure now, so soon after they met. Ethel only known the girl for 2 days, or nights rather. They barely had a chance to talk. Hell, they barely had a chance to speak. The girl had been so aggressive when it came to kissing. Very little in the way of actual conversation had passed between them during the last 15 minutes. Now, it seemed unlikely that Ethel would ever see the girl again. There. The girl, perhaps sensing Ethel's anxiety, let her hand rest atop Ethel's own. She smiled gently, then said, "We have one more day, at least, to share all of our dirty little secrets with one another. So don't worry, this isn't the end. Who knows, it might even be a new beginning. A new What? Ethel was stuck on the girl's words. They were rather corny. When the girl leant in, and the girl pressed her lips against Ethel's cheek. The kiss was a fleeting one, of a magnitude less intense than those she had previously bestowed upon her partner, but Ethel still blushed. She simply couldn't help herself. Not around the girl. I couldn't either, Ethel. Don't worry about it. She was helpless. Helplessly gay for her. I don't mind giving you my phone number or my address. Heck, I'd even give you my national insurance number if you wanted it. I don't think you need to go quite that far. I thought not. No, I want to show you how serious I'm being about this. I'm serious about us. Yet she hasn't told us her name. Us? Was there an us? That was news to Ethel. What, you've been making out for the past 15 minutes. But you have to make a bit of an effort too, alright? If you want to keep seeing me, then I need to test your resolve. It's like a quest from a fairy tale, you know? Not that I'm as sadistic as the princesses from those. I won't have you scouring the ends of the earth for golden apples or slaying the dragons. What I want is much more manageable. You just need to come to the church and see me tomorrow night, like you usually do. Do you think you can manage that? Do say that you will. I hate for things to end like this. The girl looked at Ethel, her gaze poignant and her lips pursed. And as Ethel stared at the girl's pretty face, she found herself incapable of looking away. She was spellbound. Throughout parts of the girl were Ethel's constant companions as she navigated the forest's twisting path, and as she emerged from the thickest of trees that surrounded her. So we have just one more night. It is getting kinda late, but I want to finish it. I don't know. These thoughts percolated inside her skull as she went her way through Oxbury Street, until she returned to the nondescript lane where her parents' house was situated. Ethel thought of the girl as her fingers fumbled for her keys, and she thought of the girl as she pushed the front door inwards with a click. She thought of her as she bent to unlace her shoes, and as she ascended the stairs with a series of heavy, lumbering footfalls. You're over your typical stream time by almost 3 hours? No. I usually stream 3 hours. Just recently I've been streaming too. She thought of the girl as she drew a bath. Ethel had always liked having baths, and it was nice being able to feel the tub so late at night without having to worry about waking her parents. And as she submerged herself nymph-like in the warm water. Ethel had run the water hot on purpose. She liked her baths to be scalding. Me too. If your skin isn't red after, it's not hot enough. Hot enough that the sensitive skin on her soles began to prune and her face turned pink, and she could feel it permeating her pores. Good. She curled up inside the tub like a newborn, shivering as the ceramic pressed against her skin. The hot water was soothing, as was the sound of the water as it rippled around her. But though she was now far away from the forest and from the church which dwelt within it, Ethel's thoughts had yet to stray from the girl. Still, she thought of her, turning her visage over and over in her head as a child might play with pebbles on the beach. The girl had overtaken her thoughts entirely. Seemed in fact to have permeated through Ethel's skin and into the core of her very being. Ethel's bones ached for the girl, and so did her muscles. Ethel's thoughts were becoming vague, a side effect of the bathwater, which she might have run a bit too hot after all. Steam was rising from the undulated surface of the water. It misted over the bathroom mirror, and the silvery taps on the end of the tub. Ethel's flushed cheeks were starting to prickle with moisture. Ethel is literally me. I can't watch this anymore. You'll find your mushroom, your mushroom girlfriend. When she blinked, a pearly bead of sweat was dislodged from her left eyelid. Slowly, it trickled down her nose, and Ethel brushed it away. Ethel's body felt as though it was burning, but this wasn't wholly the fault of the water. If I'm gonna take a buff, it's gonna be a bubble buff, you know? Need the bubbles. The heat wasn't an external thing, slushing against her thighs, and her stomach and the curve of her back. I'm starting to stumble again. Need some water. It seemed to be inside her, too. It had infiltrated her. These thoughts of the girl? Of her life? Life? What is that word? Her lean body and her dark hair were so overwhelming. They were almost intimidating. Like the particularly sadistic parasites which infected insects, to have them climb to conspicuous places so they can be consumed by predators. Ethel too felt her body moving. She was hardly conscious of what she was doing. It was very late at night, and she was tired, and the bathwater was so very warm as her hands shifted. Girl, there's people. We're watching. Ethel's left hand found one of her breasts, a full curve of supple flesh which was damp from the bathwater. Excuse me, let me contain myself. Ethel had never liked her breasts very much. She had in fact considered them a constant source of shame ever since she had been a young girl. They had swollen up much more quickly than the rest of her female classmates, even when she had been in primary school. Lauren had taken her bra shopping when she had been only 9 years old, much to Ethel's chagrin. The other girls her age, the Shanias and the Imogens and the Morgans of the world, had still been playing hopscotch in the playground and tying one another's hair in uneven pigtails. Ethel, meanwhile, had to go bra shopping with her mother. She was the first in her class to wear a bra, and she felt like it marked her. The ugly beige flesh harness had made her stand out when she tried to change for PE class among the other girls. Shani and Morgan had both giggled when they had seen Ethel's bra. I thought it was something shameful, as though they themselves would never need to wear a bra one day. They were jealous! They were jealous! It had been nothing new for Ethel, however. Even at the tender age of 9 and some change, Ethel had been tragically accustomed to the teasing from her other classmates. She hadn't been prepared for the boys to gang up on her too, however. There had been one boy in particular, Aiden Yates, who had found Ethel's new bra supremely fascinating. Damn, that girl went for puberty early, right? He had sat behind Ethel in class and had soon taken to twanging the elastic on the back of her bra beneath her demure yellow and white checked school dress, so the band snapped against Ethel's skin. We've had boys do that at my school too. What's up with that? And nobody would like tell them to knock it off when it's messed up. Shaking my head. Boys will be boys type of thing. Or like the teachers wouldn't like give it too much mind. They just like say something, but like not much, you know? Like cut it out. That's it. Not really scold them. I had that happen to me and I was fucking punched guys for it. We had a girl that actually did punch a guy for it. She was a hero. But she was a feisty one always. She was ready to fight. Absolute girl boss. That she was. And he'd soon taken to twanging the elastic on the back of her bra beneath her demure yellow and white check school dress, so the band snapped against Ethel's skin. This had hurt her, though. Worse than any physical discomfort, it had been humiliating. She had been so very humiliated by this, she hadn't been able to tell Mr. Brown about Aiden. She had wanted to draw even more attention to her bra, or to her breasts, which she had despised. Ethel had been on the receiving end of cheers and cackles from men twice her age in the streets before, and she had been in double digits. had been a miserable experience. One which had made her resent her body. Aww. That's so sad. Even now, when Ethel had grown and the rest of her body had filled out to the degree she no longer looked as horribly disproportioned as she had as a child, Ethel still loathed her breasts. If she could have, she would have clawed them from her body like lumps of clay or lumps of dough. You know, this is a very real feeling that some people get. Ethel couldn't do that, however. All she could do was endure them, and that was precisely what Ethel had tried to do. She had endured and endured and endured, never much liking the cumbersome cage of flesh she had been trapped in. I'm not moaning. But it wasn't resentment which prompted Ethel to massage her breasts now, rolling them between the pads of her palms, then pinching her nipples between her fingers. Ethel, I have an audience watching. Ethel. Her actions were not those of a woman who wanted to surgically remove the bags of fat which swayed on her chest. They were reverent instead, almost worshipful. Ethel's index fingers rubbed at one of her nipples, which was slick from the bathwater, and a jolt of electricity coursed down her spine. Wasn't expecting stuff from. Don't call it that. It's just a little bit of, I don't know, etchy. A little bit of, you know, just a little bit. Her back arched, water sopping against it. My face is red reading this. Especially reading this out loud to two people. I was just not expecting to read this kind of material. I guess I should have read the description better, I guess. Maybe there was a warning. Maybe there was, but I didn't read. Ethel had touched herself before. As much as she disliked her body, she wasn't necessarily afraid of it. But she couldn't recall it even feeling quite like this. She'd never been quite this thorough when she had been giving herself pleasure in the past. Can you... I feel like you can hear how red my face is. Typically, Ethel masturbated only to get the act over and done with, so she could do more productive things with her time, things which were decisively less embarrassing. Ethel wasn't asexual, at least. She didn't think that she was, but she never enjoyed masturbating very much. She had the urge, but the urge was a fleeting one, and when it did come, she didn't like to linger upon it. She didn't like to indulge. Her reservation stemmed in part because she didn't like to look at herself naked. She thought she looked hideous. Maybe she didn't think that her body deserved pleasure. That might have been why she had always denied herself. The sheer size of her breasts, however, which were too large to cup in her hands, damn, sorry, didn't seem to matter very much at the moment. Moans were beginning to spill from Ethel's lips. Moans which, during other circumstances, she would have tried to stifle. I can hold them for you, Ethel, it's okay. Shaking my head. The sounds of her own enjoyment embarrassed her. Everything about her body embarrassed her, but maybe it was time she overcame her anxieties. She was already 21, for goodness sake. If she didn't learn how to like herself, how could anybody else? That was what Clementine had said during their last and most explosive argument. I'm trying to be here for you, Clementine had said. Her face blotchy with emotions. But how can I when you always push me away? I tell you that I like you, but it never sticks. I feel like you're determined to hate yourself. How am I supposed to love you when you're always so negative? It's such a drag. I've been doing my best, but Ethel didn't want to think about Clementine. Not right now. She would far rather think of the girl. ex-girlfriend was now a blip of a health-recall memory on her radar. And Ethel soon shut these thoughts down, terminating them with the finality she used to stop herself from dwelling on her thesis. What? Ethel's not real. It's okay. But it is kind of late, so I understand if you want to go to sleep. It was better to forget, to drift away inside her old memories, to daydream. Okay, I'm gonna skip this one. I have my own boundaries of what I can read on stream. Okay. She saw the girl resting atop her, saw the girl's dying eyelids dissembling her. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, if you want to kind of read it yourself. But yeah. She had hated herself for far too long. Why couldn't she love herself now? Okay. What was so wrong about that? The girl at the church said that Ethel was cute. She called her adorable. She seemed to think that Ethel was worth loving. And Ethel could only hope that they would be able to see one another again. Otherwise, she really would be on her own. Ethel had felt weary while she had been walking home through the forest, but she felt even wearier after her bath. She was so fatigued she scarcely had the stamina to rise from the tub, then towel herself dry. Her arms felt too feeble to properly dry herself, so she scarcely bothered. She gave her stomach, thighs, and armpits a perfunctory wipe with a towel, but she didn't bother with her hair. With her long hair, she just left them soaking. She let it fall around her shoulders, damp strands sticking to her cheeks. Ethel was so tired she could feel her torso slumping towards as she brushed her teeth at the bathroom mirror. Could feel her eyelids beginning to droop as though she'd been caught by the same wicked spell which had tormented Sleeping Beauty. This was a fanciful thought, though, one which made Ethel cough. She might have fulfilled the sleeping part of the equation, but she was no beauty. She was plain, dull, and uninteresting in each and every way. Well, that's not what the girl at the church seems to think. It still seemed a dream that the girl had taken such a great interest in her, but she still had. Ethel clung to this thought like a talisman as she bent, her legs almost buckling beneath her, to remove the plug from the bath, and when she rose and turned off the lights in the bathroom, the girl was interested in her. She cared about her. The actions Ethel had engaged in earlier hadn't been born out of some selfish delusion. Ethel's fondness for the girl was reciprocal. The girl liked her too. We can be in a cute poly girl. You, Ethel, and the church girl, for some reason we still don't know the no yet. Wouldn't that be the dream? The girl liked her too. Didn't that mean it was fine to think of her when she finished? It was fine. Everything would be fine. Ethel had no reason to feel ashamed, which was for the best, really, given Ethel was too tired to bother with that at the moment. Ethel padded over to her bed, dripping residual bathwater in her wake, and slid beneath the sheets. She was so sleepy she didn't engage in the ritual of tossing first this way, then that, in an attempt to get comfortable. She wasn't comfortable. Her hair was sticking wetly to the nape of her neck, and her pillow and her back was scattered with droplets, which were beginning to freeze, but that was little of consequence to Ethel. It didn't slow her descent into the world of dreams. Ethel's eyelids fell shut, as they had wanted to in the bathroom. Weighted down by the sheer force of her own exhaustion. Girl, get heating in the house? Maybe her house is too old. Her breathing began to even out. Then, less than a minute after she had drawn the sheets about her, she fell fast asleep. Ah, that's the best kind of sleep though. When you're so tired, you just fall asleep. Ethel felt wary when she awoke the following morning. But was it the morning? Ethel's curtains were ajar. She must have forgotten to close them last night. And the light which flickered in had a butterscotch sort of tint granted by the encroaching evening. It must have been past midday. She's just like me for real, waking up so late. At least, for the daylight to take on such a burnished caramel sort of color. But Ethel was rather more preoccupied with the dull, heavy aching of her limbs. Where's my mushroom girl? She can't leave the woods, I bet. And the humming in the back of her skull, and she was the exact hour. Sleeping was supposed to be a restorative act, but Ethel didn't feel particularly soothed upon waking. Me too, girl. Me too. I feel even more sleepy. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration, in fact, to say that she felt rather wretched. There was a foul taste in the back of her throat, one of which reminded her of her mother's moldy cherry pie, and her bones hurt. Her ribs and her wrists, and even the individual phalanges of her fingers. Ethel could breathe without any complications, but her stomach was churning so uncomfortably, she might very well have been on a dinghy out in the Atlantic Sea. Dinghy? Maybe she was getting sick. Did she have a fever? Phalanges. Fingers, toes. I know that! Did I say it wrong? Whoops. Ethel didn't feel hot though. If anything, her skin felt uncomfortably cold and clammy. Maybe because she'd fallen asleep without properly drying her hair the night before. Ethel had long hair, though it was more owing to necessity than choice. Ethel didn't like going to the hairdressers. She found the thought of engaging in small talk with strangers a terrifying one. And in any case, there was something uncomfortably intimate about the thought of letting a stranger run their fingers through her hair. Ethel didn't like it when other people brushed her hair either. It made her feel tense. Ethel kept her hair long because she did not want anybody else touching it. Didn't want anybody cutting it, but she didn't trust herself enough to cut it either. What, you suddenly don't like her? Because she doesn't like getting her hair touched? Ethel's hand-eye coordination was good enough when it came to playing with the violin, which I would say takes a lot of hand-eye coordination. But it evaporated when it came to her appearance. No, because I relay a little too much and I do not like it. I feel that. It was why Ethel never wore makeup either, despite her mother's best attempts to teach her. Lauren had tried to show Ethel the benefits of foundation, eyeliner, and lip gloss, but Ethel had never taken to it. The one time she had tried to apply eyeliner, she had poked herself in the eye with a pencil. Her eye had watered horribly from that encounter and had been swollen for 2 days afterwards. Damn, how bad did you poke it? Shania had teased Ethel about her eye at school, because of course she had, and she called her a cyclops, which was a bit of a highfalutin insult coming from a girl like Shania, but they had been studying the Odyssey in English. Mrs. Pritt would have been happy to know that at least some of her lessons had stuck, if nothing else. Shania felt a very long way away now. However, as Ethel sat in her bed that morning, Shania and Miss Pritt and secondary school in general, the back of Ethel's head was throbbing. Why did she feel so tired? Ethel might have gone to sleep late, but she knew she'd slept for a long time. She couldn't remember having any bad dreams either. She hadn't awoken in the middle of the night covered in sweat, a scream burgeoning on her lips like a put-on heroine from a gothic novel. She had slept so soundly instead she might have been the dead, unmoving corpse. Christ, Ethel felt as cold as a corpse. Just like the girl in the church, huh? It was chilly outdoors, but should have been relatively warm in her room. Why then were her teeth chattering? Maybe. Ethel forced herself to sit up, though this took much more effort than it should have. With blurry, half-lidded eyelids, she looked around her room, which wasn't her room, not anymore. Ethel thought, or hoped rather, that she might regain some strength if she tried to regulate her breathing, but... Ethel coughed. She could feel her chest convulsing, gripped with a sudden paroxysm which brought tears to her eyes. There was a bitter, bilious taste in the back of her mouth. It tasted foul, like something dredged from the depths of a lake. Ethel raised one hand, which was trembling, to her mouth as she continued to cough, her body shaking feebly like an autumn fall leaf in the chill. More hacking coughs escaped Ethel's throat, more dry, rasping wheezes. It wouldn't have been too surprising if she'd come down with a cold, given she'd been spending so much time outdoors at night, surrounded by the persuasive chill of the winter months. But this cold did not feel like the natural consequence of her admittedly foolish actions. Okay. How could she have a cold when she didn't have a temperature? Ethel's arms and her legs were weary. How much was true, but her forehead felt quite cold, as did her armpits. She wasn't sweating. What was going on? Ethel rode out her coughing fit as best she could, her eyelids squeezed shut. The back of her head was throbbing and she felt sick. It took only 30 seconds, if that, for Ethel's coughing fit to wane, but it felt like far longer. Once she had finished, Ethel felt enervated, completely drained of her energy. Weakly, she drew back her hand, which she had used instinctively to cover her mouth. There had been no real reason, she supposed, to press her hands to her mouth, given she was all alone. There was nobody here she could pass her coat on to. Incissoration was a learned habit, however, which had been ingrained into Ethel through her uncomfortable, awkward years spent around other humans. There were worse habits one could get into, and there was no shame in being too conscious. Ethel straightened her back, feeling a little calmer, then glanced down. Not quite cherry pie was the achievement. Yikes. Her right palm, which had been pressed to her mouth during her convulsions, felt a little damp. Oh, it's like dripping. Has mushrooms. It was spittle, most likely from all her coughing. That was what Ethel assumed, at least, with a wrinkle of her nose. But when Ethel actually saw what stained her palm, she stared. She coughed this up. That's what happened. It was nothing so incongruous as spittle after all, and neither was it the decidedly more unpleasant, but still reassuringly mundane, phlegm. Ethel's palm was stained black, just like tar. What in the world was that? Where had it come from? The only logical explanation was that it had come from Ethel herself, but how? Why? Ethel didn't quite like herself, but she couldn't see any reason why she would start hacking up this. Whatever this was. There was a strange black sludge smeared across her fair skin, and that wasn't all. There was white spores mixed amongst it, cloudy and clumpy like freshly fallen snow. Ethel had no idea what these spores were, but she recognized the small, skinny objects with the rounded heads, which curled like commas amongst the filth. They were mushrooms. Who would have thought? Ethel stared at her palm, heart hammering wildly in her chest. Part of her hoped, if she kept on staring, the strange black blemish on her palm would disappear. But this soon proved to be wishful thinking. It didn't vanish. Sadly, Ethel shut her eyes. She counted to 5. Then, she opened them. The stain was persistent, however, and it refused to shift. The black ooze, the white spores, and the little mushrooms remained, all mixed up in a gooey substance which must have been her own saliva. Was this some sort of medical emergency? Ethel had been fortunate never to suffer from health complications so prominent she'd been admitted to the hospital, but she had suffered a few cuts and scrapes in her time. A particularly unfortunate incident with a pair of roller skates when she had been 8 years old had resulted in quite a nasty gash on her left knee, a gash which has bled profusely. Ethel's knee had been sticky with gore following that little incident, but the blood which had been spurted from her perforated skin had been scarlet. Its pigmentation had been so very bright, it had been almost garish. This strange fluid smeared across Ethel's palm was nothing like that, however. It couldn't have been blood, it wasn't red. It looked more like motor oil, but that didn't make any sense. Why would she be coughing up oil of all things? It didn't just sound unhealthy, it sounded inhuman. Many times I've mentioned inhuman things. Dried blood is black? Yeah, but not like pitch black. It's still kind of red-ish. If Ethel had been an inorganic girl, perhaps made of steel and bolted together with screws, this might have been possible, but Ethel was wholly human, at least as far as she was aware. Her skin was soft and her flesh was quite yielding. She was weak, delicate even, but she was definitely a human. There was no reason why she ought to be vomiting up oil. There was no reason why she ought to be vomiting up anything. She might have felt sick, but she wasn't that sick. Not physically, at least. Mentally, however, Ethel wasn't sure, and that scared her even more. Ethel did her best to go about her morning, though she'd actually awoken in the early afternoon, like she usually did. She hauled herself out of her bed with no small amount of effort, then paddled to the bathroom. Once there, she cleaned her palm free of the dark sludge which had marked it. She cleaned and cleaned and she cleaned, her motions slow and regular and repetitive, the warm water cascading over her skin in rivulets. The water turned a curious coppery color when it met the dark stain on her palm. How weird. Well, then that could be blood, maybe, but Ethel tried not to dwell on this too much. Like Lady Macbeth, she focused only on washing her hands, her motions slow and methodical. Ethel let her hands stay under the hot water tap for almost 3 full minutes. Minutes during which her flesh turned pink and then began to burn. The water was hot enough to be scalding, but Ethel paid it little heed. She liked the pain. It helped drive her other, rather more pernicious thoughts away from her mind. It stopped her thinking about what it was she had coughed up earlier. My fault, I'm stumbling over my words. It has been a while. As she sat in her bedroom, and it started thinking about how horribly tired she felt too. Ethel eventually shut off the hot water, with a hand which struggled initially to find purchase on the silvery tap. The skin of her hands was pink and swollen, taut and shiny. Ethel doubted that she'd be able to play the violin with hands like that, but maybe it didn't matter. It wasn't like she'd been playing the violin very much during the last few years anyways. It seemed strange that the violin had once been so important to her when she'd been able to give it up so easily. Maybe she'd never cared about the violin as much as she thought. It had just been a distraction, really, a means of filling the empty, aching chasm of her life. For a while, the violin served her its purpose. It made Ethel happy. But that had been many years ago now. Ethel's university degree, likewise, had once given her joy, or the semblance of joy at least, but she took little pleasure in that now. She took little pleasure in most things. With her hands newly cleaned, Ethel dressed herself. She dressed herself slowly and clumsily, with hands which didn't want to obey her. Her skin was stitched tightly over her bones.
Excuse me.
Like the surface of a drum, and bending her fingers hurt. Ethel's arms, meanwhile, were aching. It took Ethel almost 2 minutes to pull her sweater over her head and another 5 to fasten the clasp of her skirt. Eventually, however, Ethel was able to make herself presentable. Her hair was still messy, she had run a brush through it only the most perfunctorious of ways, and she had bags beneath her eyes, but it would simply have to do. Dressed and ready to face the day, Ethel took a seat on the bed and retrieved her laptop. She thought that she might take a go at writing the introductory paragraph of her thesis, or failing that, the introductory sentence, but this was wishful thinking. Her thoughts were slow and sluggish and she couldn't concentrate. Me when doing any homework ever. She had thought that working on her thesis might restore some normalcy to the day's proceedings, but why in the world would that work? It would have been abnormal, in fact, if she had made a start on her thesis, because she was woefully behind on it. Writing so much as a single sentence would have been almost as shocking an occurrence as coughing up that bile had been. But Ethel wasn't going to think about that. Didn't want to think about her thesis either. In any case, she couldn't think of it. It was starting to give her a headache. Ethel set her laptop down, defeated. Then she began to ponder. What she really wanted to do was see the girl again. It seemed imperative all of a sudden that they speak. Tonight would be the last chance, after all, that they would have to discuss anything. This thought made Ethel feel nervous, but she tried to swallow it down. There was little sense in getting agitated now. She could save that for later when she actually saw the girl. For the present, she would try to relax. What else could she do? Ethel descended down the stairs, then took refuge in the living room as she had the day before. She had many more episodes of Supernatural to work through, and that was what she did. Ethel watched the TV, her eyes fixed to it sightlessly. She was only half paying attention for 2 hours, until she was distracted by an uncomfortable rumbling in her stomach. It was only then that Ethel realized she hadn't eaten anything all day, and she'd not eaten much the day prior either. Ethel could only recall having a couple of toasties and then a few forkfuls of her mother's cherry pie, which had inevitably burned. Was the pie the reason Ethel wondered she hadn't had much of an appetite lately? It would be a reasonable reason. It might explain why she felt so queasy too. Ethel's stomach felt empty, but she didn't have any particular desire to fill it. The thought of getting to her feet, then shuffling all the way to the kitchen to look for the fridge, was immensely unappealing. Ethel would rather sit on the overstuffed sofa, which was comfortable, and watch Supernatural. But Ethel knew she had to eat something. It wasn't like her to skip meals. Typically, food was one bright spot in her day, the sole thing she looked forward to. Now, it felt more like a chore. Still, Ethel forced herself to stand. She was 21 now, which meant she had to try and marshal her body. She had to be a responsible adult, no matter how little she wished to encapsulate either of these roles. There was nobody else in the house, in any event, to look after her. She had to look after herself. Ethel walked to the kitchen with some degree of effort, then examined the contents of the fridge. She examined the freezer. She examined all of the cupboards, looking for stray tins of soup, leftovers maybe, from shopping trips her parents had embarked on years prior, or packets of half-eaten pasta, but drew a blank. There was no food in the house, not unless one counted some boil-in-the-bag rice. Oh, boil-in-the-bag rice? What the heck? That's such a white thing. Buy regular bags of rice. You don't need more microplastics in the body. You're sending me a fellow Yuri lover. Thank you later. Okay, well they'll do. Thank you. It was Ratio? Wait, Ratio who sent them or Ratio the Yuri lover? Did you guys find them on Valorant? Mason fake Yuri lover? Shaking my head. A sticky jar of pickles and several packets of pork catchings, her father's favorite. Dad, stop fighting. There's plenty of Yuri to go around for everyone. Ethel wasn't the best at cooking, but even she could manage boiling the bag rice. Please don't boil the rice in the bag. Take it out. It wasn't an option. It was an option, but what was she supposed to eat rice with? Hey, rice by itself was pretty yummy. There was no curry sauce, and there weren't any vegetables either. Plain rice on its own didn't sound very appealing. Sounds appealing to me. If you don't fuck with eating plain white rice, I don't want it. Plain white, I could eat plain white rice for any meal. And I'm white. I guess that's what I get for just, you're autistic? Okay. I don't know how that's relevant. And the less said about Jude's pork scratchings, the better. It seemed like she had no choice. She would have to make an emergency trip to the corner store. Rice's pig, hello, hello. You love my title, thank you. Are you the fellow Yuri lover that has been sent to me? Welcome. We have plenty of Yuri lovers in this community to go around. I like sticky rice the most. I like different kinds of rice. I don't notice that much difference, but no. Whatever rice they buy from my restaurant, man, it's like in a white package and it has like a rose on it. Sticky rice is just sweeter. I think they use the same rice we have for both just like serving like rice and making sushi, so yeah, then it probably is. I'm pretty sure they use the same one. It was fortunate that Oxbury did have a corner shop. The village was small, but it still boasted a place where its overwhelmingly elderly residents could buy bread and eggs and milk when needed. The shop was tiny and its inventory limited, but that was fine. We're currently playing through a toxic, literally toxic, Yuri visual novel. We're coming up towards the end. Our main protagonist seemingly has fallen ill after meeting up with a stranger in the woods in an abandoned church in the woods and participating in makeout sessions there. To be fair, it just sounds like an STD. Wow, it kinda does, doesn't it? But what STD makes you cough up mushrooms? Oxbury didn't need anything grander than that. Her next half hour blocked out for her, Ethel decided to step out. She put her shoes on at the door, jamming her feet into her mud-kitted trainers almost haphazardly, and set off. Like everything else in Oxbury, the corner shop wasn't very far away. It was only an 8-minute walk of that. Let me research. I'm pretty sure there's not a condition in the real world where you cough up mushrooms. But go ahead. Ethel had hoped that the fresh air... There is? What the heck? That's crazy. What about the one where you cough up petals? You know? Aspergillosis? That's a funny name. You know, like the I think it's a Korean tale? Where you cough up flowers when you're in love? Where more fungal fibers, blood, and white blood cells form in the lungs? Ugh! Gross. Unrequited love or something? No, I think it's just when you're in love. I don't know. Depends on the story, honestly. Restore some color to her cheeks, maybe, but she hadn't banked on it, being so very cold or so very miserable. It wasn't cold enough to snow, thank goodness, but the temperature must have been in the single digits. Perhaps 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. That's not that much above freezing point from our Americans. Yeehaw. I don't know what that would be in Fahrenheit. It doesn't get that cold here. The sky overhead, meanwhile, was festooned with clouds. Festooned? Fancy word. Said 0? No, 0 would be freezing. It was 7. There was nothing particularly joyful about it. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Ethel shivered all the way to the corner shop, wishing she had put on her coat. It's like 44. Damn. I see. Thank you. How could she have forgotten? She was so scatterbrained, her father sometimes said she would forget her head if it wasn't attached to her neck. Ethel soon made it to the shop. The bell overhead jingled, but the boy behind the counter didn't raise his head to meet her. He was too busy scrolling for his phone. So much for customer service. Ethel selected a few items, a frozen pizza, some frozen chips. Frozen chips? Oh, they call chips something else. She means like fries? Yeah, a bottle of Pepsi, and brought them to the counter. Then, she stood back and waited for the clerk to register her presents. This took a little longer than Ethel had hoped. The clerk really was enscounded in his phone, but a soft "excuse me" from Ethel made the boy lift his head. Chips are still called chips, but fries are also called chips? What the heck? Just make a new word for it then. Shaking my head. No, they call them crisps. Yeah, we realized that together. Jinx. And sheepishly, he smiled. Oh, sorry about that. I was a little caught up. Let me get this rung up for you. Thank you. The clerks conned Ethel's items while she stood there, feeling awkward, and not quite knowing what to do with her arms. Her headache had yet to subside, though she'd taken some paracetamol earlier. Unfortunately for her, however, it didn't seem to be having the desired effects. Ethel's stomach, meanwhile, felt horribly heavy, as though she had been stuffed full of newspapers. Ethel's eyed the frozen pizza, a meat feast, ham, chicken, and pepperoni, with some trepidation. She had come to the corner shop for something to eat, but food now seemed the last thing she wanted. How could she eat when she would be seeing the girl again? Can't even eat with the girl on her mind. That was much more important than a meat feast pizza. What would she say when she saw her? What would she do? Oh? And perhaps more pressingly, what would the girl do to her? This thought of the girl's lips against her own sent a small, secretive thrill of pleasure running through Ethel's stomach. She squirmed. Did the boy behind the counter, with his bright eyes and his pierced ears, know what she was thinking? No, surely not. How could he? Man, always thinking like people around you can read your mind when you think something sinful. The boy bagged Ethel's purchases, the plastic carrier bag crinkling, then presented her the card reader with a cheery smile. The boy might have been wearing black, and he sported rather a lot of piercings, but he was rather personable. He reminded Ethel a bit of a puppy. He was quite sweet, really, in a boyish way. His face soft, heart-shaped, and devoid of even the slightest suggestion of facial hair. He looked even younger than Manny, though. Though Ethel presumed he was older. She was sure, in fact, that he was her age. He looked familiar. Hadn't they gone to the same primary school? It seemed inevitable if he and Ethel were the same age. There was only one primary school in all of Oxbury, unless his parents had sent him somewhere else. Ethel should have known what he was called, but she was drawing a blank. She'd always been bad with names, especially when it came to boys. Yeah, I wonder why. They all blended together with their short hair and their dirty, stubby fingernails. If they had been former classmates, Ethel hoped the boy wouldn't try to embroil her in yarn about the good old days. That would have been excruciating. Ethel fumbled in her pocket for her phone, which she tapped on the electronic reader. Her purchase approved, Ethel then took the bag from the counter. By this point, her palms were sweating. Her stomach, meanwhile, felt heavy, as though she'd eaten a cinder block, but that didn't make any sense. Why did her stomach feel so heavy? She hadn't eaten anything all day. Excuse me. Ethel had gone to the shop to buy food to satisfy the empty aching inside her, but this emptiness had shrunk while the boy had been ringing up Ethel's purchases. Or maybe it had expanded? She felt dazed. She lurched uneasily towards the exit, feeling like an amphibian out of water. She could very well have been a wet, web-toed creature which did better underwater than it did on dry land. Her stomach was still churning. Her heart felt like a clenched fist. A sudden wave of nausea assaulted her, making her gasp, and then... Ethel? Is it the goddamn teacher again? I fucking know it. It's the goddamn teacher. At this point, I would take note at what time he's outside with the dog, because he's probably walking the dog at the same hour every day. Because dogs like routine. So you could hide. A concerned voice drew Ethel out of her reverie. My fault. I have been reading for a while. My tongue's starting to twist. It wasn't the boy from the corner shop calling after her as she made her anxious escape. It was Mr. Brown. What's up, man? You were like the only other rendered person. Ethel's former teacher must have been going to the corner shop himself because he met Ethel a stone's throw away from the shop's illuminated exterior. And it was a good thing he had, too. Ethel had been about to collapse when Mr. Brown caught her. His powerful hands pressed against her forearms. Mr. Brown looked at Ethel worriedly, his eyes narrowed. His gaze was discerning, and he soon sensed something was amiss. Gently, he rested a hand against Ethel's back, not low enough to make Ethel feel uneasy, and said, Are you alright? Ethel winced. Her vision was beginning to blur. The street looked alarmingly hazy. She might well have been viewing it through a thick film of fog. Her head hung uncomfortably heavy as she said, Alright, I think? Mr. Brown frowned. He didn't look convinced, and neither did he sound it, for that matter. Your face is awfully pale, not to mention clammy. Do you have a temperature? You look feverish, and it seems like you're having trouble standing. I'm alright, really. I think I just have a bit of a cold. A cold? Ethel nodded. I was out in the rain a couple of nights ago. It must have caught up to me. Yeah, there is that. I won't tell you to be more careful, but it's too late for that. I suppose it would be unreasonable of me to tell you to build a time machine. But I can always let you come back to mine if you want to put your feet up. My home is closer than yours. It should spare you a bit of a walk, and I can put some tea on maybe. It might make you feel better. No, it's alright. You don't need to go out of your way. I'm a teacher. It's my job to go out of my way for my students. I'm not your student, though. You were once, and old habits are hard to break. I'd feel guilty in any case, letting you go off on your own in this state. What if you collapsed? I'm not that involved, said the girl who almost collapsed. I hope you're not, but would you let me be the judge of that? I might not be a doctor, but I am a primary school teacher. They might seem like very different professions, but they have their share of similarities. They both involve looking after people. Privately, Ethel thought that some doctors would dispute this claim. In fact, she imagined a lot of surgeons would take offense to the assertion that coiling children was at all similar to performing triple bypasses. Mr. Brown sounded so earnest, however, that Ethel didn't want to argue with him. Not that she would have anyway. Man, we can't go. We gotta go meet up with our girlfriend in the woods, man. This wasn't really the sort. She wasn't really the sort who argued. She wasn't like Manny, who could turn any co-op game he played into a whirlwind of racially motivated insults. Damn, girl. Ethel didn't want to rebuff Mr. Brown's kindness either, though she didn't relish the thought of going back to his home. She had no desire to see how her old primary school teacher lived or where. She wasn't even sure if Mr. Brown's house was closer to the corner shop than hers, but she didn't want to question him. She presumed he knew what he was talking about, and Mr. Brown was nothing if not reliable, and Ethel didn't feel up to walking. The mere act of holding the carrier bag with her Pepsi, diet, of course, Lauren would be proud, and her frozen pizza, her mother would be less proud about that, was making her upper arms ache. Taste? Ethel nodded slowly. Very good. I always knew you were a sensible girl. Girl. Ethel winced. Was that still how Mr. Brown saw her? As a foolish child? The thought rankled. She was already 21. She was old enough to drink, to smoke, to vote. She was old enough to drive, not that she could. She was old enough to have sex. She was old enough to get her home broken. She wasn't a child anymore. Though she often wished she was. Now let's go. We'll have you back in a jiffy. Vaguely, Ethel wondered what Mr. Brown had come to the corner shop for himself. He hadn't gone inside. Why is this being so horny? It's natural. It's natural. Don't shame Ethel. Have you seen her girlfriend? Like, goddamn, who wouldn't be? Shh. Shh. It wouldn't been have 15 minutes if I wasn't reading it out loud. Shh. He must have forgotten about his errands in an effort to look out for Ethel. Well, whatever he wanted couldn't have been that important. Come on now. Mr. Brown spoke reassuringly, giving Ethel ways to squeeze. It's alright, I've got you, don't worry. If you read all of it out loud, it would have been 30. Nah, I doubt it. Under normal circumstances, Ethel would have been worried if an older man had been escorting her back to his home with his arm around her waist. Lauren and Jude had never been the most hands-on, but they had at least instilled Ethel with a sense of stranger danger in her childhood. Even to an outsider, the situation must have looked suspect. But these differences were anything but normal, and for once, Ethel didn't worry. She didn't have the strength to worry, for one thing, and for another, Mr. Brown wasn't so very unsettling. He had taught Ethel when she had been small. She had been afraid of him as a young girl, that much was true, but she didn't think he was so very threatening now, not when he looked just as concerned, as if not more, than she was. Go back to your mushroom girlfriend, don't go with the weird man. In this case, the mushroom girlfriend is probably more dangerous, but... You really did seem to care. There was something Ethel could take solace in, at least. It was a cold sort of comfort. When her head was aching and her lips felt so numb, insensible almost. But it was better than being alone. I'm all for danger. You are doing a good job. You can do this, just a few steps more. Ethel continued to walk, putting one clumsy, sluggish foot in front of the other, until at long last, Mr. Brown had led her to their destination. And here we are. Mr. Brown spoke in an uncharacteristically jovial voice as he came to a halt outside a nondescript house and canny alike to most of the houses in Oxbury. Pebble dashed with 2 floors and a crooked chimney jutting out the roof. Home sweet home, there's nothing quite like it. Mr. Brown unlatched the wooden gate which circled the property one-handedly. He was still using his other arm to support Ethel, then stepped forwards. Ethel followed in his wake, feeling like an obedient pony being taken to a butt of water. Mr. Brown crossed the garden path, an array of geometric stones called with algorithmic precision in a manner which rather suited her former teacher, and eased Ethel onto the frontal steps. Then he searched in his coat pocket for his keys, which he inserted into the lock. There was something of a production, given Mr. Brown was still supporting Ethel, but he was able to manage it with a surprising amount of dexterity for a man his age. Hey, he's not that old. Though perhaps this was not so very surprising after all. Mr. Brown wasn't so very old, not really. He was only in his late 50s. That's what I'm saying. Give older people a little credit. He looked a good deal healthier than Ethel was, and a good deal more energetic too. Mr. Brown guided Ethel inside his home, then paused to shut the door behind them. It wasn't long after Mr. Brown had shut the door when Sparky dashed into the hallway, his entrance heralded by a series of excitable barks. You really got a yapper, huh? The dog must have been left to man the house in Mr. Brown's absence, though how well a dog could man anything was debatable. I wish there was a picture! I wish there was a picture of the dog! You can't rob us of a picture of a pet! Come on now! Sparky couldn't have been waiting for his errant master all that long, but his insistent barking was uncannily reminiscent of a nagging wife. Where were you? Sparky would have said if he could have talked, which of course he could not. I've been waiting for ages. Mr. Brown must have thought similarly because he smiled wryly and shook his head. All right, I know you miss me. You don't have to make such a production out of it, you daft mutt. If Ethel hadn't been there occupying so much of Mr. Brown's attention, maybe he would have bent to ruffle the top of Sparky's head. And we all call her dogs. Names like Stinky and Ugly. But there are Stinky Uglies. As it was, however, Mr. Brown was otherwise preoccupied, and he couldn't do that. Instead, he gave his dog, or daft mutt, rather a gentle, affectionate nudge in the side with his shin. Sparky yipped at this, appreciatively perhaps, and Mr. Brown chuckled. Well, I'm glad you're so happy to see me. I can do without you making such a racket, though. What must the neighbors think? You don't like where this is going? He might be saving our life. Sparky yipped in response and wagged his tail, his dark eyes bright and eager. But we must pass the test and return to her. We can't miss it. Mr. Brown chuckled and led Ethel into the living room once the pair of them had divested off their shoes. Oh, we get to see the living room. It's a very old man living room, huh? Mr. Brown guided Ethel to an armchair, which she sank down in gratefully, relieved to be finally off her feet. Sparky followed the two of them into the living room, his tail trembling all the while. It looks like your grandma's house. With wide eyes, he looked up at Ethel and cocked his head. Then, he yipped. It was a yip which carried with it a question, one which was so unmistakable it transcended the barriers between the species. Who, that yip said, are you? What are you doing here? Ethel had half a mind to reply to the dog's query, but bit back her response. She didn't want to look completely insane, nattering away at a dog as though it had posed a genuine question. Please, dog owners talk to their dogs all the time. Dog owners would not bat an eye on that. I know it as a dog owner. Fortunately for her, however, Mr. Brown seemed to have understood Sparker's query, because he took it upon himself to answer. See? Yes, I didn't tell you I'd be bringing a guest back, did I? This lassie here is Ethel. You know her, don't you, boy? Remember, you've met before. Sparky yipped his response in appreciation, and Mr. Brown smiled. That's right, I'm sure you two will get on like a house on fire. What? But could you try to tone down all the barking? Ethel here has a headache. Isn't that right, Ethel? I've felt better, I suppose. I thought as much. You're as pale as anything. I do hope that Sparky's not bothering you. Oh, no, it's fine. Are you sure? I can always put him in one of the upstairs bedrooms if you'd like. I don't want him making a nuisance out of himself, and I know some people don't like dogs. Ethel briefly contemplated Mr. Brown's offer, but the thought of Sparky being shut away upstairs for her sake made her feel guilty. Aww. She wasn't much of a dog person, but she didn't want to impose upon poor Sparky. This was his home, not hers, and he hadn't done anything wrong either. She's so mindful of Sparky, other than being a bit too excitable. Really, it's fine. I can deal with him. Well, good. I'm glad. Just give him a nudge if he tries to jump up on you. He can be a bit overly friendly like that, especially since I don't have guests around all that often. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like a cup of tea? Ethel blinked, momentarily stumped. The question was a simple one, but Ethel was tired and achy, her head hurt, and she wasn't sure how to respond. Her stomach still felt tied in knots. She was unsure if she could stomach anything in her current state, not even liquid. But tea was rather inoffensive, wasn't it? It's only British. Maybe it would help soothe her, and if nothing else, it would let Mr. Brown feel like he was doing something useful. Alright. Ethel eventually capitulated more for Mr. Brown's sake than her own. I wouldn't mind a cup of tea. It might help. Of course, I will that tea up for you in a moment. Hang tight. I will. Ethel's reply was half-hearted as Mr. Brown exited the living room, shuffling in his socks. Sparky looked between Ethel for a few moments, who was slumped in the armchair, and Mr. Brown's retreating trouser legs, before, with a decisive yip, he set off. He must have decided he would rather spend more time with his master than the strange frumpy girl after all. Ethel might have been an amusing distraction for all 5 seconds, but she couldn't compete with Mr. Brown. Nobody had ever picked Ethel first. Aww. Not during PE, nor when boys had been carousing the school's hallways looking for girls to invite to the prom. Why wouldn't Sparky be any different? Mr. Street, we've been talking for 6 hours straight. Is your frill doing okay? It's hanging on. Thanks for the hydrate. I've been drinking water. I've been trying to stay hydrated. Drink alcohol? I've already drank my alcohol. I don't have any more. You guys won't trick me into getting super drunk on Halloween. You drank it too fast and mayhaps a little too much. Plus, alcohol makes me sleepy. With the absence of both its owner, it was obvious, based on the way Mr. Brown doted on him, that Sparky had free reign of the house. The living room felt staid and sad, only inhospitable. You want more? Don't drink too much. It's too late. It's far too late. Ethel hadn't had a chance to properly examine her new surroundings, but now she did. There was nothing else to distract her. She turned her head this way and that, her eyes wide. Unfortunately for Ethel, however, Mr. Brown's living room did little to alleviate her sunken spirits. It was hopelessly drab and depressing. The carpet and the curtains uniformly dull. The cabinets which lined the walls, meanwhile, were dark oak, all full of ceramic figures. There was something sad about Mr. Brown's home. The color scheme matched his name so perfectly, it would have been funny were it not so sad. Oh, because he's Mr. Brown. Yeah, but I could stay up. I don't know, it's up to you. There was a strange smell too, which lingered in the air. An stagnation that the air freshener plugged into the wall could not quite hide. It was a curious sort of smell, actually. It made Ethel think of the forest, of the damp and the decay. It made Ethel think of mold. thinking of mold a lot lately, huh? Maybe the wooden joists in the walls have begun to rot. It wouldn't be so very surprising, what with how rainy England was. Ethel's parents' house had mold problems too. It wasn't so very bad in the summer, but it always showed up in the patchy stains that spread by the windowsill and the radiators when the winter rolled around. Wiping the walls clean of mold had become something of a tradition when Christmas holidays rolled around. Mr. Brown's house must have been afflicted with the same curse, just like of all the other homes in Oxburdy. Ethel doubted that the houses in Australia, when its golden beaches and its sapphire surfs, would be plagued with similar problems. You're gonna watch Worlds? Okay, have fun. Can't believe you leave me to watch League, but that's okay. It's okay. You can go. It's whatever. It's fine. Have fun. Tell me how it goes. Australia was far too sunny, not at all like England. God, what a dreary country it was, and what a dreary house this was. Dreary. Mr. Brown wasn't so very old, but his home seemed to belong to a man at least 2 decades his senior. Ethel didn't like the interior decor. Try though she might, she couldn't get comfortable. Mr. Brown's home put her mind on rather too much of the old person's home in Marsden that her great-uncle had stayed in after he'd taken a tumble and broken his hip bone. Ethel hadn't liked to visit him there, in that dun brown communal home full of elderly men and women, but she hadn't had to pay too many visits. He had died only a few months after being admitted. Aww. Apparently, he had succumbed to pneumonia. That was the official story, at least. Privately, however, Ethel did wonder whether being stuck in a home like that, with its gurgling radiators, brown curtains, and natty draught excluders, hadn't succeeded in carrying him off for good. They're still doing intros, so you're not watching Worlds? I see. You gotta tell me if they play anybody fun, though. I heard Seraphim had a win recently. Old people's homes were supposed to exist as places where the elderly went for succor, but Ethel couldn't imagine experiencing any modicum of comfort in such a place herself. It had been much too depressing. Ethel had been depressed simply visiting here. There, I'm really stumbling on my words now. And she had only ever stayed for half an hour at a time. Mr. Brown's home reminded her of all her tragic visits to the old person's home 4 years prior. The color scheme of the living room was bad enough, but those china figures locked away behind the display case really sold the impression home. They looked like the sort of figures only a woman well into her 80s could care for, even when viewed from a distance. Such figures might have been fashionable once, but they seem woefully outdated now. Bro, there was a team picked that the girls and the gays won with. It was like Seraphine, Ash, and Aurora. Yeah, I've seen that. Good for them. Maybe we'll get a skin. Ethel had unearthed similar figures in her childhood during her weekends spent at a car boot sales with her mothers. The Aurora was top? Why Jungle as their mid Ash Sarah bot lane? Damn. These ornaments had always been grouped together in plastic boxes, all sold at a discount, £2.50 a pop, if that. Some of the more sorrowful ones, with missing fingers and hairline cracks running down their faces, had fetched for £1 or 50 pence, or they'd been bundled together in humiliating deals. Get one for free. Buy one, get one for free. Ethel wondered how much the figures in Mr. Brown cabinets would sell for at the market. Oh my god, when is he coming back with that tea? Been here for ages. She couldn't imagine people wanting to part with their hard-earned cash for a threatening of a sailor boy whose blonde hair and blue eyes had begun to fade. There was a girl, too, sitting beneath a ceramic tree with a book on her lap. and beside her, a shepherdess with curls who was holding a crook. A lamb nuzzling her thighs. There was a boy with a fishing rod and a girl holding a tray of what Ethel supposed were freshly baked cookies, and a clown who looked alarmingly realistic in his ceramic sorrow. No figures of clowns. Ethel busied herself trying to count the ornaments Mr. Brown had in that cabinet. Were there 20 of them? 30? When... Have Eve's little figures tickled your fancy, Oh. Ethel jumped as she looked over at the doorway, her head swiveling like sunflowers. She had been so entrapped in the figures, and in trying to count them, she hadn't heard Mr. Brown's approaching footsteps, or oddly enough, Sparky's shirt full of yips. God, his dog doesn't shut up, huh? Her ex-teacher had returned from the kitchen while she had been examining his spoils. Clever, and now he was approaching her, a tray clutched between his hands. These ornaments aren't really to my taste, if you're wondering. I'm not the one who bought them, they're Evie's, though they belonged to her aunt first. She left them to us in her will after she died, and Evie was adamant that we take all of the blasted things in. They were very important to her aunt, apparently, so important we simply couldn't leave them. I was less enthusiastic. I said there'd just be more things to dust, and who really needs so many knickknacks, but Evie talked me round. She was very good at doing that, was my Evie. I could never say no to her, not when she really wanted something. We love a man who loves his wife. We love a man who loves and appreciates his wife, as he should, because women are treasures to be cherished. Period. Mr. Brown shook his head at this, a touch bemusedly, or so Ethel thought. You hate your wife? Don't hate your wife. Shaking my head. Was he self-conscious, perhaps, that he had let so much slip about his wife? Maybe he didn't think it was appropriate to talk at such crank to a girl 30 years his junior, a girl who had once, more than a decade prior, been one of his students. Mr. Brown cleared his throat self-consciously and approached Ethel, the tray held steadily in his hand. Here you are. I've got you some tea. I hope it's to your tastes, or at the very least, I hope it warms you up. I do worry that you might have made yourself sick, going outside in the cold like that, especially when it's been raining so much lately. It can't be good for you. But if my ma'am's to be believed, that's nothing a good strong cup of tea can't fix. God, my throat will need a cup of tea after this. She was an awfully optimistic woman, my mother. Thank you. Ethel accepted the cup of tea from Mr. Brown, then nursed it in her hands, holding it to her chest like some sort of talisman. The mat was hot to the touch, and Ethel's fingertips tingled as she rested them against the curved, smooth ceramic. Steam rose from the meniscus of the tea, a fine, gauzy steam which smelled faintly fruity. As for the tea itself, it was a staringly red color which put Ethel in mind of poisonous berries. Poisonous? The small, round sort you find nested among trees during the summer. It had been kind of Mr. Brown to brew her a cup of tea. Meniscus? What? Huh? I don't understand. I'm sorry. It had been kind of Mr. Brown to brew her a cup of tea, but Ethel didn't trust the liquid inside that mug. It was far too vivid, almost garishly so. Dude, the sleepy tired has beat me in a 1v9. Damn. Are you gonna go to sleep? Get some rest. I hope you don't have work tomorrow. Ethel wasn't sure, all of a sudden, if she could drink it. She felt nauseous. You do? And you stayed up and got drunk? You just choked over a word, so I was telling you how to say it. Oh yeah, I tend to do that. My fault. It's okay. I don't take offense. Fortunately, Mr. Brown wasn't the sort of over-attentive host who insisted that his guests drink all their tea, every last drop. Maybe he did not want to be overbearing. He might have been Ethel's teacher once, but he wasn't her teacher anymore. They had both grown older since Ethel's primary school days, and there was very little to link them together. They weren't friends. They were hardly family friends.
Hey, he's a friend of your family.
Mr. Brown himself might have felt awkward about inviting Ethel to his house. He must have been worrying that he'd overstepped some sort of boundary, because he didn't speak to Ethel, not for a few moments at least. Instead, he busied himself with sipping at his own tea, which must have been too hot to drink comfortably. Ethel was certain his tea was too hot, in fact, because she saw Mr. Brown's wince as he set his cup aside. Had he scalded his tongue? A deep-rooted silence stretched between the pair as the seconds passed. That's so awkward, just like staring at your tea because it's too hot. In silence. Almost as intense as that which could be found in the depths of Oxbury's forest. I swear I could hear my mom get up. But maybe I'm imagining it. Someone might get yelled at. Okay, whatever. Mr. Brown bent. He patted the top of Sparky's head for a few moments. His beloved dog had begun to nose about his feet. As the carriage clock on the mantelpiece ticked, the clock ticked and ticked and ticked, denoting every single second that passed until Mr. Brown coughed. You're going to a tea party and you're gonna burn your tongue? Don't do that. Blow on it. Put only a little bit in your cup so it cools down faster, shaking my head. Then, looking up at Ethel, he said, "And how's the tea? Is it to your taste?" Ethel had yet to take a sip of her tea. It was still too hot, and anyway, she wasn't thirsty, but she nodded regardless. She didn't want to seem ungrateful. Good. That's good. I'm glad. I think it's a bit too strong myself, but Evie liked it, so I suppose I've gone into the habit of buying it. The tech is to put icy hot on your tongue before you... To put ice on your tongue before you drink? Pretty sure it's how you poison yourself. Why would that poison you? No, icy hot. Oh, it's a medication? I've never had icy hot. No, I haven't heard of it. That's how you get out of the tea party. But tea parties are fun. Used for sore muscles. Oh, so you would like lose the feeling in your tongue? Wow. So dumb, so silly. Look at you guys being besties westies. Pretty sure it does have like lidocaine in it. Interesting. Is this the person we played Arab with the other day? Yeah, that's Ratio. Oh, that's Ratio. Whoa. That's him. That's one and only. I hope you don't mind too much. Ethel shook her head moodily. She didn't mind really, though she did think it said, in a way, that this tea was yet another memento of Mr. Brown's recently deceased wife. Except when he's clean, except when it comes to me, because he's done me dirty all night. Damn, Rachel, you're not carrying? Shaking my head. Lock in. A good portion of the house, in fact, seemed dedicated to the dearly departed Evie. I wingmaned this guy and carried? Well, one of you gotta be lying. I don't know. I'm getting a little tired. Bro did not wingman you? Who do I believe? I don't know. Don't feel obliged, though, to drink it. Not if you're not thirsty. I won't be put out. I'd rather think I forced it on you, just like I forced you to come here. Single as a Pringle? You got the Discord. Okay, that's a step. That's a step. Now you gotta strike up a conversation or two. Getting a bitch's Discord do nothing? Well, it's a step. Okay. I accidentally threw something. Baby steps. Got a cat pic and got out. It's okay. It's okay. I too get shy around girls. Do you feel better now, at least, after sitting down for a while? Ethel frowned, still clutching the mug of unsipped tea between her hands. The tea had cooled down a little by now, but she made no attempt to drink it. You girls don't want to date. I flirted with one for like 5 years and it eventually worked, but 5 years? Hey, that's called dedication. Shaking my head. And maybe don't call them e-girls. Shaking my head. Like when they don't believe my cat's name is Little Mr. Sister Fister, I lose interest. Because that's not your cat's name. You've told me your cat's name, and I'll expose you on stream. Your cat's name is Little Man, not Little Mr. Sister Fister. It is, it's on the documents. Shaking my head. No way you actually put that for his like vet name. Little Man is the nickname. Little Mr. Sister Fister. You sure did. I bet that's not the craziest name they've heard, but still. Wasted no time. Have you gotten your second kitten yet, by the way? What happened to that? She hadn't felt particularly thirsty before, but now she knew the tea was a relic from the Mr. Brown days. Mrs. Brown days. Consuming it would have felt akin to sacrilegious. I love a mutual who has a black rabbit and they call it Son of Lucifer, Bringer of Night. That is his legal name. That goes hard. When I go to the vet and I say I'm here to pick up little Mr. Sister Fister, my smile is so big. I just got good old Toby. I'm here for Toby. Why, it would not have been too many steps removed from consuming the dead woman's ashes. You feel a bit better, yeah. Thank you. You... were very helpful. I don't know if I'm very helpful, really, but I do my best. I can't leave people when they're in a bad state, I suppose. Even if it does make me a bit of a busybody. That'll be all my years as a teacher coming through. But I didn't bring you here to talk about me. How are you? How are you, Ethel? I have a cat named AK. Stands for Adventure Kitty, but she's kind of passive-aggressive, so she's not exactly a friend. It's quite a fitting personality for somebody named AK. Is she 47 by any chance? Now that was the question. How was she really? Aww. Pets are always hardest to part with. Ethel was unaccustomed to people asking her how she felt, largely because nobody had ever much seemed to care, not even her parents. Maybe that was why Mr. Brown's innocent query had left so shaken. Miss a singular chicken? Fuck the others though. What did the others do to you? I used to be afraid of chickens as a kid. They seemed rather large. More Smirnoff? No, no more Smirnoff. I only have water. More water. I only put one in the fridge. Guys, I rarely get drunk. The only time I got drunk is when I was drinking a sake on stream. I really was drunk that time. Like when I went to the restroom, I was like, I couldn't walk straight. That was a long while ago now. Sake gets you drunk as fuck though. Yeah, and I drank like half the bottle. I still have it. It's still in my room. Chris is so fake. I invited her to the Halloween drink-a-thon and she dodged. I forgot. Did you really invite me? I don't think so. I don't remember. Where's my invitation? So I'm here streaming instead. Part of Ethel appreciated she supposed, but another part of her, a greater part maybe, felt uncomfortable about the attention. She wasn't accustomed to it. Ethel? Mr. Brown prompted, his voice gentle. If something's bothering you, you can tell me, you know. I don't bite. We did? We literally did? I don't remember. Sounds like lies and propaganda. I heard you talking about it. Never was it said, Chris, you should join us. I'm not good with indirect stuff, you know? I'm a little silly in the brain. You gaslight your friends? Never! Never! Do I look like a person who would do that? Do I look like a person who would lie and gaslight? I would never do that. Rachel invited me. I don't know. You guys are just being silly. I think you guys had too much to drink. You must be misremembering stuff. Don't worry about it. Not that I ever gave detentions back at Augsbury primarily. I'm not a strong believer in their effectiveness, just... Oh, not the Ottoman getting you. Haha. I'll allow it. Getting cooked is one way to put it. Be happy I'm such a merciful streamer. Hello, Alexandros. Hope you're having a good night. Happy Halloween. We're just yapping and trying to finish up this visual novel, man. I know. Ow. But with all the yapping, it's taking longer. You want me to just end it here and then stream next time for like what? 30 minutes, maybe? I don't know how much is left. We can do it. You've not been looking at all well. Your face is so pale, even now. This game's meant to be... Yeah, but it always takes longer when you're streaming. It always takes longer. It takes almost double the time. You aren't feeling sick, are you? Ow. I don't deserve the beatings. Ethel cast her mind back to the events earlier that day, recalling the coughing fit. It does take longer in streaming games for some odd reason. It makes sense because you're reading it out loud, you're paying attention to like chat, you know? Like, there's so much going on. Recalling the coughing fit, which had left her doubled over, out of breath. She remembered too the strange black fluid which had stained her fingers. What had that been? Even now, she didn't know. I'm trying to speed run through it, okay? I'm trying. If she had been coughing up blood, though, surely she would have been suffering from other symptoms. Should she not be shivering? Shaking? Shouldn't she have a fever? Ethel didn't feel particularly flushed, though. If anything, she felt uncommonly cold. Ran out of points, shaking my head. For all Ethel knew, that strange black tar which had stained her hands could have been a hallucination. She had been very tired lately. She'd been worrying too much about her feces, and then there was the girl at the church. Ran up a gamble? What would you gamble about? Oh, I know. It's gonna be a long one, though.
Okay. Will Crisis, that's me, finish this stream in less than 40 minutes. Okay, soon. Let's put it as soon. Submission period is gonna be 10 minutes. It's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one, okay? Do you usually do long streams? No, I usually do like 4 hours. 4 hours is pretty normal for me. But when it's like a visual novel and I know that it's about to end, like it's not gonna be... I don't want to stretch it too long, you know? Like this one is supposed to be around 4 hours-ish. So it's, theoretically, I can finish it in a stream. Log in, do your game. Okay, okay. If nothing else, you do look rather distracted. You might not be sick, but it's clear there's something on your mind. Would you care to share it with me? I don't wish to pry, but they do say a trouble shared is a trouble halved. Ethel pondered Mr. Brown's words for a few moments, letting the syllables percolate in her head like brewing coffee. She knew there was a degree of truth in what Mr. Brown was saying. Sharing one's problem with another could, in many cases, help to lighten the burden of trying to endure said issues on one's own. You'll send me a funny picture? Okay. Particularly, can you tell Mason to screenshot the DM he sent? Mason, please screenshot DM you sent. Particularly if the other party was sufficiently receptive. For most of her childhood and later in her teenage years, Ethel hadn't had anybody she could confide in. You're sending it? Okay. Tell me when? So add this game to my wishlist because it's similar to another game I'm playing. Oh yeah, you totally should! And I love this developer at Behemoth overall. Check Discord. What? How? It's not funny. I'm not laughing. Okay. I read it. That wasn't very funny. He said screenshot DM. Ah, okay. They're just stalling. It's fine. It's fine. We'll make it. We'll make it. Oh my god, I love the Yuri emote. So cute. Her parents might have been supportive of her, but that was only in a nominal sense. Lauren and Jude had always been there for her, and they'd done their due diligence as parents, but they never really understood her. They simply hadn't had enough in common. Ethel had been incapable of turning to her family for advice, and neither had she possessed any friends whom she could confide in. Hi, I'm seeing your messages. I'm seeing it. MathTaf21. She had never had any friends. This had changed after she had attended university and she had met Clementine, but even their relationship had fallen apart. You have been acknowledged. I saw your DMs. I read the screenshot. I read it. I require reading out of individual messages? No, no. No, you can talk. It's totally fine. Don't worry. They're just playing. No, you can't. We're getting through it. It's gonna be fine, even if I can't finish it. She didn't have anybody else she could speak to. She was all alone. That had been the case. At least, if it still held true, perhaps she would have felt enticed into divulging her problems with Mr. Brown. But it was not so now, not after meeting the girl. The girl was everything Ethel had ever wanted in a confidant. She was patient, understanding, well-meaning, and
Though Ethel felt a touch ashamed for considering this a worthwhile criteria, she was very pretty. She was close too to Ethel in age, much closer than Mr. Brown. Ethel knew that Mr. Brown meant well in posing these questions to her, but how much could he help, really? Can we watch a Danganronpa trailer? No. I've never played Danganronpa, and I don't plan to. They inhabited different spheres of existence. He was much too old to relate to her. Yeah, but maybe he can provide some older wisdom. I hear they have some nice yuri. You lie. You lie. Why? He was even older than Ethel's parents. He was almost as old as Ethel's grandparents. Those on her mother's side, at least. I'll know if not check. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. Ethel doubted he would understand her. She doubted it to such an extent, in fact, she did not want to try. I had to give my throat a second. How could she tell her old primary school teacher about her struggles with her thesis? And her loss of interest in her area of academia? I'm not gonna look at it right now, but if you remind me, I can look at it later. How could she tell him of her recent breakup with Clementine and how much that had hurt her? How could she tell him that she felt like an unwanted alien in her own family? That she felt like she had nowhere to belong, and above all else, she felt talentless and uninteresting and ugly alongside it? How could she tell him about the girl whom she had known for only a couple of days, and how could she tell him how much she wanted her? How could she tell him how much she would miss her? She couldn't. It was impossible. Ethel turned these worries over in her mind like pebbles, her fingers curled tightly around the ceramic mug Mr. Brown had given her. The mug from which she had yet to take a single sip. It was nice that Mr. Brown cared so much, but he didn't care in the right way. He didn't care in the way that Ethel wanted him to care. Ethel had nothing to say to him. There was nothing he could do for her. She forced herself to smile, though she knew it couldn't have looked very convincing, as she said, "Thank you for being so concerned, but I'm alright, really. There's nothing wrong with me," said the girl who's a lot of things wrong with. Are you certain about that, Ethel? The way you collapsed in the shop looked rather serious, if nothing else. That's nothing, really. I've just not been sleeping well lately, so I've been a bit tired. It's nothing serious, though. You really don't need to worry about me. You've been tired? That's right. I'm used to my dormitory in Durham, so coming back to Uxbury feels a bit strange. I'm not used to it. It's hard to relax. Ah, I see. Well, I can't imagine your fatigue is being helped by your sudden fondness for late-night walks. Perhaps you ought to try to have an early night. I know I've been getting into bad habits. I'll try to take better care of myself, though. Thank you for checking in on me. And thank you, really, for the tea. It's delicious. Ethel hadn't taken a single sip of her tea. At this point, she was certain it must have been stone cold. Mr. Brown must have noticed this. He'd been looking at Ethel too intently not to call her bluff, but once again, he didn't comment on it. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all. You'd be doing me a favor, actually, if you drank that up. But you're quite welcome, of course." Ethel felt a twinkle of guilt in the face of Mr. Brown's reply, which was so very good-natured. Her guilt was a brief, fleeting thing, however, which didn't last. Why should she worry about lying to Mr. Brown? It wasn't like she owed him anything. He had been nice to her, but his niceness had come in the form of a cup of tea she couldn't drink and a conversation she hadn't wanted to engage in. Ethel couldn't relate to him, and neither did she want to. Ethel had been 9 years old the last time they'd spent any real time with one another. She had worn clunky butterfly clips in her hair back then, and she had drawn horses in her copybooks, and she had collected scented pens and stickers. She wasn't the same girl she had once been. Mr. Brown didn't know a thing about her, or what she wanted, or how lonely she had been. And Ethel hoped it would stay that way. It's time. It's time. Is it time? It took Ethel only a few minutes to return home, a fact for which she was grateful. While growing up, she had found Oxbury's diminutive size to be a negative. The village was so small it had been stifling. Now, however, Ethel was glad for it. It made it easier for her to retreat from Mr. Brown's depressing living room and his equally depressing home and return to her own. Wait, but check the time! Ethel's home wasn't much better than Mr. Brown's. Ethel found it only marginally less miserable, but at least it wasn't so aggressively brown. Ethel had clutched her carrier bag with the frozen pizza and the Diet Pepsi in her right hand during her walk back, so tightly it had left a red groove in her palms. Her palms ached, and putting her food away in the freezer made her arms ache too. It wasn't until half an hour later that she set about making food, and once she had, she felt she didn't much want it. The tomato base of the pizza was almost luridly red, and the cheese on top of it looked like pus. Ethel hadn't been very hungry before she'd set out, and what little appetite she might have possessed had disappeared altogether. How could she think of food at a time like this, when she'd soon be seeing the girl? She was much, much more important than every trivial earthly affairs like eating. Ethel ate as much of the pizza as she could, which wasn't very much, and tipped the leftovers in the bin. Wait, you just threw them out? If Lauren had been there, she would have tutted about the waste, but she wasn't there. She was in Australia with her father and her 2 brothers. Ethel was on her own. Ethel whiled away the rest of the evening and much of the night as best she could. She watched more Supernatural in the living room, but she wasn't paying attention to the exploits of the Winchester brothers. They couldn't hold her attention. Little Kime, the Ice Queen, Ethel felt as though her heart had been embedded with a shard of cold, eternally unmelting ice. The shard of ice was Ethel's link to the girl. So long as it remained true, Ethel would never forget her. She didn't want to. When Ethel fancied enough time had passed, she finally stood. She stretched. Then her heart all afluttered with trepidation, she set off. She thought about retrieving her anorak as she stood by the front door, just in case it rained. The sky did look overcast, the moon obscured with clouds. Ethel didn't want to be caught up in yet another downpour. She dithered, but she eventually decided against wearing the anorak. And when has that ever been a good decision for us in the past? Never, but sure. It was a big bulky thing made of polyester, and it crackled when she walked, like some sort of giant sweet wrapper. It wasn't very fashionable either. It was an unflattering, almost militaristic khaki green. Ethel had never much cared about being fashionable before, but she cared now. She didn't want to look too foolish in front of the girl. If she laughed at her, part of her would have died. Anoraks didn't exactly scream romantic moonlit rendezvous in any event. It was better to go without, even if she did get wet. Ethel could endure a little rain. We're going to meet our girlfriend. She left the house, locking it behind her, and headed off into the night. She soon left Oxbury's cozy, cramped streets behind her to the forest which fringed it. Ethel didn't hesitate before stepping foot amongst the trees. There was nothing to tie her to Oxbury, and nobody to tell her to stop. Nobody save herself. But why would she? She didn't want to stop. Man, you can see how much time has passed. She wanted to see the girl again, which meant she had to press on. Ethel walked and she walked and she walked her path lit by the moon and by Jude's old torch. Carefully, she navigated the forest, dodging a root here, a gorse bush there. The ground was uneven, and it was still muddy after the torrential rain from a few days prior. Once, Ethel's foot twisted, but she was able to regain her balance. She wasn't going to fall over face first before meeting the girl. She wouldn't let herself. She wanted to give the girl a better last impression of her than that. The Eventually, Ethel escaped the tall trees which towered about her and stepped into the clearing. She could see St. Catherine's in front of her, solidly immovable, as it had been during the previous 2 nights when she had come across the aged building. St. Catherine looked as it always had, coated in the inky darkness of the night, but there was something different about the church that night, something which made Ethel pause. The light wasn't on in the window, and the door was tightly closed. Ethel couldn't see that hairline crack in the church's entrance. Going to look for now? Of course, have a good look. Thank you so much for stopping by. Happy Halloween once again. The hairline crack in the church's entrance, which had become so very familiar to her, nor the candlelight which spilled out from it. Instead, the church was sealed shut, airtight like an Egyptian sarcophagus of eras gone by. The church seemed hollowed out and empty, a dull, dismal shadow of its former self. Wait, but then where are we gonna meet the girl? Ethel approached the church hesitantly, her gait as slow and uncertain as a newborn seer. Was the girl really there? Ethel wanted to believe so. The girl had said that she would be waiting for her, but she couldn't detect any traces of life about the old stone building. The nighttime air was cold, yes, but there was no breeze to it. It was as quiet as the grave. It seemed unlikely that the girl would be shut up inside the church, which now felt so devoid of life, still singing her alluring siren song. Ethel couldn't imagine it. She was having a hard time picturing the girl at all now that it had been almost a full 24 hours since last she had seen her. What did the girl look like? What did she sound like? Ethel was sure she had been beautiful, but she was sure of this in only a very vague, half-formed sense. Too vague and half-formed to be sure at all. She had thought the girl perfect, but perfections didn't exist. Not even Shania, for all of her pretensions to the contrary, had been perfect. How could the girl be otherwise? She was just, for all she had allured Ethel, an ordinary girl. Or was she? Ethel approached the church slowly, her soles crunching the tall, unkempt grass underfoot. St. Catherine's was a small, squat church, but its shadow soon swallowed her, drowning Ethel in a deep, inky darkness. Ethel reached out, her right arm trembling. She pressed her palm against the door, which seemed curiously impenetrable in the dark, the wood too firm and thick to give way beneath her fingers. Then she pushed. The church's wooden doors dwarfed Ethel to such a degree she was almost surprised when they gave way beneath her palms. The door opened with a low, guttural creaking which swelled in the silence. It sounded oddly alive, like a groaning monster hauled from the bottom of some dark, deep abyss. Maybe it was some sort of an omen. Ethel couldn't help but recall Mr. Brown's warnings from a few days prior. His warnings about the mysterious missing girl. I wouldn't want you getting lost, and you do know what happened to the Delaney girl, don't you? Of course Ethel remembered the Delaney girl. Her mother had talked about her incessantly after her disappearance. But nothing like that was going to happen to Ethel. She wasn't interested in enchanting enough to be abducted, and her life was much too mundane. Everything about her was almost painfully ordinary. Ethel had always thought she was ordinary, at least, but the girl didn't seem so. She'd always been affectionate, but did she really mean it? Ethel frowned as she gave the doors to the church another push. Then she stepped inside. She was eager to see the girl again, to speak to her, to ask her whether she would text her when she left Oxbury, and if she would still remember her. But the interior of St. Catherine's was pitch black. Where's the girl? St. Catherine's, in the stillness of the night, was dark, the air cool. It felt about like stepping foot inside a vaulted, vast ceiling crypt, which Ethel supposed it was. That was one of the functions of a church, past being a place of worship. The flags on which Ethel walked upon were built over a veritable mountain of corpses. This place was a living, breathing boneyard. People thought the famous Salt Lake Ossuary was grim, decorated as it was in ghastly grinning skulls, but at least it was honest about what it was. It had no pretenses, it was earnest. But this was something that people didn't always appreciate, particularly not when the topic of death was involved. Ethel inhaled. In the air, she could smell several centuries worth of death. Then she turned. It was obvious that the girl wasn't there. There was no point hanging around. Maybe all of this, their midnight meetings, had been some sort of cruel practical joke. Had that kiss too all been a piece of trickery? Perhaps the girl was there after all, hiding in the bushes, snickering as the door of the church slammed shut behind Ethel. This is sad. It's a little sad, but she could be late. Ethel was unsure whether this idea appealed more than the alternative, that the girl didn't care at all. Being treated as an object of mockery wasn't nice, but it was better than being ignored. If the girl had set this up as a means of hurting Ethel's feelings, then she had succeeded. But that would at least mean that she cared about Ethel's feelings enough to want to hurt them. It was stone-cold apathy in the end, which would have really undone Ethel. Ethel stood mutterly beneath the moonlight for a few moments, nibbling on a hangnail. There was no point waiting around if the girl wasn't going to appear. It was cold, and it was late, and the night sky overhead was overcast. Maybe it would rain again. Ethel didn't want to get caught up in a downpour. She should leave. There was nothing waiting for her here, without the girl. But now Ethel was beginning to worry she might have arrived too late. Perhaps the girl had arrived after all and she'd already departed. They had never agreed upon a fixed time for their meeting. The girl had been maddeningly vague about it, as she was about everything. Part of Ethel enjoyed this vagueness. It gave their meetings a greater aura of mystery, but it had made arranging things difficult. With no fixed time to work with, Ethel didn't know who to blame for what had occurred. Had she been too early? Had she been too late? Had the girl come and gone, or had she never come at all? Ethel continued to stand there, dithering, while whirring at her hangnail. She bit it hard, until the nail splintered between her teeth. She bit her nail too close to the quick, in fact, and her mouth soon filled with the tang of copper. Her tongue was tingling. Paste. Ethel sighed, invoking the name of the Holy Sun. Ethel couldn't think of a more appropriate place to do so, as she did. What was she doing, loitering around outside the church so late at night? 10 minutes must have passed, if not more. She was being a fool. Why did she think the girl would appear? She should have learned her lesson already with Clementine. Hope only ever seemed to give way to despair. Ethel squared her shoulders. Then she set off. She would put the girl behind her, pretend this had never happened. That would be for the best, if it would spare her fragile ego. Ethel didn't want to be taken for a fool, not when she felt foolish so frequently regardless. She stalked off, malforming and mishapping the grass beneath her soles when... Why, hello there, stranger. Where do you think you're going? Oh? Ethel gasped in alarm as a sudden, unexpected darkness descended. One even deeper than the darkness which had previously shrouded her. At least that darkness had been alleviated, if only a little, by the moonlight. This darkness, however, was far more complete. She might very well have poured ink into her eyeballs. Ethel couldn't see. For a few moments, she forgot how to think. Now, why have you gone all stiff? Don't tell me I've scared you. But a familiar voice, a scant few centimeters away from her ear, restored Ethel's senses. She recognized that voice. It belonged to somebody she knew. Not well, perhaps, but well enough. It was the girl. Who else would it have been? Ethel couldn't think of many other people in Oxbury mad enough to wander this far into the woods, all the way to St. Catherine's at this time of night, not without a prior appointment. Why had she been so anxious? Hello? The girl drew her hands away from Ethel's eyes, then stepped back. Oh, she covered her eyes. She looked just like she always did. Her dress simple, her hair short and dark. Ethel had thought the girl's hair, which was as dark as a raven's feather, was pretty when viewed in the flickering candlelight of the church. Outdoors, however, it seemed almost too dark, as though she and the shadows were one undiluting, amorphous blob. The girl's skin, meanwhile, seemed too pale. Her dress oddly flimsy given how late it was. Wasn't she cold? Ethel examined the girl questioningly. Though Ethel knew her, she suddenly seemed like a stranger. Maybe it was because she had never seen the girl outside the church before. Ethel must have begun to link the girl and St. Catherine's together, coupling them until they were one symbiotic organism. One could not function without the other. The girl, without the backdrop of St. Catherine's nave, might very well have been missing a limb, or an eye, or her mouth. The girl's lips, however, were very much present, and they were curved upwards into a familiar crescent moon smile. Were you looking for me? If so, that's very sweet. Yeah, I thought maybe I was too late, or too early, or... I don't know. I thought that I wouldn't show up at all. Ethel fell silent. Anxiously, she gnawed the inside of her cheek. This wasn't necessarily something she wanted to admit to. It made her feel uncomfortably vulnerable, but she nodded all the same. She couldn't hide anything from the girl. The girl's voice might have been light, but her eyes were sharper than knives. Well, you don't need to worry about that. I'd never stand you up. Do you think I'd be so cruel? No, I don't. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant... You didn't think that you were worth waiting for? Well, maybe? Jeez, I thought that was probably the case. You silly thing. I wish you had more self-confidence. That might be quite the big wish. I did get that feeling, yes. You shouldn't be so down on yourself, though. You're a nice girl. No decent person would ever leave you in the lurch. Was that so? Ethel sighed. The girl ought to try telling that to Clementine. I would have come earlier, actually, but I got a little bit caught up. Caught up? I was doing things. What things? Just things. It doesn't matter now, though. I've got everything under control, which means we can spend a lot of time together. Provided you wanted to, of course. Well, of course I wanted to. Ethel replied quickly, perhaps too quickly. Then she winced. Why did she have to sound so eager? That was so uncool. Not Ethel supposed that she had ever been cool. People even use the word cool anymore. Perhaps it was also dated, just like everything else about Ethel. Her taste in TV shows, her favorite music, and her fashion sense. What fashion sense? Ethel wondered if the girl would judge her for her blatant enthusiasm. Wasn't it a bit excessive? But... Good! I'm glad! I don't know about you, but I've been looking forward to this all day. You have? Yeah, you're the only person around here I can really talk to. Or at least, you're the only person I think is interesting enough to talk to. I don't want to waste my time with anybody else but you. You're special. Special? Yep, I said so it must be true. You can trust me. The girl giggled, and after a pause, Ethel found herself giggling too. Oh, she's finally smiling again. There was something infectious about the girl's laughter. She really couldn't help herself. I'm looking forward to having a girly chat. Just the two of us. But I don't think I want to stay in St. Catherine's tonight. When it's my last day here, I think I'd rather go for a walk. That is, if you don't mind. Ethel blinked. She was surprised to find that, for some inexplicable reason, that she did mind this. She minded quite a lot, actually. The word stranger danger flickered, unbidden, inside her head. Once more, she remembered the missing Delaney girl who had vanished into the woods without a trace. But surely she was being foolish. Trust your senses. It seemed unlikely that the girl meant to lead Ethel into the woods to dismember her. She didn't look like a serial killer. They never look like a serial killer. And neither did she act like one. She did not seem to be in possession either of a saw or of any other potentially lethal instruments with sharp, serrated edges, unless she stashed it somewhere where she's taking you, which would be the smart thing to do if she were a serial killer. Ethel was just being paranoid. Why was she such a coward? That's alright. I don't mind. You don't mind much, do you? The girl tittered. And Ethel got the feeling, though she tried to squash it, that the girl was making fun of her. I thought you'd say that, but it's good to get some clarification regardless. I wouldn't want to drag you into anything you didn't want. Now, shall we get going? The girl had out her hand. We're gonna hold hands. Oh my god, I know we already made out, but like, we're gonna hold hands. Her stark white fingers extended in the dark for Ethel to take. I'd like to show you something. Ethel's eyed the girl's hand uneasily. It hung in the air, suspended, much like the moon which hovered above their heads, above the slate roof of St. Catherine's. All of a sudden, the girl's hand seemed full of meaning. So much so, Ethel shivered to behold it. A cold breeze blew about her, capturing the ends of her plaits so they shifted. The cold was twining up Ethel's ankles. It was brushing against her knees, the inside of her thighs. She couldn't stop shaking. The girl, however, was resolute. So immovable, she could have carved out of stone. She could have been carved out of stone, her eyes obsidian. Though the breeze stirred her hair, it didn't seem to disturb her. Her hand didn't waver. The expression in her eyes, which were very dark, was pointed, almost unassailable. Ethel stared into those irises, and she felt herself trembling. When she swallowed, she could taste the cold, crisp air on her tongue, that alongside the undercurrent of something unpleasantly fussy. What was it? Leaf mold, maybe? Moss? Ethel wasn't sure, but, hello? Didn't you hear me? I thought I was talking loudly enough, even if it is pretty windy. Instead, the girl cleared her throat with an audible ahem. One which sounded sagged, and then her palm still suspended in the air. Won't you come with me? There's something I would like to show you. Something that's very important to me. Unless you're afraid I might lead you astray? No, I'm not afraid. I'll come with you. Ethel crossed the churchyard, grass and stray wintry leaves crunching underfoot. Rustle, 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 then took the girl's hand. The girl's fingers enclosed about hers, and Ethel gasped. She was struck once again, as she had been in the church, by how very cold her palm was. There was something unnatural about it. Was that normal? Good, I knew I could count on you. You're such a good girl, Ethel. Now, come on, let's go. I have a lot I'd like to show you. If you think you can keep up, that is. Hand in hand, you let yourself be led astray. It was without any further preamble that the girl turned, her dark hair fluttering in her wake as she walked. The girl might have been slender, less like flesh and blood ballerina and more like a fragile china figure of one, but her grip around Ethel's hand was surprisingly firm. Ah, there's mushrooms growing out of her. Her fingers pressed against Ethel's skin, hard and uncompromising like steel, and Ethel gasped. She hadn't realized that the girl was so very strong. There was something a touch unnatural about the sheer force the girl was capable of exuding with that slight frame of hers. But the touch of reality had changed her initial encounter from the very beginning when Ethel had found her singing in the church. Their meeting had felt like something from a dream. Maybe this was a fantasy after all. The way the girl moved, nimbly navigating the trees which surrounded them, certainly felt like something from a dream. She made no noise, like a minnow swimming through a stream. Ethel, meanwhile, was far less coordinated. She was clumsy, and her feet made no shortage of noise as they trampled the grass and the leaves in her wake. Once she almost stumbled, but the girl's grip on her hand didn't waver. The further into the forest they delved, the firmer her grip upon Ethel's hand seemed to become. The trepidation that Ethel had first felt when the girl had extended out her hand doubled, humming like a second heartbeat in the base of her throat. She could taste the earth when she swallowed. It was so potent, she felt as though she was choking on it. Her mouth might as well have been stopped up with soil. They kept walking, on, and as the minutes elapsed, or had it been hours, Ethel's feet began to sting. Her shoes were beginning to feel like a constricting prison, one which squeezed her without mercy. Her hand, meanwhile, was aching. Why was the girl gripping it so very tightly? Ethel had half a mind to ask the girl to relinquish her grasp, if only a little to assuage her aches and pains. But through these queries danced upon her lips, she didn't express them. It seemed doubtful that the girl would reply to her, and Ethel was also beginning to doubt the girl's intentions. Fingers curled around Ethel's, tightly and possessively, and as they did, Ethel was struck with a discomforting sense of wrongness. There was something strange. She was only now beginning to realize with the girl's hand. Her flesh was yielding, so much so, Ethel had to wonder whether there existed any bones at all within the hands of hers. If she didn't have bones, however, then how could she have gripped her hand, and so strongly too? There was something strange about the girl's touch. There was something strange about the girl, full stop. This night had been nothing other than bizarre, but Ethel's surprises had yet to cease. There was more nightmares to uncover. Nightmares which Ethel had never before considered. Her imagination simply wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough to preempt the sheer shock she received when the girl came to a halt, then glanced back at her. She observed Ethel, their hands still entwined like a couple of lovers out on a midnight stroll. Well now, isn't this relaxing? I find this part of the forest quite pretty, don't you agree? But there was nothing very lovely about Ethel's companion. The girl's smooth skin, which Ethel had once envied, had altered dramatically during their walk through the woods. Becoming One is the name of this chapter. It was no longer as fair as it had once been, and neither was it so very clear. The girl's skin seemed to have tarnished, her flesh stripping away like wallpaper in an old house to reveal not bone, but a cluster of white growths which protruded from her skin. They were mushrooms. The girl's eyes, which had always been dark, now looked oddly bright, halogen lamps which flickered in the gloom. The girl still possessed the features one needed to be recognized as a Homo sapien: 2 arms and 2 legs, a head, the suggestion of a nose, and a dark, pitted cavern of a mouth. But she looked like no person Ethel had ever seen before. She didn't even look like any monster Ethel had seen on the television screen, crafted with stage makeup and cleverly concealed prosthetics. She looked like something from a nightmare, so removed from Ethel's comprehension that she didn't know how to define her. Ethel's thoughts seemed to have ground. In the moment, the girl turned to glance at her to a halt, slowing, then stuttering. The girl must have noticed Ethel's disorientation and the distress which accompanied it, but it didn't seem to bother her. Maybe she'd been expecting it. The girl smiled, a dark, demonic sort of smile which rivaled the blackness of the night which hung about them. The girl's dark hair had once been luxurious, but now it looked strangely brittle, like straw. Her body seemed to be undulating, ever so faintly, as if animated by some unholy energy. More mushrooms were sprouting from the side of her neck, her collarbone, her right cheek. There were mushrooms in her hair, garlands of them, like a crown of flowers. There were mushrooms, some white and ghostly, others dun and brown, sprouting in the crevices of her arms and between the tips of her fingers. The mushrooms were swallowing her, flourishing as they always did on the carcasses of old, dry, dead things. The girl herself, with her straw-like hair and her patchy, discolored skin, might very well have been a dead thing herself. The way she spoke was certainly dry and rasping, as though she were enunciating for a mouthful of gravel. You... Ethel stared at the girl, at the creature in front of her which had once been a girl with wide, frantic eyes. What are you? Do you really have to ask? I'm not so very different, you know, from the girl you were talking to before. We're still the same person. Though maybe person is the wrong word to describe it. Slowly, the girl laughed. It was an awful sound. Dry and scraping, like a tree branching drumming against the window pane. The sound sent shivers down Ethel's spine, shivers she couldn't control. It was cold outside, but the girl's voice was even icier. Don't look so frightened. You have nothing to worry about. I'm not going to hurt you. Have I ever done anything to upset you before? Mutely, Ethel shook her head. She wasn't sure what to say in the face of this nightmare. There were no words. There, you see? There's no need to fret. If anything, you should be flattered that you've been able to see us like this. Us. We don't show ourselves in this form to many people. Only people we trust receive this privilege. That means you're special. I don't... Ethel swallowed. When she did, she could taste the cool air in the back of her throat. As frightened as the girl looked now, with her aqueous eyes, but were they eyes? And the mushrooms, like barnacles, sprouting from her greenish blush skin, the compliment still made Eva's heart flutter. The pathetic, pitiful part of her that had always yearned for acceptance still appreciated the girl's kind words. She said, mushrooms, I don't mind. I don't mind. But another part of her shrunk away from them, shaking. I don't understand. You said you were the same as always. That's correct. But you're not human, are you? Ethel winced the moment this query left her lips. It sounded so stupid. How can I beyond belief? It was the sort of thing she'd hear in Supernatural. Never had she imagined that she might end up saying such a corny line. How in the world had this happened? Ethel's face began to flush, despite the cold from embarrassment. It seemed like she would never be cool. She simply didn't have it in her. She was too large, too unwieldy, too awkward. How very astute. But the girl didn't seem to mind that. She giggled, the sound oddly mulchy, muffled by the mushrooms which were now beginning to push their way out of her mouth. You're right. We're not a human, or at least not as you understand it. Monster. We're much, much more than one individual conscious. We're much more than a single individual, and we have been allowed to spread for too long. Our host was a human once, but we have long since consumed her body. There are pieces of her conscious left, of course, but she's become so deeply entwined within us that it's hard to differentiate her from the rest of us.
We're all one and the same. Your host? That's right. She was a girl, an ordinary girl just like you. We met her in the woods a few years ago and she took to us at once. She opened up to us and told us all of her secrets. She gave us every last little bit of herself and her soul. And then, we devoured her. A girl? Ethel gasped. Are you talking about the Delaney girl? Delaney? The monster frowned. There was a pause, then... Oh, yes. That was her last name, Delaney. We knew her as Isolde, though. She really was a swing thing, so kind and trusting.
Oh my god, Isolde.
She used to attend the choir, and she loved singing. She had the loveliest voice, as you should know full well, but she tried to make the most of it, before her vocal cords began to deteriorate. We loved talking with her. All she ever wanted was a friend. She told us that nobody would remember her if she disappeared, that nobody would be at all upset if she disappeared. She said nobody would remember her name. And she was right, the poor thing. It looks like everybody's forgotten her now, but we haven't. She'll never be alone now. She'll always be a part of us. But as for her body...
She saw you.
Don't be so depressing. The monster took a step forth. It jarred as it did, and a few mushrooms which flickered its body peeled away, dropping to the ground like feathers. It can no longer deal with the strain. We filled her lungs with too many spores, and her brain too. Her heart still beats, though barely. It's a pity. We know that Isolde was very attached to her body, but we can't keep using it. There's only so much we can get out of a host once its body finally begins to break down. Then you... Ethel trembled. When she inhaled, all she could smell was decay. You're some sort of fungus? That's right, we're a fungus. The only one, as far as we know, of our kind. This at least gave Ethel some kind of sense of relief. She was glad to know there were not more fungal abominations such as this one. Strange creatures, more intelligent than a fungus ought to be, which lived on in the nervous system of other animals. She didn't like to think of small woodland creatures, squirrels, rabbits, and moles, being possessed by a creature like this. Their own selfhood assimilated into an awful, abominable hive mind. It sounded a little like being eaten alive. But it was an act of cannibalism performed, not with teeth on flesh, but spores inside the brain itself. It was a cannibalism that worked inside out, mellowing a person or an animal out entirely. Eventually, the possessed lost sight of who they were. They became a shell of their former self if they retained a sense of self at all. We have lived in this forest for centuries, surviving from one host to another in an endless chain. But that's neither here nor there. We don't think that is very interesting. Our old host has already run her course. The monster took another step forth, then another. Mushrooms slowing off its body with every step.
She's still blushing through this. She's about to become a fungus and she's blushing.
Ethel, meanwhile, took a step back. She could feel her heart in the base of her throat. A cold, hard thing, like a marble. She would have turned to run if she could, but her body didn't want to listen to her. Her legs had locked up. Taking another step back was the only act of insubordination she felt capable in that moment of offering up, but it still wasn't enough. Ethel felt a resistance behind her, would feel something rough pressing against her spine through the fabric of her clothes. The monster had backed her into a tree. Now, there really was nowhere she could run. The monster was upon her, one sinuous arm outstretched as it took Ethel's cheek, palming it, so Ethel gasped. Then, its voice slow, it said, "But all is not lost.
You are here, and you care for us. You said so yourself. You wouldn't let us die, would you?
I don't...
I know that you wouldn't. You're a good girl, Ethel. A kind girl. You're always putting others before yourself, even when they hurt you. We would say you ought to stand up for yourself more. Once again, the monster chuckled, warping of its host's vocal cords, which sounded unnatural. But we think it best that you don't. We know you want to change, but we like you just the way you are. We like how soft you are, and how sweet. We like that you're suppliant, and we like that you want to be liked so much. It's very endearing. You're a silly thing, but we think you're very, very sweet. The monster leant in, the wind catching in its dry, dead hair. For a moment, Ethel could see the girl's face anew, could see her dark eyes boring into her, unencumbered by the parasitic fungus which had protruded from her sockets. But then, the monster leant in. It parted its lips. Oh! And it pressed its mouth against Ethel's own. The monster's breath smelled of mildew. It tasted like a tomb. That was fitting then, given Ethel's mounting confidence that this would be where she would die. The monster would consume her, just like it had done to Isolde Delaney, to Chloe, who had gone missing all those years ago, to all the other girls Ethel knew had vanished deep in Oxbury's woods. Like a parasite, the monster meant to devour her from the inside out, and there was nothing Ethel could do. She was too weak to fight it off, but had always been weak. Ethel had been desperate for any crumbs of affection she could scavenge ever since Clementine had left her. Her parents had tried, Ethel supposed, but her father had always been too busy, her mother too self-absorbed. Their love had never been enough to satisfy Ethel. She'd always wanted more. She had wanted... Had she really wanted this? There was no affection in the monster's kiss. It was instead an act of violence. The monster's meant to impress himself upon Ethel, to remake her to its own desires, and there was nothing she could do about it. The monster might not have had a nose, not a real one, but it did have a tongue. Ethel felt its tongue, as a least lump of a thing. Half rotted away, nudged against her own, and she gasped. She felt like she was going to be sick. Would it repel the monster, she wondered rarely, if she vomited more black sludge inside its mouth? Would it be disgusted enough by her poor conduct to draw away? And would it keep on kissing her? Ethel didn't know, and neither did she want to find out. The kiss wasn't pleasant enough, rank and folded, without adding the taste of vomit to the equation. Ethel remembered vaguely as the monster kissed her the slice of cherry pie she had eaten earlier. The pie had looked appealing enough, but that was only at a glance. Ethel had known something was wrong the moment she had put it in her mouth. It had been moldy. Flecks of bluish green scattered across the underside of once immaculate crust, like some sort of illness. The taste of moldy cherry pie wasn't so dissimilar to the taste of the monster's tongue as it twined with Ethel's own. Ethel had been able to spit the ruined pie out of her mouth, but she couldn't do the same with the monster's tongue. She couldn't twist away from it. She didn't have enough strength. It felt with every kiss that the monster was draining her further, sapping her strength bit by bit, so her knees began to quake. The monster was kissing her more vigorously than anybody had before, almost as if to draw the breath clean out of her lungs. The monster was kissing her as though its very life depended on it, and perhaps it did. What was a fungus without its host? The monster needed Ethel to survive. That was why it was clinging to her. It needed her more than anybody else ever had. It needed her more than her parents, who had never bothered to understand her. More than her brothers, who had treated Ethel like a stranger. Much, much more than Clementine, who had finished with her, though she had said that they would always stay together.
Clementine had promised. And at the time, Ethel had been naive enough to believe her. If only she hadn't cared so much. If only she hadn't wanted so badly to be wanted. But Ethel didn't have to worry about being wanted now. At least the monster wouldn't leave her. It couldn't. The monster needed Ethel more than she needed it. And nauseating through the monster kisses where there was something almost appealing about this idea. Being wanted was nice, even if it would result in her own destruction. Clementine had destroyed her once already, shattering what little self-worth Ethel had possessed. She had told Ethel they couldn't stay together, that Ethel had been too depressing to date, that she hadn't loved herself enough. How am I supposed to love you? Clementine had shouted. When you're always so negative. It's such a drag. I've been doing my best, but you're not putting in any effort at all. Almost like you want to be miserable. No, Ethel wanted to shout. That isn't true. I don't want to be miserable. I just want to know that you really love me. I don't want to feel like a burden. That hadn't been Ethel's biggest worry in her relationship with the effortless, cool, confident Clementine. She'd been afraid of dragging her girlfriend down. Ethel hadn't liked going to clubs, not like Clementine. She hadn't liked drinking, and she'd always stood in a corner awkwardly whenever Clementine had invited her to parties. They simply weren't her thing. Stop thinking about your ex, you're about to die. In the gayest way possible. Clementine had always pushed Ethel, trying to get her to join in. You're not going to have any fun if you don't make an effort, Ethel. But why had it always been on Ethel to make an effort? Why couldn't Clementine ever take her feelings into consideration? Good point. No, Ethel thought stubbornly. The ultimate end of the relationship hadn't been her fault, not wholly. Clementine had claimed to love her, but she had never really listened to her. She had never really cared. But the girl, the monster, was different. It had at least listened to her. It cared about her enough to try and console her, and even now, it was trying to make Ethel's wishes come true. It was giving her a place to belong. So what if the monster consumed her? Wasn't that what Ethel had always yearned for? Ethel would rather be subsumed by something that loved her than suffer the pain and the loneliness and the indignity of being abandoned. The monster wouldn't abandon her though. It couldn't. What a shot. And maybe that was why Ethel relaxed into the monster's hot, intense kiss. Her eyelids fell shut, as though predestined, and as they did, her thoughts began to blend together. Damn, she freaky. You could put it that way. Her strength, if she had ever indeed possessed any of it, was beginning to fail her. Her knees felt weak, and her legs were beginning to tremble. If it hadn't been for the tree against which she was pushed, she might have fumbled to the forest floor. I felt as though the girl, the fungus, the creature, as it kissed her, was draining her. Ethel's skin was beginning to feel uncomfortably cold, particularly the tips of her fingers, which were curled against the rough bark against which her body was pressed. The monster's mouth, meanwhile, was warm and wet, its tongue rough against her own. The monster bit down upon Ethel's lower lip, and Ethel gasped. Her vision was beginning to skew. The taste of decay in her mouth was stronger than ever before. It felt like the monster was filling her mouth with dirt. Its kisses didn't feel particularly affectionate. They were far too animalistic. Yes, that's right. The monster spoke in a rasping voice, low and sinister, as Ethel shuddered against it. Surrender yourself to us. You might as well. Who else will love you after all but us? We're all there is. We're all that's left. The monster leant in once more to press its mouth, which was more like a maw, against Ethel's neck. There the monster bit, and there it suckled. Its teeth, sharp as glass,
scraping against Ethel's skin, so she squealed. Ethel felt the monsters reaching for hem of her skirt as it spoke. "Excuse me, monster?" One hand, a dry, hard hand with sunken fingers, scunny as sticks, rocked up the long, tan brown fabric which obscured Ethel's pinkish thighs. "Excuse me? Excuse me?" This is taking a very sudden turn from a devouring. And that same hand was pressed between Ethel's legs. Huh? Excuse me? It was against her, stroking insistently. Oh, they are freaky, huh? Before, with a pained gasp, courtesy of Ethel, on which the monster swallowed with a demanding, destructive kiss, it was inside her. In what way? This wasn't the first time Ethel had done this, or had this done to her. She and Clementine... I can't. Had experimented during the year they had been together. It had been inevitable given the duration of their relationship and their mutual feelings for one another. Clementine had loved her, and Ethel had loved her in return. They had kissed and they cuddled, and they had done more besides. Clementine had stroked Ethel to climax numerous times. Ethel shuddered all the while, and sighing and wondering why Clementine bothered. Why did she like her so much? What did she even see in her? Ethel hadn't known, but she wanted to. In her earnest desire to understand and her ever-present insecurities, she had asked. She had worried initially that she asked too much, but Clementine had assured her that this wasn't the case. She had told Ethel that she was not annoying. "You can't annoy me. It's just not possible. I like you too much. I think you're too cute." That was what Clementine had said in the beginning, but this sentiment of hers hadn't lasted. Ethel sometimes wondered when her continued desire for reassurance had gone from an endearing trait to an infuriating one. What had made Clementine change her mind? Perhaps there hadn't been a clearly defined moment. There often wasn't, not in cases like this. You're literally being fricked by this monster right now. Stop thinking about your ex. Resentment tended to build up slowly in the relationships, bit by bit, like sediment on the ocean floor. It often wasn't possible to know, in the midst of it, just how bad things had become. Ethel hadn't wanted to annoy Clementine. I'm not reading the moans, unfortunately. But it was too late for that. What she wanted didn't matter. Clementine might have worried about Ethel's consent before they did anything approaching the erotic, but she not ask for Ethel's consent before they'd broken up. That wasn't a thing that people tended to do before they broke their partners' hearts. Ethel knew she was being unfair and irrational, but she could remember thinking Clementine wasn't all that considerate at the end of the relationship. Clementine liked to posture herself as a good person, but she hadn't realized just how much hurt she had caused Ethel. Or maybe she simply hadn't cared? Ethel wasn't sure, but... You don't have to worry about anything now. The monster intoned, its mouth against Ethel's ear. Its teeth inhumanly sharp, like shards of glass. You're with us, and we want us to stay together. We want to be with you for as long as your body can endure us. And unlike you humans with your empty promises, we really do mean it. That girl might have abandoned you, but we won't. We can't live without you. We need you, Ethel. So please, give yourself up to us. Ethel sighed as the monster pressed more kisses against her neck, her throat, her collarbone. The monster's fingers were still moving all the while inside her, tearing her. Ethel could hear the damp, slick sound of her own sex, and she whimpered from it. I didn't expect this. I did not expect this. This shouldn't have felt so good. There was something wrong about this, something raw and visceral. It had been a long time since anybody had touched her like this, and her own clumsy, inefficient pawing in the bathtub didn't count. This monster might have been made of fungi, but it was still better at stimulation than Ethel had ever had been. Now, why did the monster decide to rub one out for her before taking her body? What? I don't see the logic, but sure. Ethel was unsure what was said about her technique. She didn't want to think about it. Could that have been another reason why Clementine had finished with her? Ethel had suspected that Clementine had pretended to, when they were intimate together, to spare Ethel the humiliation of not being able to satisfy her, but... Shush. The monster, perhaps knowing what Ethel was thinking, leant in, then brushed the stump of its non-existent nose against Ethel's. Don't say anything. But I wasn't? Not out loud, perhaps, but we can tell. You're still thinking about her. What? But how do you... We know a lot of things. The monster spoke with a smile, one which looked disarmingly girlish and sweet alongside it. I know that you've been let down a lot in life. That's why you don't trust us. You can't give yourself up to us. You won't let yourself relax. But it'll be alright, we promise. Do you really mean that? Naturally. We aren't lying. We need to take care of you, unlike that awful girl who broke your heart. You're going to be our new host. We need to take good care of you. We won't hurt you. That would be like hurting ourselves. We'll fill you up until there isn't any you left to speak of. Why is that kind of hot though? We'll become part of you, and you'll become part of us. And you'll never have to be lonely again. The monster continued to scatter kisses against Ethel's skin, like raindrops. Was it a her? There was enough of the girl left in its face, in its voice, that Ethel wasn't sure. Kisses stung. They were like curses. The kisses soothed. They were like blessings. Hold on, my mouse is dying, okay? Ethel's skin, which had always been pinkish as opposed to being stereotypically pretty pale, began to bruise. Ethel's body was coming to life beneath the monster's muddied maw. Ripples of color swirled across Ethel's throat and her neck, her clavicle and her collar. Her skin prickled. Her whole body shook. Then clusters of fine, white-capped mushrooms began to sprout from the wreckage of Ethel's withered, wasting flesh. Ethel opened her mouth. Did she mean to scream? But was soon silenced. The monster's lips were against her own, their tongues tangled. The monster's breath tasted of compost. It tasted of earth and of dirt, and of the squirmish, riffling insects which lived within it. The monster's kisses left Ethel lightheaded. It felt as though she was being buried alive. Ethel was entombed in the darkness, entrapped as the monster's kisses continued over and over. Ethel could no longer breathe, so she didn't bother. The girl monster had begun to worm its way inside her, just as she had promised, their bodies becoming one. Ethel's thoughts blurred together. She didn't know what she was doing, or what was happening, which might have been why she cleaved before the monster's caresses. What was the point in trying to push the monster away? It would have its way with her regardless. It was a fungus. It fed on death and decay, things which humans tended to fear. How could Ethel ever hope to overwhelm a creature like that?
She was too much of a human. She was weak and fragile, too scared of death to fight against it. She couldn't avoid it. All she could do was accept it. Oh, Ethel. The monster drew back, then caressed Ethel's cheek with one hand. The hand which wasn't between Ethel's legs. We know you've been struggling for such a long time, but don't you need to struggle anymore. We're here for you. We'll take good care of you, so... The monster... No, the girl... Dozens of girls... exhaled. Ethel felt their breath against her earlobe, and she shuddered. That's alright, don't fret. I'll be with you, and I'll never leave you. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Was this what Ethel had always wanted? Ethel didn't know. She didn't have the words to express her feelings, but even if she had possessed the words, she wouldn't have been able to speak them. She couldn't talk anymore. Her mouth felt dry, as though it was stopped with cotton wool. She was choking on the air, on the atmosphere, on all of this raw, visceral affection, and she didn't care. I'm surprised she's putting up a fight for this long. I think I would have already been done. I would have been like, yep, alright, that's my fate. Take me. If this was what death was, then she would welcome it. It almost seemed silly now, as she succumbed to all of the kisses, that she had ever been so afraid of them. Why had she worried about death when she had already been petrified of being alive? It was life which was difficult, the waking up, the getting dressed, the long grey days of nothingness which stretched on for infinity. There was little she enjoyed in life, and the few things she loved had been bad for her. First, it had been the violin. Then, it had been the escapism that came with her favorite fantasy novels. Then, it had been Clementine. But Clementine was gone now. With nobody to love her in her absence, Ethel had drifted. She hadn't known how to fill her dull grey days, and she had languished. Being abandoned by Clementine had hurt. It hurt so much Ethel worried she would never be able to recover from it. It felt like her heart had been disassembled, as if it were nothing more than a piece of an old IKEA furniture. She had fallen apart. But the girl, who was many girls in one, was putting her back together. These fiercest kisses were painful, but that was only in the physical sense, and there was something oddly reassuring about them. It was nice to know that Ethel wasn't the architect of her own downfall. She was innocent and unsullied, a victim in the face of the girl's wickedness deeds, and there was something soothing about being a victim. Ethel thought she could finally understand why the heroines in old romance novels from the 70s and 80s were such insipid creatures, so weak-willed and wimpy, who were so prone to swooning. Ethel had always looked down her nose at such stories. She had thought them silly, but now she was beginning to reassess her opinions. She didn't want to be powerful, and neither did she want to be important. Most of the time, she didn't even want to live, to be alive. She would far rather disappear. In that sense, there was something alluring about being a victim. Victims didn't do, they had things done to them. They didn't have to worry. So Ethel let go of her thoughts. They would only get in the way. She would surrender her mind up to these decaying girls. This immutable monster, just like she had already surrendered her body. Slowly, they were becoming one. Ethel was the girl, and the girl was Ethel. Ethel no longer knew where she stopped and the girl began. She was being consumed bit by bit, and Ethel no longer cared to fight against her. Perhaps the monster had been right. Perhaps this was what she wanted. She didn't want to be loved after Clementine had left her, not necessarily. She didn't think she deserved it. She had never thought that she deserved it. Wasn't that why Clementine had left her to begin with? Instead, she wanted to be obliterated. She wanted to cease to be, and if this girl monster was willing to do that for her, wasn't that the same as loving her? That's right, you're doing so well.
A litany of girls murmured, a symphony of overlapping voices as their fingers rubbed against Ethel, rubbing inside her. Just a little more. Let's keep going. We'll make you feel so good you forget everything. When we're through with you, you won't remember all of your regrets. You won't remember your mistakes. You won't need to. Me next, me next. Too much? Too shameless? My fault. We'll do the remembering for you. Which means we'll do all of the hurting for you too. Yeah. Technically, they are all very old. Oh no, that's not what gap means. Oh my god, I'm so old. But there's not even anything in sight. We'll become one, and then we'll always be together. Yes, Ethel thought with a breathy gasp. These girls would take everything away. They would take her history, assume her face. They would inhabit her body, spores filling her lungs, her head, and her heart. They would live Ethel's life for her, and Ethel would... She would disappear. She didn't want to live anymore. She hadn't wanted to live in a while. Why not submit herself to these girls? A collective consciousness would probably do a better job of being Ethel than Ethel herself ever had. Ethel's back arched. Her body seemed to fall apart, to bust, to bloom, to blossom anew. Her heart hammered. Then her mind contracted. It collapsed, and everything fell apart. That was the end. She succumbed. Oh, and you can see her long hair with the mushrooms on top of her now. Thank you, Yabihime and Mosime, and all the beautiful artists. And everyone who worked on this game. The music was pretty nice too. She in fact did something. She gave in. Okay, so theoretically, it did take me more than 30 minutes. Maybe it was only like 40 something-ish. But fine, I'll give it to y'all. Oh, Ethel Briggs was no longer Ethel Briggs. Post credits? In the deep dark woods where few in Oxbury dared to tread, a curious transformation had taken place. The girl who had really been a collection of girls, or perhaps they had been a monster, had taken Ethel inside of them, or perhaps it was Ethel had taken all of these girls inside her. It was impossible to tell. One thing was certain, however. Where there had once been two, there was now one. The discarded shell of the monster's former host, the dark-haired, dark-eyed Isolde Delaney, lay strewn upon the forest floor like a pile of unwanted kindling. Isolde's body no longer looked like Isolde's body. It had undergone a curious sort of metamorphosis once it had been abandoned. Her discarded carcass lay, curled up, like a shed chrysalis, a cocoon. Mushrooms had begun to sprout from her remains, pushing upwards like sunflowers as if to greet the moon which hung above the treetops. As for Ethel, meanwhile, her body too was beginning to change. Her skin rippled as she took the monster and its many, many consciousnesses inside her. A lot of voices filled her head, a torrent of girls past who had been similarly subsumed. Ethel thought perhaps that she could hear the dulcet tones of Isolde Delaney, who had been such a good singer. But surely that was impossible? Ethel had never heard Isolde speak, not the real Isolde at least. She'd only heard a phantom of her, animated by the shared consciousness of the creature which now dwelt within her. Ethel had never known the real Isolde. But perhaps the real Isolde, whatever that entailed, existed still within the monster. The creature, the mess of girls and souls all tangled together. Was the monster really a girl? Ethel wasn't sure, yet she thought she had her own girlhood somehow in allowing the monster to subsume her. It wasn't just the monster which Ethel had taken inside of her. She had taken what remains of Isolde too, and Chloe, Lucy, and Susan, and all of the other girls who had gone missing in Oxbury in the past. They were still alive, though their hearts no longer beat. Their consciousness entwined with that of their host. If you think about it, it's like a whole yuri harem up in there. Kind of a happy ending, if I say so myself. They had become something more than themselves. And in shedding their own bodies, they had been permitted to live on for perpetuity, just like a fungus. Ethel too had shed her sense of self, just as the monster had discarded the mushroom-riddled carcass of the dearly departed Isolde. Ethel's body was no longer her own, but by the same token, it felt more like hers than it had ever done before. Perhaps there was no Ethel anymore. Her very being was being buffeted. Her fragile sense of self tossed to and fro like a ship out at sea. But Ethel felt no particular loss at this. She felt no grief. She wasn't sad. Why would she be? She had finally found somewhere she belonged. She was no longer a she and the singular, was no longer a sad, lonely individual. She was... well, they were a legion. They would always be together. And as the body which had once been Ethel's rippled and distorted, as it took in more voices and existences and consciousness that had ever before possessed, its lips curved into a smile. Oh my god, I didn't expect her to look like this. There, see? Isn't this what you wanted? The monster crooned to Ethel in her voice, or perhaps Ethel was simply speaking to herself? Deep within the woods, where the fawns of the moon's light struggled to reach. I told you it wouldn't hurt. It isn't even like going to sleep. It's like being reborn. Damn! The end. Damn, she's got a figure though, like... I mean, it sounded very pleasant. Where do I find one of these? Yuri, polyfunguses. Extras. Addendum. Okay, unfortunately, I won't play through the extra. It is 4:50 AM. I'll play it from my own time, and perhaps this will encourage you to get the game and play it by yourself. And see the extras yourself. It's called Her Love Like Poison. It was really fun. I am super tired, so I'm gonna quickly wrap it up and go. I'm gonna go get a bagel. I'm gonna get a bagel, and I'm gonna get something for my throat. Yeah. But happy Halloween, everyone. Thank you, everyone who stopped by. I know a lot of people went to sleep already, but still. Have a good night, everyone. This is one of my longest streams yet, that's for sure. Alright. Happy Halloween. Have a good night.